All right, Joe, we are live and you're good to go whenever.
Great. Well, good morning and happy National Entrepreneurship Week, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Joe Cap, and I am the co-chair for National Entrepreneurship Week. It has been an exciting week so far. We started Monday off with entrepreneurship education, K through 12, community college, and college. Yesterday, we had entrepreneurial ecosystems. So a range of nonprofit organizations, institutions from all across the United States sharing information about the resources and funding and opportunities that they provide. And today I am super excited to kick off our federal government Entrepreneurship Day and welcome beautiful agencies to join us today to share with information all about the programs. But before we get started, we have a very quick video that we would just want to share with everybody. So Amber, if you could run that.
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Cap.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft.
5 years ago, we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week, a congressionally chartered annual event to support and uplift America's new business startups. Originally founded in 2006, National Entrepreneurship Week takes place every year during the third week of February.
All across the United States, from Maui to Miami to Maine and everywhere in between, America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant and thriving. National Entrepreneurship Week celebrates the unmatched, innovative American spirit that has brought to life amazing products and services and includes a beautiful tapestry of diverse entrepreneurs.
During the week, you'll hear from a host of United States federal agencies as they share information on their entrepreneurship and small business programs. You'll also hear from a nationwide network of partners, including entrepreneurial educators, ecosystem builders, and most importantly, entrepreneurs from all walks of life as they participate in the excitement of National Entrepreneurship Week.
Join in celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week by organizing an event in your local community, listening in on one of our national webinars, or participating in our annual social media campaign.
There has never been a better time to start a new business, and we challenge you to unleash your ideas into action during National Entrepreneurship Week.
National Entrepreneurship Week is made possible by contributions from an array of generous partners. Views and opinions expressed in National Entrepreneurship Week programs are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of National Entrepreneurship Week, its agents, or any U.S. government agency. Any agency's participation or support is not an endorsement of any product, service, or entity. All liability with respect to any recommendations are hereby expressly disclaimed.
Great. Well, thank you, Amber, for that video. So I am super excited to kick off today's panel, this morning's panel, the topic of which is how to get R&D money and funding for your business from the United States federal government. And so we're going to go ahead and before we jump into the topic, what I'd like to do is go ahead and just do a quick round of introductions. And as you do your introductions, please just take a moment to also tell us why are you so interested in entrepreneurship? I mean, there's a lot of different things that you could be doing from a career perspective. Why is it that entrepreneurship is of interest to you? So Bailey, go ahead, and if you'd like to take yourself off of mute, and then Dusty will go with you, and then Janelle, and then Rob, and then Eileen. So Bailey.
Great. Joe, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for all that you're doing for entrepreneurs across the country. A little bit of background. So I have the pleasure of serving as the Associate Administrator of the Office of Investment and Innovation at the U.S. Small Business Administration. So what is that? So I lead the office at the SBA responsible for our Patient Capital Investment Program, the Small Business Investment Company Program, the SBIC program, and also the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Tech Transfer Programs. So the SBA is responsible for the oversight and management and administration of the SBIR and STTR programs, for which there are 11 participating agencies across the government that provide non-dilutive funding to support the earliest of innovative ideas for R&D and prototyping and support for commercialization. My interest in entrepreneurship, well, I guess I have to blame my father, who was an entrepreneur who dropped out of college to start a small business years ago. And it has, how do I put it? It's, it's in the water at home. So I have a deep affinity for helping and supporting entrepreneurs, small business owners, and also innovation, and believe deeply in the opportunity and power of innovative small businesses to create jobs, create opportunities, and improve the human condition. So thrilled to be here with everyone today.
Great, Bailey. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's inspiring to hear the story about your father. Dusty, please.
Thank you. My name is Dusty Lang, and I am the director of the SBIR program at DHS, Department of Homeland Security, which is, of course, responsible for the protection of the homeland, formed subsequent to the events of September of 2011 or 2001. So one of the things that I think is important for our interest in Entrepreneurial is that I call the SBIR program the Good Hotel California, because once folks are involved in the program, they really see the benefits and they want to carry it on. I came from the Department of Navy's SBIR program. And while there's benefits personally to everybody in terms of the technology and advances that are made from small businesses, I think one of the pieces that kind of overlaps with my responsibilities at DHS is the economic benefits to the stability of our government, our infrastructure, our nation, that the entrepreneurial and small businesses bring. So this is such a critical part of our economy that folks need to understand how that benefits them in that way as well. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Dusty. Certainly innovation and protecting, our nation is absolutely, just incredibly important. Janelle, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Joe. Really appreciate you having me. I think this has been like the third or fourth year that
you've been here. I don't know. Well, for me, this year feels like 10 years. So you've been
exactly. So I am very happy to be here. I am the Deputy Program Executive for NASA's SBIR and STTR program. We sit within the Space Technology Mission Directorate at NASA, but our technology covers all the mission directorates, all 4 of our mission directorates currently, that design and develop technology for the space mission. So we love working with entrepreneurs, have really had a passion for it, not only for our program because of how agile they can be in bringing technology to us that we've not even thought of in a lot of cases. But personally, I certainly like working with entrepreneurs. I come from a long line of educators, entrepreneurs, folks who've worked in the government. And so bringing all those minds together to really develop technology has been a passion for us. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the things that we're currently doing. Our program right now has our solicitation open. So if you're interested in listening to NASA's SBIR, you can go to our website at sbir.nasa.gov and learn a little bit more about what we are looking for this year.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We're really excited to have you back again. Robert, welcome. It's good to see you again. Please share with us.
Yep, so I'm Rob Griesbach. I'm with the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Research Service. And the Agricultural Research Service is the in-house research arm of the USDA. And we have a wide range of programs. Most people think of agriculture, conventional soybeans and cows, but agricultural research at the USDA also involves human nutrition, food safety, the environment, sustainable ag, natural resources, and a wide range of different types of topics. And so one of the things that's really important for us is in order for the in-house research arm of the USDA to actually get their technologies adopted and have economic impact, we need an entrepreneurial small business to take that and adopt those research outcomes. So without the small business or the entrepreneur, we actually have zero impact. So it's really important that, for entrepreneurs. And I think, one of the things why I'm, extremely interested in this is most of the innovations in agriculture, which we think are now conventional. For example, we all know about the turkey. at Thanksgiving? Well, it was entrepreneurs that first actually in the 1920s picked up and started doing the turkeys and doing the production and things like that. So last year I retired from the USDA, and they asked if I could come back to actually help with the small business program at Agricultural Research Service and things like that. And I jumped at the opportunity to come back to focus on it. So I think, like I said, entrepreneurs are critical to getting the Agricultural Research Services research outcomes actually adopted.
Well, welcome, Rob. It's great to have you back. And thank you also. In the past, you invited me to sit on some panels to learn a lot more about the agency itself. And it's really amazing. And we're excited to be able to share a little bit more of those insights. Moving along, Eileen, welcome, Department of Energy. Please tell us a little bit more about your program and a little bit more about your inspiration for entrepreneurship.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for hosting and having me here today. My name is Eileen Chan. I am the Outreach Program Director for the DOE SBIR STTR Programs Office. So my job is around elevating awareness of the program, creating easier access, creating application assistance resources, streamlining the process to the extent possible to make our program more accessible to entrepreneurs. So we know you have a lot to do, and we want to help those applicants who are a good fit with our program. There's 11 agencies that offer STTR programs, and you should get to know all of the agencies and figure out which one is the right fit for you if you're interested in have funding to develop your technology. The DOE funds very specific topics around its mission. Dusty talked about the DHS mission and the other agencies as well. The DOE funds topics around its mission, which includes leadership in clean energy, which probably everybody's like, oh, of course they do that. But I want everybody to be aware that we fund much broader topics than people actually realize. We also fund topics in basic energy science, engineering sciences, which includes environmental technologies, and climate monitoring technologies, nuclear physics devices, and much, much more. Our mission also includes enhancement of nuclear security. So this is in the area of nuclear waste mitigation, because we're responsible for the nuclear weapons waste sites around the country, as well as detection of nuclear threats and that type of thing. So visit our website. I'll put the website in the chat. Look at our topics documents and just to get a flavor for the types of things that we fund and see if your technology might be a good fit with our program. As far as why I'm here, I had about a 25-year career. I'm a mechanical engineer by training, and in the private sector. I worked in the private sector mostly as a consultant. I was a small business owner myself for 10 years, but I worked with many, many startup companies, helping them evaluate their technology. I also helped them with proposals, SBIR proposals. I helped develop those proposals, and I saw how exciting it is for an entrepreneur to develop their technology, to pivot to the marketplace. And also I felt very strongly about this program over the years. So when I saw this opportunity, I jumped at it. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled with the mission of what I'm doing. Having seen the impact over the course of my career of the SBIR program.
Yeah, well, great. Thank you so much, Eileen. We're super excited to have all of you here. The inspiration that we have from family members and people that we know that have started business. I want to take a step back because there may be some folks who aren't familiar with the SBIR program and the STTR program. And so I'm going to first avoid trying to use acronyms. And so when we talk about the Small Business Innovation Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer programs, let's start off with just a little bit of information about, from a very basic perspective. And Bailey, tell us a little bit more about, from the perspective of the SBA. Give us an introduction about the program itself, because we know that 11 agencies participate this, but what is it? What is this that we're talking about?
It's a great question, Joe. So perhaps I'll back up and talk a little bit about the SBA. So the SBA, our role essentially is to serve as the domestic financing and assistance agency for small businesses across the country. And as we know, small businesses include established small businesses, but that also includes startups, right? And so we often talk about startups and we don't think small business today, but right, they all start small. It's just that sometimes they grow to be very large as well, and that's a success story. So the earliest of the small businesses, often, particularly when they are innovative small businesses, start by focusing on research and prototyping. So the SBA's role within the small business innovation research and small business tech transfer programs is essentially to provide a service and support to the 11 agencies across the country that reserve funding every single year, specifically to support those innovative R&D ideas. And so you heard a little bit about open solicitations right now. So 11 agencies across the government will conduct solicitations to provide opportunities for those early entrepreneurs to apply and put forth proposals for research or prototyping ideas that they would like to move forward. There are many benefits to participating in the program, as you heard a little bit from some of my wonderful colleagues that are here and doing the work day to day with the entrepreneurs in the program. But among that, they have opportunities to connect directly with the federal government and actually get contracts and opportunities to move these ideas forward. But beyond this, as part of the program, the SBA in our office helps to facilitate and build out an ecosystem of support organizations to help those entrepreneurs who are considering the SBIR and STTR program. So what do I mean by that? Well, we are responsible for providing funding to federal and state technology partnership organizations that will provide resources and support to help navigate SBIR, STTR, and help provide assistance with applying to the program and obtaining resources to support with commercialization. So we call that the FAST program. In addition to that FAST network, which includes 34 FAST grantees, so think of them as incubators or accelerators supporting and bolstering the program. We also provide funding through a growth accelerator funding competition to tech accelerators across the country. And those tech accelerators support those entrepreneurs that may consider SBIR, STTR opportunities, but also more broadly. So we are seeking to build a network because we know that it's more than just capital, right? It is the networks, it's the assistance, it's getting plugged in. So that way, it's not just the initial funding to do the research, but support through what we call often the valley of death to help with commercialization. And the SBA is well positioned to support with that because, as I mentioned earlier, all of our resources and support are about domestic financing and assisting for small businesses. So helping them get access to capital, helping support building networks and education and training and information and opportunities. So think of us as a partner to the agencies that's here to help provide resources and support with the programs.
Great, thank you so much. It takes a village to raise the business, right? And having that network of organizations that can really help spur innovation. Eileen, I want to move over to you for a second. The Small Business Innovation Research Program is really considered America's seed fund. And I know that the Department of Energy does a lot of things in this area. Shed a little bit more light on that program as it relates to the Department of Energy. What can you share with us this morning?
Well, we are the third largest of the SBIR STTR programs. We provide grants in excess of $300 million a year. And in the form of the phase 1 grant, which is an early stage idea, which is 6 to 12 months in duration. And so this is an early stage idea. The grants all go to small businesses for conducting feasibility evaluations as part of the phase 1 program. If your feasibility evaluation is successful, 40 to 50% of our awardees go on to receive a phase 2 grant, which is 2 years in duration as well. We also, very important to mention that we also have a second phase 2 award and a third phase 2 award. And these funds can carry you through to 7 or 8 years of technology evaluation, development, and allow you to pivot towards commercialization, identify your customers, investors, et cetera. I mean, you often hear that it takes 10 years to bring a technology to market. We are in sort of what's considered the deep tech space, which takes usually longer than most technologies to take to the marketplace. So we do provide significant funding over up to 7 or 8 years in order for you to work on taking your technology to the marketplace. Very important that you realize that our topics are very specific and aligned to the DOE mission. You do have to, in addition to having a good idea, your idea has to be a good fit with the topics and be responsive to the topics and to the problem that is posed in the topic and the subtopic as well. If you have those two things going for you and you are a technology expert and you're bringing the guts of your technology to the program, you are a good fit with our program. And we would encourage you to get involved. If you are a first time, the last thing I want to mention, a very popular program of ours is the Phase 0 Application Assistance Program. If you are a first time DOE, SBIR, STTR applicant, you can have one-on-one coaching, which will help you through the application process. And I will go ahead and put that link in the chat as well. Thanks.
You know, Eileen, I just want to touch on this for a second, because you talk about phase 0, phase 1, phase 2. And so talk to me, as I'm a serial entrepreneur. And when I was part of the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Department of Commerce, I learned about all these amazing programs. You know, what I think what might be helpful is to help explain, because some people may think that they have to have everything already baked, right? And I think what you're saying is that if you have a good technology and it aligns with our mission, you don't have to have this fully baked prototype ready. And in fact, you guys have some folks who are available to help really guide and help people, you know, figure out things along the way. Can you just kind of validate that and expand on maybe that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, the SBIR STTR program is really to be an early stage, non-dilutive source of funds. And that means that we don't take ownership of your business in any way. It's a grant. You don't have to pay it back. And you own your intellectual property as well. It's a really great form of funding for a small business. And in fact, phase 1 is $200,000 to $250,000 in funding, and is for an idea that you have for technology that is aligned with DOE, but also has the potential for commercialization. And no, there's no necessarily R&D that has been done at this point, or some TRL level that you have to be at. That is not the purpose is for it to be early stage. The thing that you have to bring to the table is that you have to have a team that has the expertise to carry out the research and development that you're proposing.
Yeah. So all of you entrepreneurs that are listening, you know, what we've just heard, and what's really important is you don't have to have it fully baked, but you have to do some work here. You know, you have to go ahead and put together your team, and you got to make sure you have a cogent idea and that you're able to talk about it, and you have a team together. But there are folks over at each of these agencies to help you if you have a really good idea. They want these ideas. Speaking of ideas, Rob, you and I have had a lot of conversations about the Agricultural Research Service, and there's so many amazing things that take place. Tell me, it seems like an unlikely participant in the SBIR program. What are some of the type of the innovations that the USDA is looking for? How can entrepreneurs get, you know, really get engaged with USDA?
Yeah, I think what I mentioned before, which is really critical, is we require small businesses, entrepreneurs, to get our research outcomes adopted. So what we've done is worked with our USDA SBIR program and the Agriculture Research Service to come up with what we call our SBIR Tech Transfer Program. I put the link into the chat. And it's a sort of a unique program that if you're an entrepreneur and you take one of the USDA research outcomes technologies that's patented and you license it, and the license can be contingent upon getting the SBIR funding, so you don't even have to pay for the license. And then you put a proposal through, you can get special considerations and funding. Also, if you're an entrepreneur and you've got an idea and you need some research help with it, and you hook up with one of our agriculture research scientists and do a collaborative research agreement with them, and then submit an SBIR on the proposal, you can also get special considerations. And the special considerations are pretty unique in that the average success rate on an SBIR program is about 16%. Those entrepreneurs that have hooked up with the Agricultural Research Service have a success rate of getting funded about 80%. So you almost have with guaranteed funding. And as Joe mentioned, we have lots of interesting technology you really wouldn't expect from the Agricultural Research Service. For example, we just have a small business picking up some of our technology on seed sowing for rain. We've got another small business that picked up another interesting technology related to food safety and washing lettuce. So we've got a lot of interesting. We even have a bio-based glue that just got an SBIR fund. So like I said, we have lots of very interesting technology you really wouldn't expect in terms of USDA, human nutrition as well. So in that link, it shows you some of the technologies that are available for licensing, as well as all of the research programs. So if you've got an idea and you want to even talk to a scientist to flush it out a little more, contact us and we can hook you up with an ARS scientist that would be more than happy to be working with.
And I just want to add one other thing that I've seen based on the conversations and I've heard is that folks who go through the SBIR process and really get that whole entrepreneurs that go through this process, it also sets them up not just for funding through the government, but also really puts them in a way that makes them also appealing to outside investors. Because there's some validation pieces as well. You want to just go ahead and
yeah, I mean, it is, as Joe said, I mean, one of the things, if you've got, and this is where it's really important, if you're working with the USDA scientist, your program is already sort of, I wouldn't say endorsed, but the USDA has already said this is a useful project. So that's one of the reasons that you can get additional funding with SBIR. We've also worked out certain banks, will give you, if you have an SBIR program, it's worth talking to a bank because some of the banks will actually finance and will give you a special interest rate if you went through the SBIR program. So the SBIR program, if you go through it and you're successful, it's like the good housekeeping seal of approval. And so it opens up a whole bunch of other things. So when people think about, well, I can only get $200,000, well, that good housekeeping seal of approval can get you venture funding up to $1 million because you got the seed funding. So, so you want to not look at it as a, your final funding source. You want to look at it, as everybody said, it's the beginning of your entrepreneur and your business. And it's to get your good housekeeping seal of approval so that you can move forward to create a really successful business.
Yeah, well, Robert, if there's an entrepreneur out there that's listening that's not happy with $200,000, they can feel free to go ahead and send it my way. I'll figure out how to go ahead, invest it, and start a company. Okay, just so you know, just to put that record out there. Well, Dusty, I want to go over to you because Homeland Security, we've seen a huge proliferation and the importance of making sure that the United States is safe. And innovation is super important in this realm. So share with us, what kind of innovations are you looking for as a part of the, as a part of the Small Business Innovation Research Program?
Yeah, so, the mission of protecting the homeland, it requires a lot of varying technologies. And kind of going back to what Eileen said, sometimes people think and of what you may commonly associate with DHS, but we do technologies for screening at speed, which is a program for TSA, which is to help make sure we're able to vet passengers before they get onto aircraft, but also in a way that is not interruptive to their their lives. We've always done stuff for infrastructure and our cyber infrastructure and security infrastructure agency, but we are getting some additional funding from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. So we will be doing some more stuff with that. And not to pigeonhole or stereotype the USDA, we have partnered with them in the past to do a portable wash decontamination tunnel to help protect for vehicles that carry livestock and protect our food supplies. We do technologies to support first responders, who are not a component of DHS, but are certainly part of the Homeland Security enterprise. And one of the technologies we developed with that was being looked at by NASA for a spacesuit. We've also, CWMD, our Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction portion of the agency, has partnered with portions of the Navy that do chemical and biological detection, as well as DOE for energy efforts. So kind of going back to what you said in terms of it takes a village, I think one of the key parts for small businesses that they should look at is not only being innovative in terms of what they propose for their technology development, but how that can be used across the federal government. One of the great things about SBIR is we can leverage something that has been started at another agency and do non-competitive awards subsequent to that. And in that vein, at DHS, I've really wanted to, take advantage and leverage that time and those dollars that have already been spent by our federal government. So we've been doing what are called OATS at DHS, Other Agency Technology Solutions. And traditionally, we've done those via, market research or happenstance or searches. But what I wanted to do was give the companies, small businesses, a chance to be innovative again. And so we're putting out RFIs, requests for information, and we have one out right now. I'm going to be putting the link for it in the chat, where we're looking for help with scenarios such as the Surfside building collapse, to help find some folks that have been trapped in the rubble. So, those are some of the things. Also, we do technology development for the U.S. Coast Guard, which certainly has overlap with the Navy, Customs and Border Protection, Secret Service. There's so many overlaps with that and other agencies. So please come to the DHS portal, which we're going to put the link up for that. Also our email address. So if you have questions, you can contact us and sign up for our listserv to be aware of upcoming events like our First Responders Showcase to highlight the technologies we're developing under SBIR for first responders, and a link for our success story. So you can see some of the past successes we've had at DHS.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's also inspiring is the cross-agency, collaboration that's taking place, just how fantastic that is. So that if you have an idea for, various technology, really considering that it may be applicable to more than one particular agency. So thank you so much. That's great information. Janelle, welcome back. This is, I feel like this is maybe our 4th or 5th year together. And
Absolutely.
every year, the reality of space flight for everybody is becoming more and more real. And then there's some news that came out today. Who doesn't like NASA? Every kid, every boy, every girl, every person, NASA, you grow up with NASA, dreaming of the moon and the stars and just all the amazing stuff that's going on to Mars. And every year I tell the story when I heard it the first time. So I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder because I love saying it.
That's okay.
The method and the methodology for NASA is a little bit different. And that was one of the things that I learned that is specifically different from a lot of the other agencies, where a lot of the other agencies may want a technology that they're going to be able to produce in mass. Y'all need something like maybe 10 to 12, right? You mean, and for a space flight, right? And so the motto is make it, bake it, shake it, then send it up in the air, right? That's sort of the non-official motto of the prototyping process for NASA. So welcome, and please share with us some information about your program.
Absolutely. Thanks, Joe. And it's great to talk to entrepreneurs. One of the things I want to do prior to is just to explain that, yes, we all have and we all are a part of the SBIR program, but we do have different nuances to our program. And so it's very important for folks to go to our websites, which you'll see posted in the chat, to understand those nuances. For our phase one, it's $150,000 phase one feasibility study. All of us have a phase one feasibility study, but they can be at various amounts. And what we're doing that phase one is we are trying to look at understanding what the feasibility of the ask that we put in the solicitation is for the entrepreneur to develop that technology. As we get to phase two, those amounts can vary also. Currently, we're at $750K. We're hoping if we get the appropriate administrative appropriations that we can go up to 1 million for our phase two. But that'll be in a separate solicitation. And that's where you really can get the excitement of the prototype being developed and really testing out. And so, as Joe said, NASA typically looks for 5 where you want to bake it, shake it, put one on the shelf, and then fly one. And so we ensure that our subtopics are not just to infuse technology into NASA, but also have the potential for technology development to other applications that are commercially viable for a small business. We run technologies across. Currently in our solicitation, we align with our 4 mission directorates: space technology, human exploration, aeronautics, and science. And all of them have unique needs. We talk about sensors that you might need. I heard USDA, Rob, talk a little bit about food production. We need food production in space. So there are a lot of lines between the various agencies. And as Joe said, you're free to put in your proposal for solutions that might address various agencies. You just cannot accept an award for that same technology from multiple agencies. So you just have to be careful. You might have a need that crosses several of us. So I encourage you. I think Nick has put in the chat some resources. We have a very extensive resource library that helps folks walk through how to go about proposing, how to do some of the homework behind proposing to us, because it is a difficult agency. The technologies that we're using and the technology we're looking for are challenging. Sometimes we encourage folks to not jump in feet first as soon as the solicitation opens, but maybe take some time over a couple of months to work with, because we have a blackout period. We cannot talk about our technology from the time the solicitation opens to the time that we provide awards. But after that blackout period, all of our subject matter experts are open to talk to you about the technologies that we're doing, so that you can understand what you're looking for, not only in the scope of the solicitation, but the broader scope of how NASA wants to use that technology and maybe how you can commercialize it. So we ask you to look at those resources. We developed a really good webinar that we provided at the opening of our solicitation this year, that the recording is available on our website. And it just kind of dissects the solicitation and allows us to understand how to go about figuring out where their technology best fits. So it is a process, and I do advise folks to do their homework a little bit. It can be challenging to jump in and not understand it, but it's really rewarding once you are working on some technologies that have a lot of emphasis. And as Joe said, everybody loves to contribute to space technology, and we want as many entrepreneurs as possible to be able to do so.
Yeah, I remember my brother in high school, and I want to go ahead and point this out here because this is not dependent on, you guys are open to everybody. You want everybody. And the more diverse ideas, the greater the opportunities for innovation. My brother had the opportunity to work on a program, and his program was selected to send barnacles up in space to see how they were going to grow in space in a zero gravity environment. And so, I think that the program that you have is super inspiring. And I do have a question, and I think it's important. What's the distinction between the Small Business Innovation Research Program and the Small Business Technology Transfer Program? Because I think for some people, we can see that, behind Eileen's in the graphic.
Yep.
Maybe somebody can walk us through that. Janelle, do you want to take a stab at that?
I can start and welcome my co-panel to jump in as they feel fit. The small SBIR is required for a small business. They can choose to partner with another small business. They can choose to partner with a research institute. For STTR, there is a requirement to partner with an RI. And so the desire for the STTR portion is to not only look at the technologies that small businesses can develop, but also bring that innovation out of the research laboratories. The PI for a STTR can be.
Whoa, what's PI?
I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay,
the,
it's okay.
The principal investigator,
okay,
which is the lead person in our SBIR and STTR environment. The lead person for SBIR has to be with the small business. The lead person or the PI for STTR can be either with the research institute or from the small business. And there's other nuances, like I said, that differentiate those two between the agencies with regards to funding, with regards to the duration of the phase 1 and phase 2, that you really need to jump into our solicitations to learn a little bit more about those.
Does anybody want to add to that? I mean, I think it's important because a lot of times people may hear this and we get stuck a little bit on the terminology. Dusty, I think you, and then maybe Eileen, you can add, maybe if you have something you want to add. Dusty.
I'm slightly off the question you asked in terms of the differences, but just for awareness, you can go from STTR to SBIR. So for instance, the R5 that we have out, if you've done an STTR in the past, we could further fund that via SBIR at DHS. So there is some interchangeability between the two programs that I think is important for folks to know.
Okay, great. And Eileen, do you want to add
yeah, and what Janelle and Dusty said is all applies to our program as well. And there are, get to know the specific requirements about SBIR. There's percentage of work done by the research institution versus the small business for STTR. But the one thing I wanted to mention was that if there's an overlap where you can fulfill the requirements of both SBIR and STTR, at least in our program, and you can, when you're going through and submitting your application, you can apply to both programs. You can just apply to SBIR, you can apply to STTR, you can apply to both. And they are two pots of money. So if you have a technically meritorious proposal, you can see that you're applying for two pots of money, and that they're, conceptually, at least, there's an increase in possibility of receiving a grant.
Yeah. That's great. Well, thank you so much. For any of those entrepreneurs or even ecosystem builders or educators, this information is so important. I think sometimes we lose sight of all these great programs that can help entrepreneurs really obtain funding, especially if the ideas are cutting edge and new ideas that can be utilized. Bailey, I want to go back to you for a second, because innovation is super important. It's really important for you. Share a little bit more about your sense of the importance of innovation and where you kind of see some things going, whether it's as it relates to the SBIR program or just a little bit more broadly as it relates to innovation.
Yes, so I think we all know the statistic that small businesses are responsible for 2/3 of every new job created in the country, but innovation investment, innovative small businesses are responsible for 8 times that of just Main Street small businesses. Now, I'm not saying they're not important. They are all important, and the majority of new businesses created every single day are not those disruptive, innovative businesses. But we do need to lean into our support for innovation, because it will drive a disproportionate amount of new job creation and economic development and support our global competitiveness. Federal funding is largely responsible for the growth of Silicon Valley years back. And we need to remember that the federal government plays a very important role in enabling, supporting, and partnering to drive innovation. Programs like SBIR, STTR are there to support those earliest of ideas. And we can do a lot more. We are doing a lot more to ensure that we're creating, how do I put this, a very inclusive innovation ecosystem by increasing awareness of the programs across all corners of the country, and not necessarily always doing this directly, although we can, but leaning into our relationships and our ecosystem support organizations that can be that connective tissue and bridge the gap to provide that necessary assistance. It's not just capital. Capital is very, very, very important, but relationships and awareness and connectivity are so critical. And I think it's clear that everyone on this panel today is passionate about supporting that mission. And we are all rowing in the same direction, trying to support entrepreneurs and keep the country economically competitive and growing and supporting those small business startups.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, you're going to be participating on Friday on our Funding Friday panel.
Yes.
With Martha Miller, over at from the Securities and Exchange Commission. And actually, she and I were chatting, and she said, actually, the second biggest issue that most entrepreneurs have is the network piece. So if you were to go ahead and ask them, what's the biggest issue? By and large, they will say it is access to capital. I would say access to capital and capacity building so that people are willing and able to actually use those funds effectively. But this networking piece, actually, based on research that they did, was actually really, really high. And so one of the questions that I'd like to go ahead and throw out there is what's the best way for people to engage? I'm going to, Rob, I'll throw it over to you, but what's the best way for people to engage, to figure out, to the front door to be able to move into this space? And then after this, I'm going to turn it over to some questions to make sure that we're able to go ahead and have time for that. So just Rob, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think one of the things that was mentioned multiple times, and I think entrepreneurs and innovation should really look at this because it's a sure thing. One of the things is to take a technology that was developed for another agency to an SBIR to convert it to a different application. I mean, a good example of this is we had one of our small businesses that were working on our swine manure lagoons, trying to purify the water. And they were just thinking, well, wait a second, this could work on the space station. So they sent an SBIR to NASA, and lo and behold, they got funded, and the swine manure water purification is now on the space station. Vice versa, we actually had a scientist that was working for DOD on UV sensors and decided, well, wait a second, I can get an agricultural application to this to expand my business, and actually got the SBIR from USDA to expand the business. So if you're an entrepreneur and you've got a business already and you want to expand it, one great way is to look at, a NASA application and make an agricultural application, or take an agricultural application and make a DOE application to expand your business. So, I would look at SBIR not only to start your business, but it's a really great way to expand your business into other areas.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I would say also the other side is true, where these technologies are created and they're not just used for government purposes, right? So if you look at the internet was part of DARPA and the military, or Corning and Teflon. I know that NASA was instrumental in making sure that our space shuttles, I'm a nerd, okay, all right, I admit it, that, on re-entry, that we make sure that things, don't overheat. And a lot of those technologies then become commonplace, and we're able to use those to really improve in conditions, not just in the United States, but all across the world. So I know that we have a couple questions. One comes from Preston Johnson. Everyone, are there collaboration opportunities between Department of Energy and Department of Homeland Security? And if so, where might I find them? What's a good, let me broaden that up a little bit and just say, listen, collaboration sometimes can be a little bit of a challenging. You all running your programs, and you want to make sure, what's the best way for people to consider ways for y'all to collaborate on some things? What's a good way for them to look at that? Thoughts? Anyone want to weigh on that?
I think
I think some of this we've already touched on, is making sure that you're looking across the board. I think it's important, as Eileen said originally, to keep in mind that your technology has to fit the mission of the agency for which you're proposing. At the same time, instead of concentrating on one agency, looking at a technology area, what your business is, and expanding it that way, rather than trying to expand your business, expanding it in terms of how you can reach across the agencies. So I think that it comes down to looking at the solicitations and generally trying to understand what the mission areas are of the agencies, because as we've talked about, and I know Robin and Eileen have touched on this, and even Janelle talked about the food production, which is something that, you know, is on the aircraft carriers in the Navy. So there's looking across the board and understanding where there are those overlaps is important from your business perspective.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Yeah, and I think the points that Rob and Dusty made about the overlapping mission, we overlap also with the other agencies as well. But I do feel like I should give a shout out to NSF at this point, because they have no topics. They are not topic focused. They're, you know, the NSF mission is to really elevate science and technology development. They have a very broad mission. And so you do create pitch papers to NSF, and they will fund anything that they think is a good idea. And so, you know, I did want to at least mention that to the audience, that there is one agency that does not have topics.
Yeah, and just for reference purposes, the NSF is the National Science Foundation. They're going to be on in a little bit talking about, that's okay, I used an acronym, that's all right. But it's important, because I think what they bring to the table and what's important about the stuff that they're doing is from an NSF perspective, they're a bit agnostic. I think the other thing to impress upon with regards to entrepreneurs, first of all, is for them to recognize y'all have a bunch of people who are trying to do and engage. And so, you know, it's incumbent upon us as entrepreneurs, and so I'm speaking to the entrepreneurs out there, it's incumbent upon us to do our work and our homework. We got to do a little research, and we got to go ahead and figure out who's the right place and where our stuff sits. But once you do that, and if you find the right person, they want to help. They want to help you. They want to help because it's part of their mission to go ahead and create emerging technologies that are going to solve problems, not just for their agencies, but for people all across the United States. So I'm throwing this out there to the entrepreneurs themselves. Do your homework. Spend a little bit of time on those websites. There's a huge amount of information that's flowing back and forth in the chats. And it's incumbent upon us, you know, entrepreneurs, to really take a look and see that. The wonderful thing about what you're hearing today, and I want to go ahead and go back to something that Bailey brought up, and it was brought up a couple of times, it's non-dilutive. For those of us that are not that smart, that means that you get money and nobody's going to go ahead and say to you, I want a portion of your business. You own 100% of that. So if you go to your mom and you're an entrepreneur and you go to your mom or your dad or your neighbor, or your Uncle Benny, they're going to say, hey, listen, I'm going to give you this money, but I want to go ahead and have a little bit of a stake in your business. You got to give me a little bit of an ownership, an interest in that. Or you go to a bank and you have to pony up some money, or you have to go ahead and put up some collateral. One of the important things about this program, they're not asking for those things, right? Am I right about that? Anyone want to add to that? I mean, I think that that's piece when we talk about non-dilutive. I don't want to get so technical, because what that actually means is you own 100% of your business, and you don't have a situation where you get to continue to use that technology in the way that you see fit. Anyone want to add to that?
I just want to add to it and say that you also own the intellectual property that is developed as part of your R&D. The government does not own the technology. And the other thing I wanted to add is just remember, you don't have to pay it back. It's not a loan, it's a grant. Yeah.
And I just want to add one other thing, and then we're going to wrap up here. If there are any final questions, please just go ahead and post those. You know, one of the things that I learned is that a lot of the agencies also have technologies and things that they have worked on that are sitting on the shelf. Rob, I'm gonna throw this over to you because you introduced me to this a little bit, where there's been some research done and they have some patents. And if you go ahead and you approach the agencies, there's some places where you can look at those patents and you might be able to use those. It's a little bit outside of the SBIR piece, but Rob, you really opened my eyes to that. Can you just share a little bit about what that looks like, particularly for the USDA?
Yeah, I think, so one of the things is as you can imagine, a lot of times, a lot of our technologies in our research outcomes are put in the public domain, so we don't even patent them. So one thing to look at is not necessarily our limited set of technologies that are available for licensing. They're a fraction of all of the technologies that we actually have out there. The other thing that's really important for the federal government is, if you do have a technology and that technology is patented, those technologies can be used for further research. So for research purposes, you can use a patented technology to do further research on it. But if you want to commercialize that technology that's patented, then you do need a license. But we encourage people to actually do research on our technologies, our patented technologies, to create more innovations and things like that.
Yeah.
So part of the goal, I think, in all of this is for people to create additional innovations and get that innovation pipeline, really cranking in terms of going.
Yeah, and we're going to wrap up here in just a second, but what I want to add to that is I get people all the time come to, well, I want to start a business, but I don't know what kind of business to start. The federal government has a bunch of stuff that you can look at from a technology. And Rob, this is what you're saying. Come to us, take a look at our website, look at the stuff that we're working on. And if there's a technology that's of interest to you, figure out how you might be able to commercialize that, and we might be able to help you really take it to the next level. So for those entrepreneurs who are thinking about a business or want to start something new, there are opportunities to look at the Agricultural Research Service, as an example, has done a lot of research on a lot of really good stuff, and they've come up with a number of different technologies that you can go ahead and take advantage of and build a business around. But entrepreneurs, it's all comes to you. You got to do some of this work. You got to go ahead and figure out how you can leverage that. Well, I want to go ahead and just thank each of you. It has been a pleasure to have you joining us today. Eileen and Dusty and Bailey and Rob and Janelle. We really appreciate this overview. We have a number of other panels going on today, and it's just very, very interesting information. We appreciate you diving into and sharing information about the Small Business Innovation Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer Program. Thank you so much for your time and your energy today. Next up, Amber's going to be joining us for our next panel. Oh, there she is. Amber is going to be joining us for our next panel. So again, thank you all to our friends over at the for this panel. We really, really appreciate it. Stay safe, y'all. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Joe.
Right. We're going to have about 3 minutes to transition to our next panel on entrepreneurship ed. So I'll go ahead and get those pinned, and then we'll be getting right at the top of the hour.
And for all of you that are listening, it's the same link. So same time, same place. Feel free to go ahead, grab a cup of coffee, stretch your feet, take the dog for a quick walk, and then come back. We're going to be starting on entrepreneurship education and how important that is, leading off with Amber. And I am going to sign off for now.
Okay, perfect. So hi, panelists. If you want to go ahead and turn on your video and your audio, just to let you know, all the attendees that are staying in can still hear us, and we're still live. So just giving you a heads up. Good. You want to double check audio, make sure I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mark,
Good morning, Amber.
That looks great with your background.
Thank you. Great to be here. Congratulations on a powerful event.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us again, Mark. It's great to see you.
Absolutely. Thanks for putting this on. It's a great day.
Yeah, fantastic day. And Bridget, everybody else, thank you all for joining us.
Good morning, everyone.
And I want to just quickly introduce Ruth on the National Science Foundation Innovation Corps program. She's going to be joining us to talk about their programming as well. So a great addition to our panel, and we're really excited.
Thank you.
we'll kick it off with a brief video and then we'll dive in. So you all have about 2 minutes if you need to grab water or anything. I think everyone's probably good to go.
Great, thank you very much.
Jessica, your hair looks lovely today. Bridget, your hair also looks lovely today.
I was admiring Jessica's hair too, and I cannot get the curls. So I want to know how you do it.
Hot rollers.
Oh.
Starting off our work panel with hair
Education,
tips.
education, Jessica.
Education, hot rollers, very like 1990s.
I appreciate it.
Love it. Okay, one more minute here and we'll get started. This is a perfect segue. We had a lot of questions about just how to tap into some of these resources and education in general. So I think it'll really set the stage. And I wrote some specific questions based on our prep conversation. So.
And just a quick reminder to please avoid using acronyms for those of us who are not familiar with the what is it? The vegetable alphabet soup.
Okay. Yes.
Vegetable soup.
We're just gonna let Joe go today.
It's been a long week today.
Perfect. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get my screen share ready to go, but I just want to welcome everyone to our second panel of Federal Entrepreneurship Day. We are here to talk about my favorite subject, entrepreneurship education, and how the U.S. government fosters entrepreneurship education. So before we dive in, we do want to show a brief video about National Entrepreneurship Week, and then we will get into the conversation.
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Kapp.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft.
5 years ago, we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week, a congressionally chartered annual event to support and uplift America's new business startups. Originally founded in 2006, National Entrepreneurship Week takes place every year during the third week of February.
All across the United States, from Maui to Miami to Maine and everywhere in between, America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant and thriving. National Entrepreneurship Week celebrates the unmatched, innovative American spirit that has brought to life amazing products and services and includes a beautiful tapestry of diverse entrepreneurs.
During the week, you'll hear from a host of United States federal agencies as they share information on their entrepreneurship and small business programs. You'll also hear from a nationwide network of partners, including entrepreneurial educators, ecosystem builders, and most importantly, entrepreneurs from all walks of life as they participate in the excitement of National Entrepreneurship Week.
Join in celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week by organizing an event in your local community, listening in on one of our national webinars, or participating in our annual social media campaign.
There has never been a better time to start a new business, and we challenge you to unleash your ideas into action during National Entrepreneurship Week.
National Entrepreneurship Week is made possible by contributions from an array of generous partners. Views and opinions expressed in National Entrepreneurship Week programs are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of National Entrepreneurship Week, its agents, or any U.S. government agency. Any agency's participation or support is not an endorsement of any product, service, or entity. All liability with respect to any recommendations are hereby expressly disclaimed. Perfect. So welcome everyone. My name is Amber Ravenscroft. I am the co-chair along with my colleague Joe Kapp. We're really excited to be here. On Monday, we kicked things off this week with Valentine's Day and our love of entrepreneurial educators. And so I think this is just a great segue into today's panel. My panelists are going to speak for themselves. They are fantastic. And I know that I am not well-versed in the acronym soup that is the federal agency. So I'm going to let you introduce yourselves and kind of give an overview of your agency and why entrepreneurship personally for you. Why are you interested in this space personally? So Bridget, let's go ahead and start with you.
Wonderful. And thank you, Amber. Thank you so much for having us. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. I am the CEO of SCORE, and SCORE is a nationwide network of volunteer business mentors who provide advice, guidance, and education to anyone looking to start or grow or overcome a challenge in their business. Last year, we helped start over 45,000 new businesses and add nearly 75,000 jobs with the advice and guidance that our mentors provide. We have availability across the country in more than 240 locations. And the reason I feel so passionate about entrepreneurism and the small business owners that give to our country is because they give back. They are the lifeblood of the communities. They're the people that are sponsoring my son's t-ball team and, you know, helping to keep things going and keep the vibrant communities have that feel and that personality. So thrilled to be here with all of you. Thank you so much.
Great. And I'm excited to dive in. I just want to welcome you back. I know Bridget has been an awesome partner with us for the past couple of years on SCORE's educational programming. So thank you. Next, I'm going to go to Jessica on ARC's side. So what is ARC? Who are you? And why entrepreneurship?
So I'm Jessica Mosley. I'm the program manager of academies and institutes at the Appalachian Regional Commission. And ARC, the Appalachian Regional Commission, is a federal state partnership that works in 13 states that Congress defines as Appalachia. It stretches from northern Mississippi to southern New York and covers 423 counties, portions of 12 of those states and all of West Virginia. And as an agency, we're working to bring Appalachia up to economic parity with the rest of the country. We started as Kennedy's Presidential Commission on Appalachia and transitioned into a government agency and have been doing the work since the 60s. And for us, entrepreneurship really comes in, you know, when you talk about bringing the region up, entrepreneurship is a really great opportunity when we talk about businesses and creating business opportunities. We can't always rely on big businesses in manufacturing. And so we do a lot of work in that area. And I do some training programs on that. Personally, I kind of grew up with entrepreneurship. My grandmother owned a restaurant in the 1960s and really instilled in us that when you wanted something and it didn't exist, you made it yourself, whether or not that was like starting a business or making your own clothes or whatever, you just did it yourself. And I think that's a very entrepreneurial attitude. And I am thrilled to be here with you guys today and to be working on entrepreneurship in the region.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm also a proud Appalachian and a proud Appalachian daughter of an Appalachian entrepreneur. So excited to dive into some of those programs. Mark, welcome back. We're excited to have you again joining us. So you want to say a little bit about yourself and why entrepreneurship in your agency?
Absolutely. Greetings from DC, everybody. Thank you, Amber and Joe, for this wonderful forum and esteemed panelists. Excited to be with you here today. Thank you for your focal points and contributions to this conversation. And also, the most important thank you that I have is for those small business owners, entrepreneurs, those of you who are joining us today that are thinking about starting a business, that are persisting through the pandemic. If you're one of the 5.4 million new business applications that came in 2021, congratulations, because that is a record. But having said that, we also have to understand that 20% of small businesses in year one die. And so that's why this forum is so incredibly important. I'm blessed to serve as Associate Administrator for the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. I report directly to SBA Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman, Cabinet official for President Biden, and our office consider it the technical resources and educational arms of the agency, the Small Business Administration. Over the course of the last year, we supported over 1 million small businesses through our resource partner network that includes SCORE, nice to see you, Bridget, and our SBDCs, our Small Business Development Centers, and our WBCs, Women's Business Centers. In addition, we've added a $100 million Community Navigator program that I'd like to talk about in conjunction with the work of the resource partners and the nuanced work that they're doing, including mentorship at SCORE. And so I'm just thrilled to be here. Why it matters to me is I wouldn't be here facing these beautiful flags that makes me energized every single day, but for an entrepreneur that got educated, and that was my dad. My dad built a business from the ground up, a welding business in the Texas Panhandle. Didn't have he just got to 7th grade, my mom to 4th grade, but he had the resourcefulness, the grit, and the brilliance to start that business for over 40 years. And especially now, this matters even more so to me because my dad died of COVID-19. I almost lost my mom at the same time back in the summer of 2020. So I think about my father, and what they said about him is that he made the ordinary extraordinary. And part of that was because of the business that he built. He became the patriarch and the center of many networks. And so I'm here with my father in spirit and the 32.5 million small business owners that are persisting every single day and are turning toward thriving. So we're all in. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I love the enthusiasm, and I definitely just want to agree. Your dad's legacy is here with you and the work that you're doing every day. So great. I'm excited to dive into some of those programs as well. Robert, you want to introduce yourself?
Certainly. Hi, I'm Robert Megley. I'm representing the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And within that, in the Department of Energy, I come from the Solar Energy Technologies Office. I have a background in entrepreneurship myself, and the Solar Energy Technologies Office funds research and development with the goal of improving the affordability, reliability, and really the domestic benefit for solar technologies on the grid. I personally have real enthusiasm around entrepreneurship education, particularly in helping students make the transition. First of all, deciding to be entrepreneurs. It's a daunting challenge. You know, so much of our educational system is aimed at getting a job and finding your niche in the work world. But entrepreneurship is a step beyond that. It's riskier in some sense, and you're going off on your own to create a structure within which other people will find jobs, but you're also creating products and a business and finding yourself in this ecosystem of businesses. How do we convince students that not only is entrepreneurship a viable path, but actually a very attractive and rewarding path? And so a couple of the projects that I've been working on in the Department of Energy focus on helping students in 2- and 4-year schools learn about entrepreneurship within the context of solar energy, and another that really fosters this applied aspect through my personal team. I work within the manufacturing and competitiveness team in the Solar Energy Technologies Office, and so our team is directly focused on helping people and projects make the transition from research into the marketplace. And so I really thank you, Amber, for the invitation, and happy to be here today.
Oh no, I'm thrilled, and I'm really excited to dive into it. And I think you kind of talked to it's important for every student to know how to be entrepreneurial and to recognize entrepreneurship as a viable and, like you said, very attractive pathway that we often don't talk about enough. So last but not least, Ruth, I'd love to welcome you to this panel and just have you provide a little bit of background on who you are and why entrepreneurship is important to you.
Well, thank you so much, Amber. First of all, it's just a pleasure to be here with everyone this morning. And I'm sorry I joined this group a little bit late, but I'm hoping that I can tell everyone a little bit about the I-Corps program. First, let me just give you my background. I am a program director at the National Science Foundation, trying not to use acronyms, Joe. The NSF, which you can see next to my name. And I've been at NSF actually a little over 12 years now. The first 10 years, I was an SBIR program director. And I joined the I-Corps program a little over 2 years ago. And it's just been a fabulous experience from start to finish here at NSF. Prior to coming to NSF, I was actually an entrepreneur myself. So I founded a company from a university position. I was a faculty member at North Carolina State University and founded a company in the genetic testing area and sold that business and then moved on to NSF. So it has really been a great and very rewarding experience being able to convey to others how to start businesses and how to get funding for those businesses. So it has really been great. Let me tell you now a little bit about the I-Corps program. So I-Corps is a fairly well-established program at NSF. We are celebrating our 10th anniversary, actually. And that term I-Corps is for Innovation Corps, which Amber said as she introduced me earlier, which is great, but we usually just call it I-Corps. And I-Corps is an entrepreneurial training program at its core. it is primarily aimed at scientists and engineers who would like to explore the commercial potential of their technology. So what we say is, if you've had no experience in entrepreneurship and you simply want to see whether the technology that you're developing has commercial potential, I-Corps is for you. It is really a very hands-on, experiential, immersive program where you actually take the technology you have and talk to what we call customers, but anyone in your industry ecosystem, to learn whether it solves the problem that you hope to solve and whether it has commercial potential. We've had about 2,500 teams go through our program, which now is a little bit over 5,000 participants. And of those 2,500 teams, about half of them have gone on to form companies. And those companies have gone on to raise now nearly $1 billion in private and public funding. So it has been a really great program, I think, to get entrepreneurs off the ground. And I think I-Corps really should be thought of as a very first step in that process if you are interested, and hope to be able to describe a little bit later how that could happen for you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. No, I'm excited. I'm aware of the I-Corps program, and I just think it has a lot of very good benefits for, like you said, folks that might not know that their innovation is can be commercialized. So yeah, we'll dive into that in a little bit later in the program. But Mark, I'm going to throw this over to you to set the stage. You kind of mentioned that we have an unprecedented amount of new businesses that have started. What is the role of entrepreneurship education right now at the federal government level, and why are we prioritizing it?
Absolutely. When appointed in this position, to have entrepreneurship education in the footprint was something that I regarded very enthusiastically and with a lot of energy and discipline, frankly. And I want to give credit to the team at the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. And certainly one of our offices is the Office of Entrepreneurship Education. So education is definitely key. And I'd like to really resonate with those small business owners, those entrepreneurs, those of you who are thinking of starting a business. I want to start with an example, because I think an example can really put this into your minds as so relevant if it's relatable. And so the example that I want to give, and I'm going to give the Cliff Notes version, is of Maria Rios. Maria Rios owns a company in Houston, Texas called Nation Waste Inc. It is a portable toilet and waste management company. And Maria came to El Salvador escaping civil strife. As a teenager, she did not know a word of English when she arrived. But there's an innate quality that she had, was to get educated. So she started performing very well, even though she was ridiculed for her accent and her bright clothes that she still wears today. And she's proud of it. But she went on to excel in high school. And then she got an opportunity with Houston Community College. So at a community college where she picked up some vocational trade studies, and she went on to attend the University of Houston, where it took her 10 years to get her undergraduate degree, because she was raising a family of 3 along with her husband. And so one of the courses that she had at the University of Houston introduced her to a waste management company, and she had to work through her college experience. And so she realized that she really loved it, that it struck her passion meter. And she coined a phrase. She said, "When I see waste, I see opportunity." So she started the lessons that she learned at HCC, Houston Community College, and the University of Houston. She took her business plan to the bank, and she had saved some money for those first 2 dump trucks. This was back over 21 years ago. So she recounts the time where the bankers asked for Mario Rios to sign the closing docs. And she was like, "I don't know who you're looking for, but my name is Maria and I'm the owner of this business." And so she got a successful loan and a line of credit to be able to start that business with 2 dump trucks. 50 dump trucks later, and becoming the first multi-million-dollar Latinx business owner in this space, Maria has continued to find those opportunities for education. I noticed that Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Initiative is part of your footprint here in terms of support. She's done that program. She's been involved with emerging leaders at the SBA, which is one of our programs at the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. She did the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Education Scaling Program, the Dartmouth program that really got her educated on more of the procurement and financial statement readiness. And all she's done today is she's on the National Women's Business Council here through the Small Business Administration. She's a procurement rock star, is a superstar in that space. She's partnering with IBM to literally revolutionize the safety industry by having patented the Fitbit for the construction helmet. And it all started with that premise of education, that if I have an opportunity, I'm going to get educated. In some cases, it's going to be complimentary and I'm all in. In some cases, I'm going to have to make it happen and get through those 10 years at the University of Houston. So that's what resonates with me from this seat in terms of entrepreneurship education and what we have at the SBA. So I think of those, one of those 5.4 million that is starting from the very beginning at point zero, and everybody has to start with zero annual gross revenue, right? It's at some point. But to look at the footprint of how are you going to establish and nurture that startup. And that's where our resource partners do an exceptional job with their different nuances, whether you're talking the Small Business Development Center, there's one in your area. If you're talking about the Women's Business Center, if you want to have a compatible, like-minded experience with women business owners, that might be the place for you. If you're seeking mentorship, that's where SCORE comes into account because they have over 10,000 volunteer mentors. So getting yourself I think it takes three things: a roadmap, but not only a roadmap, a compass, and then a plan. And so what we want to do here is establish that all those three tools. The roadmap is get started, get your business plan, get access to capital, knowledge networks, to people, to opportunities, to education. And then hopefully as you graduate toward that $250,000 mark, 250,000 in annual gross revenues, then hopefully you'll be eligible for our Emerging Leaders Program that can take you to a 6-month immersive experience, CEO type of training for founders and CEOs of their companies, and graduate from a program like that. And then potentially from there, you can matriculate into another program here at the SBA. Potentially, if you're a certifiable business, maybe it's working with our government contracting and business development unit and getting that certified experience to procure with the federal government. And perhaps that could lead to procurement opportunities with the municipal, county, and state. And oh, by the way, maybe that can help you get a corporate procurement scenario. And if not that, maybe you are looking at exporting and you can use our, leverage our Office of International Trade. You want to get digital and you go through our Office of Innovation. We had Bailey, I heard her wonderful remarks earlier, but there's accelerators, incubators in the space of the Office of Investment and Innovation. So we are all in to break silos here at the SBA. I hope you can hear it in my voice, but it all starts with a roadmap, a compass, and a plan.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so glad you shared that story. I think it's very powerful to use stories of successful entrepreneurs as an educational tool. You cannot be what you cannot see. And so I think it's important that we uplift the successful educational journeys of existing entrepreneurs as we're educating our emerging entrepreneurs. So with that note and the idea of a roadmap and kind of this journey of entrepreneurial learning, I'm going to start with Jessica, because I know that the Appalachian Regional Commission does a lot of work at the K-12 level around entrepreneurship education. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how ARC, and I'm going to say it because it's a little easier, Appalachian Regional Commission is prioritizing entrepreneurship education for youth.
Yeah, you're right. We do start a little more at the K-12 level with our entrepreneurship education, making sure, as Robert mentioned, people know this is a pathway. They have this idea, these entrepreneurial skills that are useful in all areas of life. And so we have two programs for middle school and high school students that really address that. We do a summer camp called the Appalachian STEM Academy at Oak Ridge National Lab with Oak Ridge Associated Universities. And most of that work is STEM research, but our middle school students really, we weave entrepreneurship into that. So as they're learning coding and some of this other stuff, they also have a pitch competition, and we're teaching them how to talk about what they're doing. And it's a week-long program, but we're hoping it whets their appetite for STEM and it whets their appetite for entrepreneurship. Our other program is the Appalachian Entrepreneurship Academy, which is for high school students. And it's a 2-week residential learning summer camp at Appalachian State University. And that program is really designed to take them through from ideation all the way through pitch. So we talk about design thinking, and they do like every skill and toolkit you can think about that you would do when you're teaching somebody how to be an entrepreneur. We take them through that. I saw Gene Colson in the chat earlier from EntreEd. He's one of our partners on that. And I'm going to plug it. Applications for both of those programs are open right now. So if you know students who are middle school or high school who are interested in STEM or entrepreneurship, I will drop the links in the chat. Please apply. The other thing we do, ARC is a grant making agency. That's the bulk of what we do is we provide grants to the region. And so that work, we do grant making in the entrepreneurship education space. And Amber, you guys at the Adventure Group are actually power grantees of ours that are working on entrepreneurship education in West Virginia. And if you want to talk a little bit about that, that's kind of how ARC is supporting education in the region beyond the programs that I run.
Sure. Yeah. And I'm happy to talk about that. I'm blessed to be an ARC grantee. And Gene Colson in the chat, if you wouldn't mind putting links for the academies, that would be great. But yes, so ARC has just been a really big advocate of entrepreneurship education. I've been working with Gene for the past 5 years on entrepreneurship education across 7 states to provide teacher training and direct support to students. And then our grant creates an entrepreneurship pathway with career and tech ed students. So just building that pipeline and increasing that awareness. And I love, Jessica, that you start at middle school because that's really where they form their career identities. And I think it's really relevant even in STEM programming so that they can come and work with the Ruths of the world through the I-Corps program. So perfect. I'm excited to kind of dive into those in a little bit. Now let's move up the continuum and let's go to 2-year and 4-year institutions and talk about what that looks like. So Robert, I know you hinted at that you have some programs at the 2-year and 4-year level. So do you want to highlight a little of those and tell us about why that population?
I sure would. Thank you, Amber. So I think it's very important that the continuum of entrepreneurship development, that entrepreneurship spirit, build on the sort of framework that Jessica has described at the K through 12 level, going forward as students progress in their education. And so with 2 different programs, first the Solar District Cup, and then I'll describe the MSRDC as well, we engage at the collegiate and junior college level to develop the students' approach, both in terms of learning how to create an idea, build a plan around that idea, do the engineering to develop the idea into some sort of a practical system of solutions, and then to pitch that idea, including the finance, including the engineering, and including the leadership structure. So this comes to a focus really in the first program I want to describe, which is called the Solar District Cup. The Solar District Cup encompasses today 65 schools and has grown since 2019 into a nationwide system of institutions that participate, fielding teams of students that will take on what's called a district use case. The program provides across the country district use cases that are geographically related to the students. The district use case might be a set of university buildings. This year we've got a national lab that include energy features, energy demands that need to be solved. And obviously, since solar is in the name, we're trying to use a solar energy approach to provide that solution. And this year, we do solar and storage, which is, I think, a growing trend nationally. And students will analyze the situation that's provided in the data, and then they'll determine what energy solutions they would like to pitch or design as a potential approach to solving that problem. That will include different features like parking garages, buildings, data centers, different demands, including, for instance, 24/7 requirements and resiliency. So it provides a project for the students to understand not just the basics of what kind of solar panels or what kind of battery would be necessary, but also working with the energy demands, the engineering, and the logistics of how to actually set this up, what the costs are, what the cost considerations might break down to be, and then how to create this as a viable framework in a competitive landscape of other students' teams within the district, and ultimately a pitch that not only goes at the district level, but then the pitch competition is among all of the district level winners. So it provides a comprehensive way for students to learn about solar energy at the larger scale, looking at each team you could think of as its own little company, and it gives the students the skills that are becoming incredibly important as we begin to decarbonize the nation. Now I'm going to turn my attention over to the other program, which is abbreviated as MSRDC. MSRDC is basically the minority. I want to make sure I want to make sure I get the acronym right here. So it is the MSI STEM, Minority Serving Institution, STEM Research and Development Consortium. MSRDC is a science and technology research partnership that the Department of Energy is participating in through the Solar Energy Technology Office. This program is designed to really motivate students in science and engineering to come up with specific project solutions to challenges that we in CETO have presented the students across the various teams within CETO. So you might imagine, go ahead, I'm sorry.
What is CETO? Just remind me.
Yes, the Solar Energy Technology Office within the Department of Energy. That's basically the office responsible for providing solar solutions for decarbonizing the grid, if you will. So trying to avoid the acronym soup as much as possible. The various areas within the projects that we're soliciting, that we're working with students in the MSRDC, that is at this point 60 participating institutions. So very comparable in size and scope to the previous project and program, but split between the 5 main areas within the Solar Energy Technology Office. So there's photovoltaic, hardware performance reliability, there's energy resilience in communities, there's reducing the non-hardware costs in solar, there's manufacturing and competitiveness, which is very near and dear to my heart, and then there's concentrated solar thermal power technology. So these areas are different aspects of the way solar energy can be deployed. Within the set of projects that I'm working directly with, we're looking for the science and engineering teams from the schools, the groups to be proposing basically 2 things. One are practical solutions that can be manufactured and deployed as products. And another is an overall competitiveness vision for how one particular emerging technology called perovskite solar basically looks at the world from a benchmarking perspective in terms of costs, research and development, and how that's approached from a worldwide competitiveness perspective. So as you see, these 2 programs look at really an ecosystem, that being what entrepreneurs need, the kind of skills that students need to become entrepreneurs, both in terms of understanding the ecological niche in the world, the specific competitive niche within a district among the competing teams, as well as specific technological solutions that need to be viable in that competitive landscape. So I think both of these programs really illustrate how we can go from a K through 12 basis that Jessica had described into the larger 2- and 4-year institutional approach where students come out the other end of the pipe ready to be entrepreneurs with real world skills that they can compete at a worldwide level.
Absolutely. And I love that you touched on how you make them locally relevant. Like that's something that we really talk about, is making entrepreneurship education local, making it not just about the unicorns of Silicon Valley, but making it be something that you can see yourself doing. And also this idea of project-based learning, right? Like that is the best way. You cannot just be an entrepreneur by reading a textbook. You really have to experience that. I see you, and then I'm going to give it to Bridget because I have a question for her. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say that, honestly, teamwork is also an important consideration. There's very few companies out there that are just a single entity that, we all work through teams. And so I think that's another key premise. And I couldn't agree with you more about, regional. And you mentioned unicorns. They're incredibly rare, of course. And the vast majority of successful companies at any size started out as a relatively small team. And you don't have to be a unicorn to be a successful entrepreneur. They're great, but there are plenty of small and medium-sized companies out there that are competing effectively in the marketplace, providing jobs and security and ultimately building the future.
Absolutely. And I think it's important that we provide those examples to students. So they're not just seeing those unicorns and thinking, oh man, that's just not accessible to me. So Bridget, now we're boots on the ground. We've made it through middle school, high school, 2-year and 4-year. Now we're with SCORE, where we're interested in starting a business, or we have, and we need some further education. Can you talk a little bit about SCORE's programs? And I know when we chatted previously, you mentioned some new professional development tools you are using. So love for you to highlight those.
Absolutely. And I love these programs and how they're, getting people ready to pursue entrepreneurship for their entire life, if that's something that they choose. And knowing that there are these resources out there is one of the best steps, but having someone help you walk through and figure out which resource or resources is right for you. That's one of the things that SCORE mentors can do, because all of these are fantastic. And to help know, okay, yes, like let's go and get this SBA loan, or let's go to this I-Corps program, whatever it is that makes sense for the entrepreneur that a SCORE mentor is meeting with. That's what we see our job to do, is to navigate through these complicated and, a lot of these resources. The other thing is that we make sure we understand what the entrepreneur's goals are, because what we say at SCORE is our client success is our success. Not everyone necessarily wants to go and, sell their company for millions and millions of dollars. If you do, that's great, and we will help you do that. But some people want to be the pizza shop on the corner or the hair salon. And so those are things that we can help with as well. And in terms of education, the mentoring is really one-on-one personalized education. And there are entrepreneurs that learn in various ways. So we make sure that we provide educational tools for the entire life cycle of a business, for someone looking to start, to the first 6 quarters, to people 20 years in business who are looking to add jobs. SCORE has weekly live webinars that we do that are on topics that entrepreneurs tell us they want to learn more about. So everything from social media, e-commerce, exporting, to business plans. We do those with experts with that been there, done that knowledge. I mean, these people are the ones that have done it, made the mistakes, and want you all to learn so that you don't make those mistakes moving forward. And what we're seeing in terms of education and trends in this entrepreneur space is, there are topics that always matter, right? Funding, marketing, how do I attract and retain clients? Those are there. There are a ton of information. Go to score.org to check that out. Thank you, Joe, for dropping the link. And there are things that we are seeing since this pandemic too. Disaster prep and recovery is huge. So SCORE has a small business resilience hub on the website that you can look at, because unfortunately, entrepreneurs are so busy that they don't always take the time to plan for disasters until it strikes. So if you can take the time to work with a mentor, plan that out, then put it in a drawer. You don't have to look at it again, maybe check it out once a year, but then you're ready and you can pivot. And that's something that we've seen time and again, this resiliency of entrepreneurs, looking at the educational materials that we, the SBA, others have, and being able to pivot and stay open. The other that we're seeing now, it's referred to, you hear it as the Great Resignation or whatever it is, but workforce. How are small business owners in particular retaining their employees and attracting the right employees? And that's where education has come into play for the business owner. That professional development, Amber, that you were speaking about. How can we learn what the employees want for your business and help develop them and help them be even, better and more productive employees for you? So SCORE is working with entrepreneurs to help learn that, create programs, and make sure that it's customized to attract and retain the right employees for whatever small business is out there. There's a ton of new ways to learn. I mean, peer-to-peer learning. I mean, we're doing it here. I'm learning from all of you. On-demand learning, little micro bites of learning. And those are things that we can help encourage entrepreneurs to do and to incorporate in their businesses, but also help them to learn and continue to grow and become better at what they do, because no one can do the talent or the skill that they do, but not everyone can do cash flow, business planning, things like that. And that's what we're here to help with.
Awesome. I think it's so interesting that you talk about like the importance of entrepreneurs that are in existing businesses taking time to learn. And we had a great panel on Monday afternoon with the first Black female founder from Alabama to get over $1 million in venture capital, Ashley Amons of Mixtros. And she was talking about how it's so important that you don't just work in your business, you work on your business. And I don't think there's a better way to I-Corps than that idea, because the I-Corps program, you have these brilliant innovators that have incredible technologies. I mentor a group of high school students that are working on a virtual reality idea that they cannot explain to me because they're so brilliant. And so I just was wondering if you could talk about the I-Corps program and how it supports these just innovative minds and really making their idea tangible. So
great. Well, there are really several things I want to say, and I hope I don't confuse people. But first of all, I'm kind of at the other end of the spectrum. At NSF, our program we call the national program, and we're more focused on graduate students and postdocs, and sometimes undergraduates as well, and the faculty members that support them in their efforts to want to commercialize their technologies. However, I do want to say that NSF also funds regional programs. We've done this, right from the beginning of the program. And we're actually in I'll call it an expansion of that regional activity at the moment. We kind of gave our regional programs funny names, so I apologize for that. We call the first programs nodes and sites, and now we call our new programs hubs. So I apologize for kind of the funny names, but originally there were 99 sites and 9 nodes, and we just added 5 new hubs to the program, and we hope to add more hubs. So those programs really work with a regional focus, and they have a little bit more flexibility than we do in the national programs. They often work with entrepreneurs that do not have an affiliation with a university, so that's a possibility for you. And I often call them kind of an introduction to I-Corps. They are there to really support you and to help you understand what I-Corps is like, and to really help you get your businesses off the ground in a really positive way. Many of the regional participants, again, who are not eligible for the national program because they're not at a university, I often recommend that they take the regional course, then go on and apply to the SBIR program, because the SBIR program will give them their first money, their first bit of capital. And if you're not familiar with the SBIR program, first, I always like to brag and just tell you that SBIR was also invented at NSF 40 years ago, believe it or not, 40 years ago by program director at NSF. and spread to 11 federal agencies. Congress has been enthusiastic about this program. And at NSF, for example, we probably fund earlier than any other agency. And you could obtain ultimately up to $2 million in equity-free funding to get your company off the ground. That's pretty significant these days. And this program is probably more important than it was 40 years ago when it was first invented at NSF. But I-Corps is the kind of the predecessor to that. That is, you will do a much better job at getting that funding if you go through I-Corps first, and you have really now the start on validating your business model for the technology that you're developing. And I think the regional programs are really terrific at giving you a start at that. And if you are a university affiliated team, you may want to say, oh, I'd like more of this. I'd like a more intense program. That's what the national program is all about. And also, if your pathway is through the SBIR program, I also started a couple of years ago an all SBIR I-Corps training program for companies that are just getting off the ground. So both are possibilities for you, and really encourage you to look at those regional programs as a starting point. I'm going to put in the chat the link to the NSF website, but it doesn't have too much information about our regional programs. We're just updating our website to include that now. If you need more information, feel free to contact me and I will get you in touch with the right regional program as well.
Perfect. Thank you. So our middle school students going to go to the STEM program, and then they're going to go to the high school entrepreneurship program. Then they're going to go to Robert's 2-year and 4-year programs. They're going to get into their postdoc program, Ruth, with you, and then they're going to go to SBIR. So
graduate student, postdoc, sometimes undergrads. I mean, it's, there are extraordinary students out there, as Robert knows.
And then Bridget's going to get them to a place where they can get to you, and they're going to go global. So perfect.
That's what we'd like. That's what we'd like.
That's what we like. Right? That's what that interagency collaboration is all about. So Mark, I want to throw it back to you, because you just told a powerful story about, this woman founder who got amazing access through education. But we know that it's not always easy for people to approach entrepreneurship education or feel like that it's accessible to them. So how can we prioritize recruitment to people that need it? And what does that look like?
That's an excellent question, because access is always so important. So I'm just honored that I always have examples to talk about. We're talking about veteran-owned businesses. I know their names. I know businesses of names of rural entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses and small businesses in Indian country and LGBT businesses. And so that's what I bring to the table is groundwork and terrain, and that terrain knowledge. And so with the advent of the Community Navigator pilot program, I'm just going to talk about one sector that we're making sure that access is available. And I'm talking about small businesses in Indian country. I just recently, last week, visited the wonderful state of Wisconsin and was in Madison for a conference and spoke with several of our community navigators that are involved with the Community Navigator pilot program as a grantee and as spokes, meaning they're the community relevant groups that are connecting in a culturally competent way with the small business owners on the ground. We were talking about 8 counties in northern Wisconsin that are rural. So broadband access is an issue. Also having people and boots on the ground is a major issue. So because of this program and the funding that was made available, I literally heard it from the source's mouth. This is going to be a game changer. This is going to be the kind of access that these folks have not seen ever before in these rural counties. We're going to combat the broadband access, and we're going to rely on some of the infrastructure programs that are coming out. With increased capacity, we're going to be able to go to these areas that have, until this point, been invisible. And so it's important for us to really dissect what access means. And in this case, it comes down to just some folks don't even have access to any type of Wi-Fi or broadband. And so think about all these businesses that through no fault of their own during COVID-19 had to pivot and had to become more familiar with virtual meetings. But what if some people didn't even have that option? So you're in a pandemic and don't have access to these virtual seminars. So that is what we're addressing. That's one example with small businesses in Indian country. And this is not a duplicated service. I mean, the services that are provided by our wonderful resource partners, this is an ad, but this is one example where these businesses need to start with just the very basic, and it's not a handout, it's a hand up. And hopefully they, based upon their circumstances, can then decide, you know, is SCORE an option for me? Am I a Native American business? I'm a woman-owned business, and I'm interested in that 8A firm, which is a certification program here that aids you to procure with the federal government. You know what, I'm going to that Women's Business Center that's located in South Dakota, and I feel more comfortable there. Or it might be, gosh, you know what, that Small Business Development Center, after this work with the Community Navigator and the footprint of the awareness of the SBA programming, including education, I am gonna go consult that Small Business Development Center that has a specialty in cybersecurity, because I feel threatened and I don't like feeling that way. And so I think this is part of the footprint of access that we're working through. And it is honoring, because Administrator Guzman says this all the time. It's a drop in the bucket. All of us, the number of small businesses, the millions that we're serving now, is a drop in the bucket to the 32.5 million that are currently there. You add 5.4 million in new business applications. You add all these folks that, through no fault of their own during the pandemic, said, you know what? This is my baby, my business, but I need help. I need help. And they came to a resource. It could have been the federal government, and maybe they qualified for funding and maybe they didn't. What now? They're intrigued. They're intrigued that there is support, that they can go about with trusted partners to have the faith and the trust to go seek more help. So with that said, we need to support these businesses. Administrator Guzman calls them the giants of our economy, and they are that. When you take a look at, supporting almost half of America's jobs. So that access point that you're talking about, Amber, it all starts right there. And if we can build confidence to those that don't have the access or the perception that they don't have access and help them out, it will be a multiplier effect. We can create millions of Maria Rioses, because at some point she felt the same way. I don't know the language. I don't know how I'm going to go into a male-dominated industry, and I'm a business owner of color. Literally, people laughed at Maria in the beginning every single day, and she kept going. She kept going because she kept getting herself educated. She kept working through the access challenges, and now it's Teflon. She still gets that, but she just keeps doing her job. And like I said, she's creating a device that will revolutionize the safety industry. And it's a woman in a male-dominated industry. How powerful is that? But break it down to where she first started. It was all about that access.
100%. And I'd like, Bridget to speak to this, because SCORE is about mentorship, and the power one mentor can do for you in terms of access to education is vital. So Bridget, do you want to build on that at all?
Sure, thank you. And the Community Navigator program is such a great program, and SCORE is working with a lot of those who did receive those applications to help with our mentoring and education, to supplement, because once they do reach into those underserved communities, we want to be there to help support with our mentors and our education. And one of the things we've seen too, through the people we do serve, 60% women, 46% minority, we see that there are unique needs, that these different types of business owners have different needs. So we've started to create the SCORE for All program, which speaks to, financial literacy for some, access to broadband for others, whatever those unique needs are that our small business owners are telling us, to help ramp up that education, to help provide that hand up and level the playing field, so that we can make sure every person who wants to own a business has access to those resources and the education needed to succeed.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, one of the reasons we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week to expand its scope was this focus on inclusion and making sure that everyone had access to these resources and this education. I know we're coming up to the top of the hour, so I'm going to throw this last question out. I'm not going to assign it, but I want to talk a little bit about the importance of parent and caregiver education and how a lot of times, Jessica, I'm speaking from the Appalachian region, parents and the caregivers of children have a very big influence on the careers that students see themselves going into. And my father was an entrepreneur, but I didn't recognize him as that until I got into this space. I always just said, oh, my dad's just a carpenter. So does anybody want to speak to the importance of messaging that we provide in this space to young people that starts with their first teacher is their parent or their caregiver? So anybody want to jump in there and then we'll wrap up the panel?
Well, I'd certainly like to say a few words about that if I could jump in for sure. And that's the world of the future is the world of our children. And the most important thing that a parent can do is to teach inquisitiveness and flexibility in mind. First and foremost, opening a child up to the whole wealth of possibilities that might happen. In my personal case, it was my father giving me a love of science fiction and my mother telling me, always be your own boss. And I suspect that is behind that entrepreneurship that drove me and has driven so many of my colleagues. I'd be interested to see when anybody else has had similar messaging from their parents.
I'll jump in here if that's okay. I mentioned earlier in my introduction that I got similar messaging from my grandparents. So I do think that's very important. I will say one thing specifically from what the work we do in Appalachia, and I don't know if this is true in lots of rural communities or it's just true in Appalachia, expanding definitions of things so people see themselves in it. So we work really hard in all of our programming to have, I put in the chat, we have examples of entrepreneurs from all of our states and all of our communities so people can see that, so students can see that in their own communities. But expanding, making sure we expand what we talk about, that entrepreneurship could be addressing a community need and like wastewater treatment or, there's all kinds of things that are entrepreneurship, carpenters, electricians, that's all entrepreneurship. It's not necessarily tech. It's not always the unicorn. It's not always Silicon Valley, that this happens in your community. And that's really important for us because rural communities struggle with brain drain. We have all of these great programs we're talking about here. And, students get into that and they go from us to Robert, to Ruth, to Bridget, and then do they come back? And so making sure they see successful entrepreneurs in their rural community is a great way to keep those communities thriving. And so we try really hard from a parent perspective, but just from a general perspective to say, this is a much broader definition than maybe you're thinking about it as entrepreneur. It's not necessarily Facebook or TikTok or like whatever the kids are really into. It can just be your local ice cream shop or the guy who changes your tires. Like that's entrepreneurship too. And that's really valid.
And absolutely. And I think, it's one thing, parents my mama didn't want me to move away. So if I would have been introduced to entrepreneurship before I got my degree, maybe I could have stayed and made you know what I mean? Like there's that whole element of you want your young ones to stay by you. And I think that nurturing that, and also entrepreneurship is a very scary word. It's long, it's really hard to spell. So just talk about it and get people comfortable with it. I do want to just say thank you. We are at the top of the hour and we have to transition, but thank you. This has been such a good conversation. We're so appreciative of all the resources that you shared. And just, I'm excited about the future of entrepreneurship because of this work that you all are doing. Joe, anything you want to say here?
No, thank you for all of the work that you do day in and day out for entrepreneurs all across the country. It's probably some of the most important work. It keeps us competitive across the United States and globally. So thank you. Thank you
so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So we're going to be transitioning here in just a second to our next panel, a roadmap to federal resources for every entrepreneur.
Yes. So I'm going to get my panelists pinned, and just so you know, all the attendees, please stay on. It'll start here in just a couple minutes, but we are going to make sure that you all know Kyle, Jackie, Elizabeth, and Henry, I'll get you pinned here.
Yeah, please come to the virtual stage.
See if your video and your audio are working properly.
Great.
Go down the list. Kyle, there's Elizabeth.
Super excited about this panel and some great resources and conversations. Amber, how you doing? You all right?
Yeah.
Good. Great job.
Good.
Great.
Thank you. I think it's a great segue. This next panel coming up talks about resources and accessibility, and the last one was on education. So it's a great little connection here. So we're going to do a quick video. You have about 2 minutes if you need to grab water. Does anybody want to check audio just to make sure we can hear you okay?
Yeah, let's just do a quick audio
Fantastic.
check.
How's my audio?
Good.
All right,
good.
okay.
You hear
And
everybody?
I'm here too.
Yeah.
Jackie.
Can you
And
hear
I
me all
saw-
right, Elizabeth Doherty?
Yes.
Perfect.
And I saw Ruth Schumann in the other panel toward the end. I wasn't part of that panel, but I'm assuming that she may be sharing some of the same resources. She does the I-Corps program, but we're in the same group with an NSF.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Perfect.
We have different attendees that come in, and it's good to reinforce resources that are available. So
Not only that, but the NSF got a bunch of shout outs in the first panel. So there is a hunger and a thirst for the information.
Hard act to follow.
Yeah,
I think it's because it's Ruth. She always does a great job.
Yeah, no, this is great. Really good stuff for sure. Just as a reminder, please try to avoid, I had to correct some folks because somebody said the NSF, and I had to remind people to please not use acronyms or what did I call it? Vegetable alphabet soup.
yeah. We'll try. Actually, Joe will call you out. I will try to say it nicely. Joe will interrupt. Don't say that. All right.
Anything else coming up in terms of themes that we should be thinking about in your other sessions?
Equity and access came up in both, making sure that we can get folks to the table that need to have those resources. So I'll drop a couple other notes in the chat, but we're going to go ahead and kick things off. So welcome everyone to our third of 6 panels today. We're going to be talking about how to get started, a roadmap to federal resources for every entrepreneur. So these are free, accessible resources or programs that have opportunities for any entrepreneur to get started working with the federal government. We have a really great panel of speakers lined up today. I do want to show a quick introductory video about National Entrepreneurship Week, and then we will dive right in and I'll have them introduce themselves.
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Capp.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft. Whoops.
5 years.
Give me one quick second. I've done it so good today. Okay.
While you're teeing that up, I just want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to the support team and everybody who's working behind the scenes, not just from our side, but also from each of the agencies. There's a lot of work that's gone into this. And so while you're teeing that up, just a quick thank you. Shout out to Jennifer, to Tina, to Bill, and to all of the support folks at each of the agencies who help make today possible and every day possible for entrepreneurs. So Amber, back over to you.
Thank you.
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Capp.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft.
5 years ago, we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week, a congressionally chartered annual event to support and uplift America's new business startups. Originally founded in 2006, National Entrepreneurship Week takes place every year during the 3rd week of February.
All across the United States, from Maui to Miami to Maine and everywhere in between, America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant and thriving. National Entrepreneurship Week celebrates the unmatched, innovative American spirit that has brought to life amazing products and services and includes a beautiful tapestry of diverse entrepreneurs.
During the week, you'll hear from a host of United States federal agencies as they share information on their entrepreneurship and small business programs. You'll also hear from a nationwide network of partners, including entrepreneurial educators, ecosystem builders, and most importantly, entrepreneurs from all walks of life as they participate in the excitement of National Entrepreneurship Week.
Join in celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week by organizing an event in your local community, listening in on one of our national webinars, or participating in our annual social media campaign.
There has never been a better time to start a new business, and we challenge you to unleash your ideas into action during National Entrepreneurship Week.
National Entrepreneurship Week is made possible by contributions from an array of generous partners. Views and opinions expressed in National Entrepreneurship Week programs are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of National Entrepreneurship Week, its agents, or any U.S. government agency. Any agency's participation or support is not an endorsement of any product, service, or entity. All liability with respect to any recommendations are hereby expressly disclaimed.
Great. So, I like to say that the panelists on these programs really speak for themselves. So I would be doing a disservice if I introduced you. I'd rather have you all introduce yourself and talk about your work at the different agencies that you represent. And also, if you could answer the question, why entrepreneurship personally to you? So I'm going to kick things off with Elizabeth, if you wouldn't mind welcoming us to the panel.
Thank you, Amber. And it is such a pleasure to be here today with my fellow panelists celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week. I should also point out that it is National Innovation Day as well. So what better day to celebrate inventors, innovators, and entrepreneurs who really are changing the fabric of our nation, changing our world. My name is Elizabeth Doherty. I'm a 30-year veteran of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, and I currently serve my agency as the Eastern Regional Outreach Director, which is really just a very long way of saying that I help people. My team and I specifically help stakeholders that are positioned on the East Coast, but my work is mirrored by regional offices located in Detroit, Denver, Dallas, and San Jose. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is one of the nation's oldest federal agencies, starting our work in 1790 with the issuance of the first U.S. patent. Why is entrepreneurship so important to me? It's important to me because I have the pleasure of working with entrepreneurs every day and seeing how entrepreneurship changes their lives as individuals, changes the lives of people in their communities, and changes, in fact, our nation and our world. There's so many fabulous people that are working in this world of the innovation ecosystem that there's too many to count. However, just to give a shout out to a couple of my favorite, I'd call out Gabby Goodwin. Gabby Goodwin is a young woman who is just now going to high school, and she is in fact going to a high school that is dedicated to entrepreneurship. Now, is that remarkable? It is in and of itself, but she began her path as an entrepreneur at age 7 when she created her company, Gabby's Bows, a whole line of hair care products for young African American women. So she, in fact, in going to this high school, should be helping to teach entrepreneurship. And she's just one of many examples of men, women, diverse individuals that can participate in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. My agency is committed to helping inventors, innovators, and entrepreneurs of all walks of life. And I'm so excited to be on this panel and to have the opportunity to share some of the many resources and initiatives being brought forward by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to help each and every one of you. So Amber, Joe, thank you for all of your hard work in bringing us together today. Thank you for making this a national initiative, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. We're really excited to talk about intellectual property. It can be one of the most challenging concepts for entrepreneurs. And so I think your work really does debunk some of those challenges, and we're going to dive into that in a little bit. So Henry, do you mind introducing yourself, talking a little bit about your role and why entrepreneurship for you personally?
Sure, thank you. So my name is Henry An. I'm one of the program directors at NSF, National Science Foundation. I work with the SBIR STTR program, and it'll be a mouthful to say the full, whatever the acronym stands for. So if you can just remember, SBIR STTR program is a seed funding program for mainly for technology-based companies in the country. Why is it important? Well, I think I've worked with many entrepreneurs over many years, and I think in some ways entrepreneurship kind of became part of my life. And my current work within the SBIR STTR program, it is a seed funding program, and NSF puts heavy emphasis on seed funding. So this means that we are pretty much coming in at a very early stage as companies get started and as inventors and entrepreneurs try to get the company to the next level. It's generally too early for any of the private investors to be interested in coming in and providing funding for the company to grow or the technology to advance. So this is a point where we come in and we try to provide this funding for entrepreneurs. Phase 1 going up to $275,000, phase 2 going up to $1 million. And our hope is that by utilizing this funding, that entrepreneurs will be able to de-risk the technology sufficiently and enable them to continue to grow the business by being able to raise that money. So just bridging that gap between in the funding continuum from self-funded or friends and family funded to the third-party investments to help the company to grow. And because this is such an important funding program for entrepreneurs to advance technology-based economy in the country, I think it does become a very important part of this whole entrepreneurship.
I definitely agree. And we talk about the SBIR, STTR funding in our first panel of the day, and then we talked again about it at 1:30 with some agencies. So I'm excited to also highlight some of the resources that are available to support individuals that are interested in those funding. And I think that's a great segue, Kyle, to your work and how you are focused on getting support to innovators and ideators in the space of energy. So do you mind introducing yourself and talking a little bit about why entrepreneurship?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Amber and Joe, for organizing this event. I'm Kyle Fricker. I'm with the Department of Energy Solar Energy Technology Office within the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Division. A lot of words there, don't worry so much about that, but I work on the manufacturing and competitiveness team within the solar office, and we are focused on early stage innovation and supporting entrepreneurs, and also have connections across DOE to a lot of other groups that are working on similar topics in different technology verticals. So what do? We help nurture entrepreneurs and ideas from the earliest stages. So we've even seen some ideas in our prize programs come in on napkins to more later stage prototypes, business plans, and we also work in the kind of like scaling up spaces. But overall, like we're all about accelerating the commercialization of energy technologies and businesses. And so we have a number of different funding programs that support these efforts that kind of run the gamut, the continuum from the earliest stages that I mentioned to more later stages to meet entrepreneurs where they are at. And we also, see a strong role for our office in nurturing the innovation ecosystem and coordinating innovation networks to help support entrepreneurs of all stripes, that are interested in aligning with our mission. And we're not just talking about the like super high tech spaces. We're also looking at business innovations that help drive down the cost of solar for all Americans to partake. And yeah, so why am I personally interested in entrepreneurship? So it is actually personal. I have experience as an entrepreneur before I joined DOE about 7 years ago, or Department of Energy 7 years ago. I saw a problem and attempted to solve it. I was living in New York City, renting an apartment, and saw people adopting rooftop solar and saw that I couldn't do that personally. So developed a company that tried to help connect people like me with projects in their local communities that they could invest in. Ultimately, we got beat by a different business model. For those who may be aware, it's called community solar. We can get into that at a later date. But I had firsthand experience through that process of how tough it can be, also how rewarding it can be to be an entrepreneur, and how difficult some of the federal programs are to navigate. I personally unsuccessfully applied to the Department of Energy SBIR program. So have that on my resume. So on the other side, working at DOE, I'm really grateful I get to engage with and support entrepreneurs from where I sit, explore new opportunities and help to basically help support the many entrepreneurs we need to join forces to work towards the president's goals of decarbonization. And then the last thing I'll say is, is I think there is a role for those who, maybe have that entrepreneurial spirit, but want to work within larger institutions like government institutions at state or federal levels. They sometimes call that entrepreneurship. But we have kind of fostered that community within the Department of Energy in terms of like pitching new ideas for projects and programs, engaging stakeholders, customers, in their design, and ultimately launching those programs within, what is a very large bureaucratic agency. So I think there's many flavors of entrepreneurship that I'm excited about. I'll end it there.
No, thank you. And I love that you gave the experience as being an entrepreneur and having that experience of failure. We just talked about an entrepreneurship education panel, and that's the biggest challenge sometimes for entrepreneurs is they hit a roadblock and they give up. So I appreciate that you talked about that and that you are now with the DOE working on inspiring entrepreneurs to persevere through that. So thank you. And last but not least, Jackie, welcome back. Always great to have USDA Rural Development. USDA is U.S. Department of Agriculture. I am being bad about acronyms today. Joe's probably like, Amber, do you mind introducing yourself and telling us a little, there he popped up to yell at me. So do you mind introducing yourself and a little bit about your work and why entrepreneurship is important to you?
Happy to. I'm Jackie Ponte-Lazarek. I am with the Department of Agriculture in a mission area called Rural Development. And our mission is to improve the quality of life in rural America, right? Whether that's an individual homeowner or a business or a community facility. We provide loans and grants and technical assistance and capacity building and partnerships around anything you can build from the ground up in a rural area. Infrastructure, broadband, all of those things that are necessary for an entrepreneur to build off of in a rural area. And we, like everyone here, when you talk about, why I'm interested in this, I came to rural development. I'm a 31-year federal public servant. I left a job that I loved to go to USDA Rural Development, to go to a place where I could have a real tangible impact. It's one of the things I love about rural development is that we can actually affect the lives of individuals, communities, and make things better. Why we care about rural entrepreneurship, it's because we care about rural America and what it produces has an impact on the national economy. We know that. Rural America is a great place to live and work and play. We want to encourage as much growth and prosperity in rural America as possible. And that starts with rural entrepreneurs. I think too, one of the things that has been the core of my work in federal service has been just demystifying the government process. There's nothing more frustrating than attempting to use government resources and it feels like a Rubik's Cube, right? Somebody's created a puzzle and then you can get to whatever you're looking for as long as you can figure out how to line everything up exactly the way that agency wants. So we work very hard in our innovation center to try to improve the way that we communicate with our customers, the programs and services that we offer, and really just try to make it easier and more equitable for people to access our programs and to use them to grow their businesses.
Awesome. Thank you, Jackie. And I believe we have a video from USDA. Do you want me to go ahead and show that now? Is that okay?
I think that would be great. We have one example of a great entrepreneur company in Panetta, Florida, Serenity Acres Farm. Wayne and Julia Shocek are one of our companies that we've assisted. And so we wanted to share this with you because they can give you a better feel for how USDA can help than I can ever.
Okay, and so we're gonna show this and then we'll dive into questions for the rest of the panel, okay?
Hi, I'm Julia Shocek. I am the owner of Serenity Acres Farm, and we are located in Panetta, Florida. We are a animal welfare approved goat dairy. We're a family farm that I run with my husband. We got started about 11 years ago. We moved up from South Florida. The goat's milk from the supermarket tasted horribly, so we decided to get our own goats, just for a little bit of free fresh milk, and that's how we got started. We got an email from our extension office, and they were talking about the Value Added Producer Grant in it, and then I went to the website to check it out, and I thought that was something that could apply to us. We did utilize the office in Lake City, which is about an hour away, and we also utilize USDA. It's actually an online course from USDA, and that was a tremendous help because it gave very practical tips and hints on how to fill out the grant application and what to do and what not to do, and how to make it easy for actually the grant reviewers to read the grant. And that was immensely helpful. What we wanted to do was get professional packaging, professional branding and labeling for the entire line. And we went to some consultants or professional companies that do that had designed other soap packaging that we really liked, and we got a quote, and it was way beyond our means. And that is exactly one of the area that the Value Added Producer Grant applies for, and so the USDA grant helped us with that.
Awesome. So I should say I grew up on a rural farm. Hold on one second. Not that I don't enjoy having background music, but I grew up on a rural farm with goats, and that was not my experience. Those things were very difficult for me individually, but thank you. I think that really speaks to it. And, I think sometimes the power of storytelling itself is a resource, and being able to share the stories of entrepreneurs that have worked with agencies and kind of what they've experienced. So Jackie, thank you for that. I think it really kicks us off for what will be a very rewarding panel. I do want to start, Elizabeth, on your side around resources that are available. Intellectual property can be really tricky, and I think a lot of people don't realize sometimes the things that they can protect. So could you talk a little bit about the resources available at your agency and what that looks like?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. And Amber, you said it yourself in the introduction. It's so important that we demystify the process. And particularly, we hear all too often from small business owners that protecting their intellectual property is a rainy day project. It's that project that they're going to do when they get around to it, when they have more time, more money, a better understanding of it. Because so many of us have these misconceptions, either misinformation or misunderstandings about intellectual property. And so that's one reason our agency, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, is so excited to participate today, because intellectual property protection is in fact something that should be part of everyone's business strategy. And it should be part of your business strategy from the very inception of the idea of creating and starting and building and growing a business. The word of caution that we have is also that sometimes by delaying and protecting your intellectual property, you can in fact be precluding yourself from protecting your intellectual property. 4 basic forms of intellectual property: patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secrets. In any business endeavor, you may be creating one or multiple forms of intellectual property. In fact, building an intellectual property portfolio, which provides value, which creates value in your business. But you need to know what each one is, how they are distinguished from one another, and how they interplay together. To that, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office wants to be seen as an agency of communication and collaboration. We don't want to be seen as that black box agency where you throw in a patent application or throw in a trademark application and sit back and hold your breath and hope for the best. We are there to assist our inventors, innovators, and entrepreneurs in securing their intellectual property protection. And we do so through a variety of means. First and foremost, for those who are just getting started, I always encourage people to start with our website. Now, I will say our website is so rich with resources, it can be a little bit difficult to navigate, but Rest assured, we're working on that every day of the week to make it more user-friendly, to make the content easier to find. We've actually, in fact, stood up a new entrepreneurs page to our website, which is kind of a one-stop shop to find things for those of you who are creating a startup and just getting your feet wet in intellectual property. So I'd encourage you to start there. With respect to some of the specific resources that I want to be sure and call out today, I'd be remiss if I didn't share with you that there is a nationwide patent pro bono program. There are state or regional patent pro bono programs covering all of the 50 states. These programs are there to help financially under-resourced inventors bring inventions to the commercialization. We are there through these programs to help people who don't have the financial means to do it on their own. There's also law school clinics located across the nation that are doing the same work in both patents and trademarks, providing access to intellectual property for either free or very low cost entry into the system. We also across the nation have what we call our Patent and Trademark Resource Centers, or our PTRCs. It's a network of over 80 libraries that have a librarian or more than one librarian who is gifted in patent and trademark searching. Because if you've got that idea for a commercial product or for your branding, we just heard it in Serenity Farms, the importance of developing her packaging and her branding to distinguish her source of goods and services from others, that can be so important. So these patent and trademark resource centers have librarians to help you in conducting a patent or trademark search as you begin the process of trying to protect your intellectual property. Those are just some of the many resources we have available. We have an Inventor's Assistance Center, we have a Trademark Assistance Center, and again, as I mentioned in my introduction, our regional offices located across the nation. I could easily take up this entire hour, but I want to be respectful to my colleagues on this panel. So I'm going to stop there, but if the opportunity presents itself, I'll certainly share more throughout our conversation today.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I do want to do a quick plug. We put together a one-pager thanks to Elizabeth's office on just these resources and provided those links. So they are available on the National eShip Week Resource Compass, that one-pager on some of the programs that Elizabeth was referencing, as well as probably some of the ones that you haven't touched on yet. So perfect. Henry, I think I'd like to segue now, since we're talking about the importance of protecting ideas, and SBIR, STTR programs are known for just innovative, creative ideas. What kind of support or resources do you provide, does NSF provide to folks that are interested in those programs or are already in them?
Sure. So Elizabeth mentioned about the website, and so we also have a website that this was actually recently redone. So about a couple of years ago, it was totally revamped to make it a little more user-friendly and have the information available right on the website. And it is very difficult to actually find it just by going to nsf.gov website. So if you go to seedfund.nsf.gov, and that's the SBIR STTR homepage within the NSF website. So if you do go to that website, on top there's a tab that says resources, and if you go to the events section there, we do have webinars that actually a couple of webinars that are pre-recorded on how to apply and getting started. And we also have multiple Q&A sessions, and these are all webinars that you can sign up for. And so by holding these webinars, and I think we've been doing this on a weekly basis now. So I think there's one this coming Thursday, and I believe there's another one next Thursday. So you can sign up for people that are getting started or are in the middle of preparing a proposal. You can join the webinar and ask questions. And in some cases, questions do overlap from people. So I think holding this big webinar, it helps to address questions that many people may have at the same time. So I think that's probably the best resources that we have. And other than that, the first step in the process is just submitting a project pitch to us. And although we are technology agnostic, so as long as the company is working on any technology that's innovative and it has commercial potential, there is a fit somewhere. And by not having a specific topic focus, I think it may also be a little confusing for companies as well, or entrepreneurs. So the best thing to do is to just go to our project pitch portal, and you can select any of the topic that you believe is the best fit and submit your project pitch. Beyond that, don't worry about anything. We'll review. If we think it's a better fit under another topic, we'll move it around. And by the time you hear back, you'll know exactly which topic would be considered the best fit. And you'll know exactly who the program director might be who will process the proposal. So you'll know how to contact that person if you have any specific questions along the way.
Awesome. And I love that you use the term technology agnostic. I'm going to transition to Kyle, but I'm going to come back to you on that idea that NSF really takes time to look at those and to support where they need to go and then get back in touch with you. And so I think that's something that people might be intimidated by, but knowing that there's that look on the back end, that you guys really take the time to look at those and put them in the right places is something I'd want to elaborate on a little bit on the after we go through and get to Kyle, because I know the Department of Energy and the Solar Office has a lot of specific opportunities related to your work, especially with both diversifying your new applicants and supporting existing grantees. So you want to dive in a little bit to your programs?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so we're obviously very tech focused on solar, but I also like to say that you'd be surprised how wide of a net we cast. So we're not just talking about solar panels, but like I mentioned earlier, we're talking about business processes, software, how to manage information, improve system operations, manage operations and maintenance processes for existing solar plants. So we cast a very wide net, and we use our entrepreneurship programs they're some of the most open and accessible programs that we have to kind of get people a taste of like what is going on within the Department of Energy, and as folks have been saying, demystify some of what we work on that may be much more in depth and technically specific. And we do that largely through our prize programs. Our flagship program is called the American Made Solar Prize. And these are, innovations in government contracting, I would say, to help bridge that gap and help entrepreneurs, start to work with government agencies before kind of diving into some of the more complicated grants and cooperative agreements that we also offer. So one thing we focus a lot on is just building awareness. And I would recommend that all the attendees who are interested in energy technologies to get on newsletters for the relevant offices. I use our own newsletter to keep up to date with what's going on. So I encourage you to do that. I also encourage you to don't be shy and to reach out to specific offices within the government, because we do talk often one-on-one with our entrepreneurs that reach out to us. We're very willing to do that. And I think there's a lot of folks in government that are willing to put in that effort. We also leverage strategic partners to help us with outreach and recruitment and help to educate our applicants. So we work with groups that maybe have a regional focus or even a local focus, and can engage with some of these potential applicants on level playing fields. It's not just the federal employees that are telling you about these opportunities. I think it's delivering that message from as many perspectives as you can is something we've found to be successful. And yeah, I mean, again, just kind of making sure that people are aware that a lot of these DOE opportunities are not just highly technical. So like, for example, in the Solar Prize recent round, we had a software track, and we have experience in the past of folks joining our prize programs without having any technical know-how and actually being successful and getting to the point where they start winning some cash prizes, start leveraging the non-monetary support that we provide, and actually build capacity and capabilities in these areas. So when you're talking about non-monetary support that we offer, in parallel to the Solar Prize, we have something called the American Made Network, which is basically innovation network, innovation ecosystem that is incentivized to help our competitors in our prize programs through something called recognition payments. So when our competitors submit for a phase of the prize, they can identify a connector that helps them in the process, whether it was like mentorship, coaching, business development, technical validation, all sorts of different support services that can be provided. But if they identify them, then the connector also gets a cash prize at that phase of the contest. So we've seen that that actually does work and incentivizes those connection points that people I think are always trying to make, but we're trying to kind of build some more structure around that and seeing some success. We have ideas for how to do that differently going forward as well. But the network itself has over 200 entities in it that we call connectors, and they support entrepreneurs across the clean tech, climate tech ecosystem. So it's not just limited to solar there. And I'll drop some links in the chat here.
Awesome, thank you. I love the importance of that you're talking about network. The next panel is focused all on ecosystem, and that's really a vital resource is in understanding how to tap into your resources and your network. So thank you for dropping those chat links. Jackie, I think that you have a big announcement this week on a resource. I don't want to steal your thunder. Do you want to talk a little bit about that and what type of resources at USDA are specifically highlighted? Uh-oh, are you muted? I did steal your thunder slightly. There you go.
That's okay. Sorry, I muted so I'd be respectful of others, but and then I forgot to unmute. Yes, thank you, Amber. We are super excited. Rural Development has many programs to help rural entrepreneurs. But we also know that we don't do this alone. We often partner with others across the federal space. And we also know how difficult it can be to navigate the entire federal space when you are trying to figure out where to go for resources to start and grow your business. So to that end, we have been working for a little while to produce a guide. And we are very excited that yesterday we launched our resource guide for rural entrepreneurs to help people in rural communities start and grow their businesses. And the resource guide hopefully makes it easier for you. So you can see all of the resources, not only at USDA, but across the federal space. Many of our partners who were on this panel today and you've seen throughout the week, their resources are listed there too. It's an interactive guide, it's online, and the link should be in the chat, but it's designed to help you get started, and it's organized so that whatever stage of business you are at, you can start there with those resources. This is version 1 of the guide. As we do with most of our guides, they're living documents, so we update them on a regular cadence, and then we improve them with input from our users. So we'd like you to try it out, tell us what you think, and we hope that you find it really useful. It has in it tools to help entrepreneurs cut their energy costs, access healthcare resources, access high-speed internet to connect to your businesses, workforce development training, our value-added agricultural product creation programs, expanding access to capital and creating small business incubators, much more. And as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has posed some historic challenges to all of us. And for this reason, the guide features resources that can help rural entrepreneurs not only navigate the opportunities, but really look for those that can support recovery of your businesses. The guide also features some firsthand stories like the one we heard today from rural development customers on the ways that the programs have helped them. That kind of puts it in context, because sometimes just seeing a program name or a link doesn't tell you whether or not it will help you. And then our second resource, if I can take a moment, we've got all these resources and programs, but the core of the DNA of rural development is really our people. And rural development has a distributed network of employees who live and work in rural America. And they are there for you. Our focus is squarely on rural. We're the only federal agency whose entire focus is on rural. And we like human interaction on a regular basis. That's what we do. We like to sit down with you. We haven't been able to because of COVID, person to person, as much as we would like to. But virtual is working. We're still being able to serve our customers. We will be returning to person to person activity, but they're there. They're there to serve you, to help you. And we'll put a link in the chat on where you can locate your local office and pick up the phone, give them a call, and they will help you at whatever stage you're at, and they'll help you brainstorm a little bit on whether it's our programs or somebody else's program that might help you and help you get started.
Awesome, thank you. And did you and Kristen like choreograph how quickly you said that? And she put the chat link in. I was like, perfect. And just browsing that PDF, I mean, there is a wealth of links and resources there. And I see a lot of those interagency collaborations that have come as a result of just these meetings that we've had with federal agencies through National Entrepreneurship Week. So really excited about that. I do want to build on one of the points you made about your biggest resource at being your people. And Henry, I'm going to circle back to you because you mentioned that, the NSF takes the time to look at those proposals. You have a lot of, I looked at your site and you have a lot of different kind of case studies of successful individuals. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the NSF staff and the kind of supports that they provide and how accessible they are. And if there's any case studies of previous applicants that have been really successful that you'd like to highlight.
Yeah, and starting with, I guess, availability, and we're all open, and just like everyone else here, I guess we are very approachable, and I think sometimes companies are surprised when they interact with us that they didn't realize that we're actually people, approachable, and people that they can talk to. So whenever people have any questions about anything, I think they can always reach out to us and ask questions. Unfortunately, one of the things that we can't do is we can't really preview any submission material. So if they have a proposal that they've written up, we can't really review it for them and say, hey, you may want to fix this section. I wish we could provide those type of service, but just manpower just does not allow us to be able to do that. But along the way, if they have any questions about anything, they can always reach out to us anytime. And I think the first step, I mean, if you have something that you would like to apply this SBIR, STTR for, first step is to just submit that project pitch, because when you hear back, you'll know exactly which program director that you need to reach out to with questions. So I handle the biomedical technologies topic. So all the companies that are under this topic, I can specifically tell them about this topic and how these proposals get processed. And if they have any specific questions about, what happens, I can help them a little better than someone applying for energy or solar, for example. And we do have another program director who's in charge of that topic. So I think that is the first step, and that's going to allow them to put together perhaps a stronger proposal, because the stronger proposal means, it's good for everyone. Our reviewers like it because they get to see some really great proposal, and we like it because we have more companies that are getting funded and they're able to move on and work on the project, something that really matters to them. And companies like it because there's more of them are getting funded. So it's good for everyone involved. And I guess in terms of some specific examples, I didn't really come prepared to share examples, but when Jackie was showing that video, we do have a number of companies that are highlighted. We've made some really neat videos of companies that have recently that were able to utilize this SBIR funding and advance the technology. We have a company that's a drug delivery platform company that's doing basically able to target when they're targeting specific cancer, instead of going through chemotherapy and having all the drugs go through the body and have a lot of side effect. This company is able to focus specifically at the site, so it becomes activated at the site of interest as opposed to just causing a lot of side effect and going through the body. it enables people to use less amount of drug and be able to be a little more effective. So I think that's one of the companies that I can think of offhand, but we do have a really cool video about this too on our website. I wish I came a little better prepared to share that video, but you please go to our website and take a look.
No, that's okay. We definitely put you on the spot for that. I think
But-
what I wanted to demonstrate was here is
Yeah.
like you all were saying, like, you know, these people, you respond with them, you all can point to different stories of the impacts that your federal agency has had on individuals. And I want to give you all the opportunity to highlight that, because
Yeah.
it really talks about demystifying the experience. Like, you all work with these individual entrepreneurs perfectly. And the fact that you can think of one on the spot is like a resource in itself. So yeah.
Thank you. And one other thing that I, if I can add, so I think it's great. Jackie, I really enjoyed your video with the packaging and all, but as you know, this SBIR STTR program is for companies that are working on innovative technologies. So when a company comes to us and says, hey, we really need a better packaging, better branding, unfortunately, SBIR cannot be used for that purpose. And I'm glad that company was able to take advantage of that program through USDA and work on those things. But if a company like that comes to us and says, hey, we have this proprietary formula for packaging that's going to keep this milk fresh much longer, then that's when it becomes more of an SBIR type of company. So unfortunately, although we do a lot and we try to help a lot of different type of companies, but this SBIR programs it's specifically for companies that are working on advancing their technology toward commercialization.
Absolutely. I think a takeaway from even the previous panels is they could come through your program to create the technology and then go to another agency for packaging support. Like
Sure,
that.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You're connected, and it's all, you have access to all of them. So Elizabeth, I want to get back to, I know you mentioned you have a wealth of other resources. Anything based on the recent conversation that you'd like to highlight?
Please, hearing Henry's remark that oftentimes people are surprised that we're human and we want to engage. I know the USPTO resembles that remark. Not only do our patent examiners and our trademark examining attorneys interact with our stakeholders each and every day with their respective applications for patents and trademarks, but we have a wealth of team members who connect outreach, myself and my team included, our regional offices across the nation, and then a number of others throughout our 13,000 person agency. And we do like to be considered a resource and are always willing to meet with individual organizations, with business organizations, with our colleges and universities. Now, while we can't provide legal advice in those conversations, we are here to discuss the intellectual property that you may be creating, or what do you need to know with respect to the business endeavor you're undertaking. So we love to have those conversations. And I think it's also reflected in the wealth of training opportunities that we have. Monday through Friday, every week, we have multiple training classes going on, and you can find those on our USPTO events page, and I'll put that in the chat. From here to the end of the month, I know we have 18 trainings going on because I counted yesterday. And they're on a variety of topics. We do a trademark boot camp series, an 8-part series on understanding how to create and maintain and enforce your trademark. We have a series on patents, how to protect your intellectual property abroad. There's just a wide array of training opportunities. And I should mention, these training opportunities are all free. Like so many of the resources and opportunities through the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, they're free. One last thing I would like to be sure and call out is the USPTO is dedicated, as well as this administration, this larger administration, to diversifying the world of those who see themselves as able to participate in invention, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We, in fact, as an agency, have stood up the Council for Inclusive Innovation, which is a collaboration between government, academia, and industry to expand the world of those who are participating. As my immediate past director used to like to say, We're competing against the rest of the world with four fingers and one hand tied behind our back if we don't diversify the world of those who see themselves as able to participate. So we're standing up a number of exciting new initiatives and programs, many of which are going to roll out here within the next year, including a national strategy on how to, again, create a more inclusive innovation system. So I hope folks will visit our website, see as we progress with many of these initiatives with this national strategy that'll be rolling out, and come visit us at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Visit us virtually, request a meeting, request to meet with myself, my team, others in the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Get to know us because we want to get to know you and we want to help you walk this journey together.
By the way, NSF is just down the street from the U.S. Patent Office. So, so if you do go to the Patent Office, please do come by NSF as well.
We are so fortunate to have such wonderful neighbors in the Alexandria, Virginia community.
I love it. I love it. Kyle, I'm going to ask you to just, I want to just stress that I think Kyle is somebody we ghost emailed around National Entrepreneurship Week. And we were like, hey, like the Department of Energy should be really involved in this initiative. So he's not lying when he say they'll get back to you because you did so I was wondering, Kyle, if you have any follow up on that. And then I'm going to ask a question. I'll start with Jackie to wrap up our panel. But Kyle, any follow up here?
Yeah, I guess one other thing that hasn't been mentioned, I'll just make a plug for, is that Department of Energy offers something called Phase Zero for our version of small business innovation research. So SBIR, STTR, every agency that does R&D has an SBIR program. Department of Energy has a Phase Zero SBIR program. That's an assistance program that provides successful applicants with one-on-one consulting support to help with, basically the checklist of things that you need to do in order to be a successful applicant, registering at sam.gov, all the various things, and that's available to first-time applicants. So I'll drop a link in for that. I think that's for really kind of early stage applicants, that's probably one of the best resources we have available, and you do get that one-on-one attention. And then also this topic of stories made me think a little bit more about a company that, or at the time in the mid 2010s when we started working with them, it was just a person, but she went to one of our hackathons for a prize program, was kind of working in energy, I think working with a utility, but more on the administrative side of things, didn't have all the technical expertise you need to, start a software company. But ended up coming to that hackathon, got connected with some awesome coders who helped her build a minimum viable product. And they won some cash, and the rest is history because that business is still, it's a successful enterprise today called Utility API. They help connect utility data to solar project developers that need that to make proposals to homeowners for how solar will impact their monthly finances. But yeah, we have other examples like that. So I think there's a lot of potential, and really happy to engage with anyone who wants to reach out.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to wrap up. We have about 10 minutes left with a quick question on equity and how we are making sure that the resources that we are providing are getting to the people that need them. So want to give us about 5 minutes to switch to the new panel. So if each person could take about a minute to respond. Jackie, I'll kick it off with you. What is USDA doing in terms of equity?
So a couple of things. We've launched our Equity Commission. Its inaugural meeting will be on February 28th, and registration started on Monday. But in rural development, we've also launched an equity project where we are using data, trying to triangulate those communities that are at the higher points of socially disadvantaged, distressed, or persistent poverty, and particularly those where we haven't had a lot of investment. They've been underserved in the last 5 or more years, and we're making an extra effort to reach out and have a dialogue with these communities to understand what their needs are, what their assets are, what their vision for their community is, and how we might be able to help, but more importantly, what some of those barriers might be to community development and development of that vision. That includes local businesses, local entrepreneurs. And so our teams are beginning to reach out to those communities. If you or someone you know lives or works in a rural area and started a business or wants to start a business, we want to hear from you. And those communities will be reaching out. So feel free to send them my way or send them to the local state office, because we want to have that conversation about how we can help you better access our community programs. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on just how you're providing access to resources? And then we're going to go ahead and wrap up. So any other thoughts from the panelists?
Yeah, I can jump in quickly. I mentioned that we have, this connector network, but one thing we're doing lately is, we also have what's called power connectors. And so those are groups that are under contract with our prize administrator to not only get the access to the recognition awards that I mentioned, but to actually be paid to help us do outreach, to help do better applicant education, et cetera. So we recently, with the prize administrator, ran an RFP to get some newer organizations under contract to help us tackle specifically issues of expanding access and equity in our programs. And then I would also say that I think a big part of this is evaluating your initiatives and digging into the data. So we're also working with our prize administrator to tackle that piece as well, because we want to be able to have feedback loops and actually understand if what the interventions that we're making are actually improving anything. And we do actually, we have a historical data record through our SBIR program, because SBIR applicants do actually include some demographic information. So we have that data too that we can dig into, and we're trying to do that to the best of our ability with the data we have.
Awesome. And that's such a relevant, I know I'd asked Jackie to take a look at the Q&A, the data collection tools around how you know what the needs of your communities are. So Elizabeth, Henry, any final thoughts there on that topic?
Again, just on the topic of equity, and again, making sure that everyone sees themselves as having the opportunity to participate. I would go back again to our Council for Inclusive Innovation. I've put a link to that in the chat. We're going to be placing more and more information in that area of our website, and you're going to hear more and more about it as our political appointee joins us here, hopefully in the not too distant future. I would also reference back again to our patent pro bono program and our law school clinic programs. Those are programs that are really enabling people to take inventions from the kitchen table, the garage workbench, and bring them into reality. People that might not have otherwise been able to do so because of the cost of securing intellectual property protection. So those are certainly some that we're extremely proud of and continue to promote and enhance over time. And then again, it's also just public education and awareness, opportunities like this that you and Joe have provided to highlight the work of our agency, because all too often, people have never heard of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. We all live the lives we do because of patented technologies and trademark registered goods and services, yet most people have never heard of us. So we appreciate the opportunity to become to stop being the best kept secret of the federal government.
And in terms of NSF, I mean, we have meetings, we have weekly meetings, staff meetings, and we try to discuss how we might be able to serve better and how we might be able to do things better. And we're constantly trying to diversify our reviewer pool and different types of reviewers to reviewing these proposals. We try to make every effort to reach out to every geographic region that we possibly can. And we have a meeting that somebody went to San Francisco last week, and we probably don't have to go to San Francisco for another outreach for a while. And we want to be able to reach different regions places like Arkansas and New Mexico, which we were part of a meeting not long ago. So I think we do make every effort. And one other thing that I think would be important is, we do listen. And although being a government entity, I mean, there are definitely a lot of restrictions, a lot of paperwork involved, but we do listen. And so if there are things that you see, the things that you believe can really improve the way we do things, please do let us know. And we do discuss these things internally, and we will try to do things better and have better resources available for those who need them.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much. I know I've probably gone over a little bit, but the conversation has been so good. And I just want to thank you, and the resources that you've shared in the chat, and just this conversation in general has been so beneficial to our attendees. And I just want to take some time to thank you before we transition to the next panel. So appreciate your time tremendously, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gala.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, so panel 4, my 12 o'clock panel, we're gonna go ahead and get you pinned. If you have any, we wanna make sure your audio and video is available.
And for those of us who are joining us for the first time, welcome. For those of you that are staying on, thank you for continuing to participate. It's been a fantastic morning, sharing of information and resources. Hi, Jen from the Appalachian Regional Commission, welcome. It's great to see your smiling face. And we've experienced and had conversations, some great conversations this morning on the SBIR program, how to get funding, really looking at education. And we're going to dive into the power of partnerships and how U.S. agencies really look at collaboration, not just from a federal agency perspective, but what they're looking at for within ecosystems and collaboration across ecosystems. But before we dive into that, we have a brief video that I think we want to share. Amber, back to you.
Yep, give me 1 minute. I just want to make sure we're starting at the top of the hour in case anybody joins. But hi, everyone. Does anybody want to check their audio? Concerned about that?
Let's just do a quick audio check.
Check one.
Jen, well, let's do it. Jen, you go first.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Great. Dimitri?
Hello.
Great, that works. Jonathan?
Yep. Hi.
And Susan? Susan, try that again. We cannot hear you. We'll come back to you in a moment. Allison?
Yep. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Was having some computer issues, so she's trying, her computer crashed this morning, so she's working on a different computer. So let's see if we can. Where did she go? There she is.
That brings me back to my old days when I was installing call centers and tech support when I originally worked for Verizon and had to spend a lot of time helping people. Except you didn't have the function of this video stuff where you could actually see what was going on. So you had to go ahead and have people. And now my mom still thinks I'm her tech support. And so I get a call what's my password? How do I reset this? So, all right, we're going to get started in just a moment. All right, should we give this a test, Susan?
Yeah. Nope. We still can't hear you, and she's unmuted now.
I'm going to go ahead and get us started with the video, and then Susan, Jen will be supporting you and trying to figure out the tech side. So.
Okay, also consider potentially using your phone as well. That may be easier if you have the Zoom app. So Amber, do you want to go ahead and kick us off?
Yes. Hold on 1 sec. Make sure.
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Kapp.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft.
5 years ago, we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week, a congressionally chartered annual event to support and uplift America's new business startups. Originally founded in 2006, National Entrepreneurship Week takes place every year during the third week of February.
All across the United States, from Maui to Miami to Maine and everywhere in between, America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant and thriving. National Entrepreneurship Week celebrates the unmatched, innovative American spirit, that has brought to life amazing products and services and includes a beautiful tapestry of diverse entrepreneurs.
During the week, you'll hear from a host of United States federal agencies as they share information on their entrepreneurship and small business programs. You'll also hear from a nationwide network of partners, including entrepreneurial educators, ecosystem builders, and most importantly, entrepreneurs from all walks of life as they participate in the excitement of National Entrepreneurship Week.
Join in celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week by organizing an event in your local community, listening in on one of our national webinars, or participating in our annual social media campaign.
There has never been a better time to start a new business, and we challenge you to unleash your ideas into action during National Entrepreneurship Week.
National Entrepreneurship Week is made possible by contributions from an array of generous partners. Views and opinions expressed in National Entrepreneurship Week programs are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of National Entrepreneurship Week, its agents, or any U.S. government agency. Any agency's participation or support is not an endorsement of any product, service, or entity. All liability with respect to any recommendations are hereby expressly disclaimed.
Thank you, Amber. Well, welcome everybody. It has been an exhilarating morning if you are an entrepreneur and interested in working and collaborating with the government. We started off focusing on the SBIR program, the Small Business Innovation Program, and then segued into entrepreneurship education. And now we're going to be focusing on the power of engaging in entrepreneurial ecosystems. And all across the United States, from coast to coast, Alaska, Maui to Miami to Maine, there are organizations doing amazing things in and around entrepreneurship. And so we're going to chat a little bit about this this morning. For those of you that are just joining us, my name is Joe Kapp. I am the co-chair along with Amber Ravencroft of National Entrepreneurship Week. And let's go ahead and just dive right into things with introduction. So there's two pieces. Introduction, please introduce yourself, your agency, and also why are you interested in entrepreneurship? What is it that about that is the reason why there's a lot of things that you can do in your life, and there's a lot of things you could do even within the federal government. Jen, let's start off with you. Welcome.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Jen Simon, Program Manager at the Appalachian Regional Commission for Entrepreneurship and Business Development. Much of my work is focused on access to capital and assisting organizations in forming entrepreneurial ecosystems. So about the Appalachian Regional Commission, I will do my best to not continuously use acronyms because I know Joe would kill me if that happens. But ARC serves 13 states from New York to Mississippi. We're a regional economic development organization. We help individuals, we help organizations, we help communities be able to leverage opportunities and be able to create programs that fit their needs at the local level. Well, the commission's anchored by a federal co-chair, which is Miss Gail Manchin from West Virginia. She's appointed by President Biden, and this happens every time we have a new president. And the 13 state governors from New York all the way down to Mississippi, our region's fairly large and follows the spine of the Appalachian Mountains. So why is entrepreneurship personally important to me? Well, I grew up in Appalachia, Ohio, on a dairy farm. I like to tell people I grew up in the suburbs of Waterford, Ohio, population 1,200. And but I grew up on a dairy farm and learned early that it's a lot of hard work and that it actually required business skills. My dad saw it as a way just to sustain his family, and business was at the back of his mind. So I learned the importance of that and what that meant in order for a family farm to be successful. The other piece is in that 1,200 person community, we had as our economic base, coal mines, a power plant, a metals company, factory, manufacturer, and all of these mom and pops. And while the big companies provided the jobs, a big number of jobs, the small businesses, the entrepreneurs are the ones that provided community. They provided the support for the Little League teams, the charity fundraisers, the place where people came together. And so for those reasons, I support entrepreneurship 100% as a way to diversify the Appalachian economy and the reason for my work.
Great, great. Thank you for that background. Jonathan, how about you?
Hello, so I'm Jonathan Alter. I'm with the U.S. Small Business Administration. I work as Senior Advisor in the Office of Investment and Innovation. So Small Business Administration, obviously very much invested and dedicated to supporting our small businesses, helping them grow and thrive and succeed and continue to drive and be the key driver for this nation's economy. I think in terms of, and I'll go into more of what we do later, I think in the discussion, but I think in terms of, for me, why is entrepreneurship important to me? I think, despite its French derivation, there's really nothing more, very few things that are more American than entrepreneurship. I mean, we are the entrepreneurial nation. And we're a nation of entrepreneurs. I don't think there's anything that could be more American than an individual having a dream, a vision of what could be, and then sort of using that willpower, that creativity, that drive to make real that dream. And that's the story of America. And it's a big part of the story of how we got to now. And it's also a very big part of how today's entrepreneurs and innovators are creating our tomorrow. And really building that better future for us all. And I think that's, for me, what entrepreneurship is all about. It's about a bunch of creative, courageous, hardworking, passionate individuals who are helping create America's future. So, and I guess our mission at SBA ultimately is to sort of support, enable, and empower those individuals.
Yeah, well, and you brought up the word entrepreneurship as being a French word. I'm in the process of writing a book, and I was doing some research about entrepreneurship. And actually, the word entrepreneurship means entreprendre, which actually in English means to undertake. And so entrepreneurs way back when used to be called undertakers. I think it's probably good that we've changed that term.
Branding change.
A little known fact about the word entrepreneur, entreprendre. Dimitri, please welcome from the National Science Foundation. You know what's interesting about the National Science Foundation? I think what a lot of people are learning today is just how engaged NSF, the National Science Foundation, is in focusing on entrepreneurship and helping entrepreneurs. So please share us, tell us about your background and why this is personally interesting for you.
Sure, thanks. Greetings, everyone. I'm Dimitri Perkins. I'm a program director and advisor in the Office of the Director for the National Science Foundation. Also a faculty member in computer science and electrical engineering at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. So as many of you likely will know, National Science Foundation is an independent federal agency with the mission of promoting progressive science, advancing national health, prosperity, and securing national defense. And so we carry out that mission primarily by issuing, grants, some contracts, but primarily grants spanning several directorates, from biological sciences to computer and information sciences, education, human resources, engineering, geosciences, the math and physical sciences, as well as social, behavioral, and economic sciences. And so as Joe mentioned, much of what NSF funds is fundamental research. That's what most folks would think about NSF. But a large percentage of our funding portfolio actually focuses on moving that research from the lab to actual innovations and actual services and products that can benefit society. And so we'll talk a little bit more about the different programs in the later sessions in this session. But why my interest in entrepreneurship? Similar to Jen, I grew up in a rural town in Mississippi, and I watched my grandfather and his peers attempt to make a living and feed their families by running on farms. And they didn't call it entrepreneurship. They didn't call themselves an ecosystem of partners or anything like that. But you know, as I went through school, I realized that that's what they were doing, and I saw that as a way, you know, to benefit those in rural communities, benefit those who may not necessarily have access to things in major cities. And so as I went through my academic studies, and although I became a professor, much of what I do is to help my students understand, you know, how to move their ideas to real innovations and to move it to the market, and not in addition to publishing research papers. And so that's kind of how I moved into this area of innovation and innovation ecosystems and entrepreneurship. And so I look forward to hearing from everyone here today.
Well, Dimitri, I want to go ahead and thank you for that acknowledgement, and also Jen about rural communities and farmers and growers. You know, one of the reasons that we restarted National Entrepreneurship Week was to really shine a spotlight on all those people who are entrepreneurs but don't think they're entrepreneurs. And that's a lot of entrepreneurs. It's the plumbers, it's the HVAC people, it's the baker. You know, it really runs the gamut. And so part of National Entrepreneurship Week is to shine a spotlight. Yeah, we've got great unicorn businesses that have done great stuff, you know, Jeff Bezos and you know, Steve Jobs and the likes of those. But, you know, at the end of the day, if there's not an entrepreneur who's a plumber in your community, you're going to have a lot of stuff to deal with. So when we start talking about rural entrepreneurs, rural communities, I often talk about the fact that farmers and growers are our first entrepreneurs. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have all the amazing products and services that we have today. So thank you for recognizing that. And we really appreciate that. Allison, please welcome back. It's great to have you again back this year and all the amazing stuff that you're doing over at the Veterans Administration. Please share with us.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for having me back. Good to see Jen again as well. I remember Jen from last year. My name is Allison Emrine, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Veterans Health Administration Innovators Network. I will also try to spare you from acronyms as much as possible, but the best one to remember is that we call ourselves INET. It's much easier to say. So the Innovators Network, or INET, is a group of 32 currently medical centers throughout the Veterans Health Administration, which is the largest healthcare system in the country. And the focus for these 32 medical centers, these hospitals, is on frontline employee innovation. And we lead them through that through a collective of teach, do, and collaborate. So that kind of triad of how we operate and spread innovation nationally through these 32 sites. One big part of that is to collaborate. And we collaborate with entrepreneurs, private sector, academia, et cetera. Really whomever is out there trying to solve healthcare problems that face not just the veteran system, but the country's healthcare system and the population at large. And so we do a lot of collaborations with startups in the healthcare stream of things, which I could talk about a little bit later. So the reason that the reason I'm passionate and here and to talk about entrepreneurship is because I've seen how it works. I've seen it be successful, not just in commercialization or manufacturing of a product, but in how through collaborating with entrepreneurs, we can successfully impact a solution to being the right solution for its end user. So as we collaborate, I've seen products evolve and really change to meet the needs of those who will use it in the end. And that is what matters, is getting the right solution out there to solve a problem for me. And so that's a really fun part of seeing this all work out.
Certainly with the last couple of years in the pandemic, a focus on healthcare has never been a more important time for us to really figure out ways to go ahead and improve the human condition, particularly as it relates to health and well-being for sure. Thank you so much again for joining us. Susan, welcome back. Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Fantastic. Yay. Welcome back. So Susan, welcome back. Please share with us which agency you're from, and then also your inspiration for being so diligent about working with entrepreneurs.
So I'm with the Delta Regional Authority, and we cover 252 counties and parishes in 8 states. We have Alabama, Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee. 230 of those are deemed distressed. So we have a lot of work to do ahead of us to pull those numbers up and to support programming that does that. For the last several years, I've been focused on workforce training programs, which has seen, the partnerships with community colleges and nonprofit organizations that we have to have a skilled workforce for these entrepreneurs to even succeed and thrive in these communities. So that's been one of our goals. So with the launch of our brand new Delta Small Business Academy, we're going to meet those needs of entrepreneurs in rural communities. Particularly, we're going to focus on minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned, and then other marginalized groups that we can find their challenges and see if we can get them the resources and the information that they need to get to the next step.
Well, and one of the things I like to say is that innovation and entrepreneurship does not discriminate again from a geography perspective, but from a resource perspective. So the more there's brilliant ideas that come from all the nooks and crannies all across the United States, and the work that each of you do is certainly inspiring. Jen, I want to start off with you. All across Appalachia, all from New York all the way down in the spine of the Appalachia Mountains. And your agency has really looked at ecosystems, entrepreneurial ecosystem. First of all, for those folks who may be joining us and aren't necessarily familiar, can you just kind of provide how you define sort of entrepreneurial ecosystem? What does that mean? And then how has your agency worked to help kind of spur that?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. We have the Appalachian Regional Commission put together a study in 2018 that you can find on our website, arc.gov, on entrepreneurial ecosystems and what works in the region and beyond. And so when we talk about ecosystems, we're talking about everything from entrepreneurial education, K through 12, direct technical assistance for entrepreneurs, coaching for entrepreneurs, special infrastructure such as business incubators, maker spaces, those types of places where entrepreneurs can come together and learn from one another and build businesses together, along with some of the, I mentioned access to capital previously, and that's some of the biggest, but we also identified pieces where we can't necessarily make a difference. That's government, local government support for businesses. And that's not our area, and that's not what we fund. But there are so many pieces to an ecosystem that have to work together, entrepreneurial culture building, et cetera, in a community to be successful. So with that lens, I will say the region agrees with us. So ARC did a strategic planning entire year-long session last year, a series of sessions, I should say. We had about 2,000 participants throughout the entire program. And one of the themes that came out in every single session was that people in the Appalachian region, organizations, local elected officials, et cetera, said, we want to build our own businesses and our own jobs rather than using economic development strategies that only focus on attraction and retention and expansion. As a former economic developer, that was also my approach, and it wasn't always popular with the political elected officials, but that's what we did. So ARC has this approach, and we've been focusing on this for a long time, even though it became glaringly clear during this during this planning session last year. We have consistently through several strategic plans, which I should say drive all of our investments. This has been goal number one. So it's at the top about what people see as a priority. But ecosystem builders overall, we provide funding for the builders, for the people that provide different services I talked about. We convene different groups. We work with access to capital groups, for example, so connect them with Treasury, connect them with SBA and others in order to identify ways to increase the capital they have to deploy in the region. We are coaches to the different applicants, different organizations, co-designers on projects that ARC then goes on to fund. Researchers, evaluators, we provide all of these tools for people to use. So for the region to use. What we're most known for is our grant making. And so from 2017 to 2021, ARC invested over $118 million in projects that focus on entrepreneurship. We know that number is going to increase significantly, and here's why. ARC has received at least double the funding from money we're receiving from the infrastructure bill, $200 million, and then on top of our usual allocation. So we know we have funding to help more ecosystem builders as we go forward. We really look for ecosystem or system approaches in general versus one-offs. So the title around this is around partnerships, right? And that is what we want. Projects, we have data behind this, projects that are the most successful have strong, well-built partnerships. And, if I get an access to capital grant that I'm reviewing or a project that I'm reviewing that doesn't have a technical assistance piece, then we've missed the boat. The grantee has missed the boat, the applicant. So I want to give you a couple of.
I have one question, just because there's some folks who are listening who may not understand. What do you mean by technical assistance? Help me understand that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I actually had someone really misunderstand what I meant when I was talking about this yesterday. So technical assistance is everything from direct, how to build your financials as a business owner, how to set up your legal structure, how to market, how to get into new markets, how to find capital. So that is technical assistance. It's broader than that, but those are a few examples. Does that answer your question, Joe?
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. I also heard that as part of the technical assistance that you provide personally is that you help also Susan with the problems that she had with her microphone. So I heard that that's part of the type of, no, okay, all right.
No, I didn't do that. That was another Jennifer.
So, all right, so walk us through the rest of what you were saying.
Yeah, sure. So a couple of examples I'll give you very quickly, because I know that the other panelists have a lot to say as well. But we have funded an organization called Mountain BizWorks in Western North Carolina, so our Appalachian portion of North Carolina. And they have this incredibly defined sector-based approach to entrepreneurial development and business development overall. And that is in the outdoor gear manufacturing sector. So while we have a strong outdoor economy, recreational economy in that part of North Carolina, this is one step different. It's a job creating engine that they have worked hard to build over the last several years. They're also, Mountain BizWorks is also a community development finance institution. So a CDFI, it's also known as that, typically provides capital to underserved, sometimes unbankable, traditional banking entrepreneurs. So they're able to take a few more risks than a bank can take. And so what Mountain BizWorks has done is say, we've got the CDFI, we provide technical assistance, as Joe had me explain earlier, to businesses, and now let's dive deeper into a sector. So currently, we are working with them on a grant. They have a grant that we funded this past year, and they're expanding this outdoor cluster association that they've developed. They have 70 businesses who are part of this cluster and growing, called the Outdoor Gear Builders. They are extending the capacity of local communities to be able to brand themselves collectively and attract entrepreneurs and companies that are in this sector. And again, as a former economic developer, that is a critical tool as you're trying to build regionally. They're also working on the entrepreneurial ecosystem, so all the pieces we talked about, and being able to leverage all of those pieces for the businesses. And another piece that I think on a previous panel was brought up, or I'm sorry if it was someone on here, is workforce development, and making sure that there is a readily available and qualified workforce development for that sector. Yeah. So fantastic grantee. I encourage you to look up Mountain Biz Works and learn more about them. And if I can, I will drop a link also in the chat.
Great.
Another example.
Let me ask you to pause for just a second, because I want to go ahead and go over to your counterpart and chat with Susan for a second, because you're based in one geography and she's based in another geography, and then the rest of the folks who are participating are non-geographic based. So I want to go ahead and just kind of compare a little bit. Susan, what are your thoughts in terms of, from a geographic perspective and the benefit of entrepreneurial ecosystems? And then Jen, we'll come back to you.
So at DRA, we cover the Mississippi River Delta and the offshoot, the Alabama Black Belt. A lot of agriculture historically. These communities have also seen large manufacturing come in, establish themselves, and then leave. And the workforce isn't trained to recover from that. So you have a lot of people that don't have the skills necessary to do something else. They don't have the means to move somewhere else. So from our standpoint, our whole mission is to create and support ecosystems that support thriving and living in the communities that are home. No one wants to move away from Mississippi because it's wonderful. People that are in Arkansas love it. We're dedicated to our homes, but if you don't have the jobs and you don't have the economy, you have no choice. And they may not have the health and the education to do that as well. So from our standpoint, entrepreneurship is important to keep these small communities going, because we can't rely on the big catch from an economic development commission to bring in a Nissan or a Toyota or a Kimberly-Clark. All of those are in our region, but they also downsize and change things. So from our standpoint, we have to have the small communities contained and sustainable on their own. They can't depend on outside support.
And I want to bring up one thing that I think is important here, because when we talk about entrepreneurial ecosystem, and particularly in, I think, the Appalachian Regional Commission and the Delta region, it's not just, let's make sure that businesses have access to, funding and this and that, but there's other pieces, right? There's transportation partners, there's healthcare and baby care, child care services, and those sorts of things. And so I think it's, when we talk about the ecosystem to help support entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship, we really have to sort of be expansive in our thinking. I want to go over to Allison for just a second, and first of all, just say how grateful we are for all of the veterans, and thank you all to any of the veteran entrepreneurs who have given service to our country. We really appreciate this and their service. Veterans make great entrepreneurs, and the Veterans Network. Tell us about the Veterans Innovator Network and what that's like, and what y'all are doing to help bring about great innovations from an ecosystem perspective, and what partnerships are there?
Yeah, so we historically, the Innovators Network, which started in 2015, was an internal organization, internally focused within the organization. We are, our primary focus is VA employees, frontline employees, and providing them opportunities, teaching them the methods, the ideologies, the fundamentals of innovation to help them support creating solutions to the frontline problems they see every day. So there's where the teach and the do kind of came into place for our little triad of what we do. Last year, however, we started an initiative called the Greenhouse Initiative. And the Greenhouse Initiative has nothing to do with actual plants, but it has to do with starting seeds, getting them fed, getting them enough sunlight, bi-directional, everything in communication, and collaborating internally and externally to do that. So what we know is that there are a lot of opportunities out there for us to work with entrepreneurs, and the greenhouse allows us to do that in kind of a systemic and systematic way. We need to keep offering our frontline employees opportunities to do innovation. Innovation is a process to participate in design, user experience testing, etc. So how do we do that without resourcing it more on our end, without tasking these frontline employees to come up with more solutions, but still getting more people involved? Is we bring in the external world. So what the Greenhouse Initiative does is have external companies, entrepreneurs who are on the earliest stages of design and development of a healthcare solution, have them pitch to us, and for us to then go out and find people on the front lines to provide them direct design feedback, to conduct user experience testing within our system and our network, which is very kind of organized and very passionate about this already. So it's not hard to necessarily gain support or find people to provide feedback. And this is something that learned over time, before the greenhouse was launched, that these startups, and this was mentioned earlier, startups and entrepreneurs spend a lot of money and capital and time and things they might not have to get end users, to get their product in end users' hands for feedback. And sometimes it's too late and they've already invested a lot in a design or a product, and that product's not necessarily right, and it's not going to solve the problem as it should. And all of that is timely and expensive. And what we offer through the Greenhouse Initiative to collaborate with veterans, frontline clinical providers, service providers is free. And because it benefits us, because we're giving them that exposure, that opportunity to do an innovation, to participate in the process of it, to change the cultural workforce and the mindset of VA employees. And then of course, it gives the external collaborator a huge opportunity to get feedback early on in their product. We started problem framing, even a company that maybe is literally a day old, that's like, I don't really know how this works in a healthcare system. I know that my grandma has this problem and I want to help grandma solve it, but I have no idea how this affects the masses or healthcare providers. That's what we do. We help, we coordinate, we collaborate with entrepreneurs at the earliest stages of healthcare solution design to find the answers to problems and discover more about the population that they might be trying to target. And it's been kind of wildly successful. So far, we've had more applications than I would have ever thought we would have had in a year. And it has, it's been about, we've had about 20 to 25 different collaborative agreements that we've reached with startups, and they've all been different. Every single one of them is different. And we have had, hundreds of employees and veterans participate in these greenhouse projects in the field, and it's been very successful.
That's amazing. I just want to say, Faith, we see your question. I want to go ahead and just go over to Dimitri in a second, and then over to Jonathan, and then we'll do some Q&As. But there's a theme that's emerging here over the course of the day, and it's going to actually tie into a little bit of, I think, probably what Dimitri is going to say. But Allison, you brought it up. One of the things, hey, all you entrepreneurs, there's something really important that you should be hearing in this, which is the government, if these agencies are really, really interested in your ideas, and if you don't have it fully baked, if it's not entirely there are resources to help you move that along, whether it's NASA, Department of Energy, USDA, the Organization of Veterans, they are there to help you kind of take your cookie mix, that's raw cookie dough, and help to start make it into, put it in the oven. And one of those organizations is the NSF. They want these ideas. They want you to be able to go ahead. So Dimitri, talk to us about the National Science Foundation. You know, it does so many different things to help advance health, prosperity, national defense. Talk to us about the ecosystem and the partnerships that take place over at NSF.
Sure, thanks, Joe. So yeah, so listening to all the other panelists, I hope what I'm gonna say is I think you guys will be happy and excited about it. And so as you know, the National Science Foundation does a lot in terms of funding, research, and so forth. My son, who is 12, often asks, you know, what do I do at the National Science Foundation? He doesn't recognize all the projects that I talk about, but he recognizes the what happens on the television when they show, oh, this is funded by the National Science Foundation, all of the shows and so forth. So we do a number of things from science all the way to developing shows and education for K through 12. But a major shift, and NSF recognizes that kind of now is a pivotal time for the nation and society with a changing science and engineering enterprise, where the pace of discovery is now often accelerated by data and emerging technologies, where there's a stronger demand for research and development to have more immediate societal impact and economic impact, and also where as many of the panelists mentioned, there is a need to leverage partnerships among agencies, among industry and public private partnerships. And so currently, and it's part of the current administration's proposal, is to actually establish a new directorate within NSF. And this new directorate would be called the Directorate for Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. We refer to it as TIP. And so the focus of TIP would be to work across all the directorates within NSF and other agencies to create innovation ecosystems throughout the U.S. And particularly, we will be focused on establishing, in parallel to the development of the directorate, establishing regional innovation accelerators in regions of the U.S. That have components of an ecosystem, but are not yet a thriving innovation ecosystem. So places outside of Silicon Valley, places outside of Boston, and that would include rural areas and so forth. And so NSF is looking to fund these accelerators, and that's the name that's used in the current administration's proposal. Once it's actually released, it may have a different name, just so everybody understands. But nevertheless, it will be focused on different regions of the U.S., and folks would submit proposals. We expect these proposals to be a collaboration of academics, industry partners, nonprofits, entrepreneurs, all coming together to establish an accelerator. That accelerator would then support local entrepreneurs. It would support moving research from the lab to actual products and services. It will support the building of the partnerships that will make all of this possible. And so, from NSF perspective, we're taking somewhat of a different and intentional approach. We typically NSF funds mostly single PI, maybe 2 to 3 PI led projects, some large scale.
Dimitri, just for the benefit of those people who don't know what PI is, because I think a Magnum PI, so I just want to go ahead, like mustache in Hawaii. What's a PI?
Got it. I appreciate that, Joe. So typically we fund investigators, primary investigators, and their partners to carry out research over a limited period of time. But for this particular initiative, the regional accelerators, based on the eventual funding that comes through, we expect to fund anywhere from 10 to 20 accelerators throughout the U.S. At the range of $10 to $20 million per year over up to 10 years. And so that's the current structure. Obviously, we don't know exactly what it looks like. It's still making its way through the approval process. And so, but in terms of the approach that we're taking, NSF intends to take, as I mentioned, we want these to be at the speed and scale to really make a significant impact in a short term, not a typical basic research project that you may not see the results for 20 years or so. We expect kind of an iterative co-design process between the users of the innovation and the actual developers. And as I think many of us have mentioned, part of a huge part of developing the accelerator is building the partnerships that are required to actually see some real impact.
Yeah, well, listen, when we talk about innovation, I want to put in a quick plug here for our event this evening, which is the virtual reality event. The SBA, Jack Bianco, reached out in partnership, and we have an event this evening, 6 o'clock. This is a virtual reality headset, which is, we're talking about the metaverse and things that are going on with regards to that, and bringing together the Aspen Institute, the XR/VR Association, and there's the SBA is instrumental in creating partnerships. And Jonathan, share with us a little bit more about how the SBA views, partners and relationships and sort of ecosystems and navigators, because it's such an important piece. When I teach entrepreneurship, I talk about the fact that your network is your net worth. And when we work together, we're actually a greater than the sum of our parts. We're actually greater when we work together and collaborate. So share some more insights with us about the special role that you guys are taking with regards to partnerships and collaboration.
Well, thank you, Joe, again, and thank you all of my fellow panelists. It's really just, I gotta say, it's incredible being in such incredible company. And I think one of the things I'd just like to start with, in listening, and this is not necessarily an original idea, but I think so much about sort of what we do at SBA and what ultimately we do when we're talking about, those ecosystem builders and creating those partnerships, those collaborations, is ultimately, again, about empowering, enabling, facilitating the individual entrepreneurs so that they can achieve what it is that they are wanting to achieve, that they can have the success and see that vision made real. And I think one of the things that's really also been stressed here, and I think is so important, is that, ultimately a lot of what drives these sort of entrepreneurial ventures, whether they're high tech, innovative companies or, Main Street mom and pop businesses who are also entrepreneurs as well, is so much about their experience and their sort of unique experience. And yes, we have a lot of shared experience in our communities, but also each of us, I think, engages the world in a unique way. And so much of those experiences and the challenges that we often encounter in those experiences, I think, inform and drive that discovery or that desire to create a solution, and a solution that they want to then share with others. And that for me is the story of entrepreneurship. That's the story of small business. And I think that's the job that we have at SBA, is ultimately to facilitate and enable that. My office at SBA is the Office of Innovation, of Investment and Innovation. And so a lot of what we offer in terms of our programs and initiatives are focused on more of the innovative side. You're going to hear, hopefully, later this afternoon, I believe at 2 o'clock, you're going to hear from my colleague and all around great egg, Shaylee Holloway. And she's going to be able to tell you a little bit more about the Community Navigator program, the pilot program that is, again, really focused on drilling down and getting very hyper-local in terms of creating that network of ecosystem builders and community builders, so that those businesses, those entrepreneurs in those communities can have access to the programs and resources that are offered both by SBA and other state and local programs for that matter. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do in some of the ways that we work. I think it's important to recognize that SBA is also an ecosystem builder in our own right. And so that we're, again, working together with a lot of different state, local, fellow federal agencies for that matter, to ultimately, bring together those diversity of stakeholders that can sort of really create that robust, accessible, and inclusive ecosystem for all. And for me, the center of our program is SBIR. It sounds to me like there's been a lot of discussion about SBIR already. So I'll just simply emphasize, again, we collaborate and work with our 11 participating agencies, our partners, to ultimately fund over $4 billion worth of innovative R&D. And, that in turn translates into 4,000 innovative ventures that are basically being, funded in a non-dilutive manner, meaning, we're not taking an equity stake. We're not taking, we're providing them with resources that they can deploy and use to grow their business without having to pay it back. Our payback is in terms of jobs and economic impact and discovery, innovation, et cetera. But in addition to that, we do a lot of work with accelerators and incubators and academic institutions, foundations, et cetera, throughout the country. Our Growth Accelerator Fund competition provides grant funding to accelerators and incubators, typically, again, focused on that sort of STEM, sort of technology focused type of work, but also really focused on expanding and making these incubators more inclusive and more accessible to all entrepreneurs who bring that diversity of experience that is so critical to that whole process of creative disruption at times and creative business period. Last year, for 2021, I think we had over 80 awardees receiving $50,000 grants to support their activities specifically around, again, expanding and increasing that sort of additional equity and inclusion, inclusiveness of their programs. We also introduced the SBIR Catalyst program. So SBIR Catalyst, again, provides $150,000 awards and ultimately is focused on allowing, basically multiple organizations to collaborate and work together and really to create that scale that's often essential to providing the support and the resources, both financial and otherwise. And again, this goes to some of the conversation around that technical and advisory support that's also so critical to these businesses. Mentorship plays an important role in nurturing those nascent ideas, those early stage, that raw cookie dough. And so I think, again, these are all programs that are focused on ultimately deploying our resources and our programs and initiatives and services to the organizations in communities that can ensure that those resources are distributed and provided to those local community-based entrepreneurs. Whole bunch of other programs that I could go into, but I don't want to.
Sure. Well, and I just want to touch on very briefly, Bill Woodrum is actually a good example of this. He's over at the state of West Virginia, and he began pulling together the ecosystem across West Virginia a couple of years ago. And all of a sudden, the pandemic hit, and the ecosystem was already aligned. And I talked to him a number of times, and he's saying, there's a lot of duplication, a lot of repetition. Nobody was talking to each other. And what he found was that as he began to pull more and more people together, that they were able to collaborate. And as a result of the pandemic, as new programs came out from the SBA and other agencies, they were able to get that information out super quick and really help a lot of the farmers and growers who were not on using social media and other platforms and really be able to get that information out. So we're not just talking about something that's abstract here. We're really talking about these collaborations are super important, because what it does is it helps to drive information so that people can go ahead and collaborate and create businesses and really drive economic outcomes for people, excuse me, all across the United States.
Joe, can I just add though to that one thing, and I think it's really important, is that ultimately part of our goal with all of our programs is to empower and sort of empower the ecosystem builders in those communities, because they have the best understanding of what their communities need and what their entrepreneurs and startups need. And I think so much of the sort of, we're facilitators, we're enablers. Our goal is to ultimately provide the resources, the tools, et cetera, that these people who are on the ground and engaging daily with these incredible entrepreneurs and business owners, and ultimately making sure that we provide them with what they need to deliver. And I think that also goes to the whole idea of trying to bring multiple ecosystem builders together to collaborate and cooperate more, so that they can share that information and can deploy resources more effectively, more successfully to those groups and communities that need it most.
And absolutely. And if you look at the problems that, humanity is facing, it's going to require, a village to go ahead and address it, whether it's, global climate change or food insecurity or all of those sorts of issues. Faith had a question, and I just want to go ahead, because very briefly, if each of you, because I want to be cognizant of everybody's time, but she had a question, say, what are the highest area of unmet needs among your beneficiaries at this point? What do you feel like are the highest unmet need? Anyone want to take a stab at answering that for their particular agency? Jen.
Okay. I think that Jonathan did a great job in saying we're here to serve the communities where they are, what they need the most. And I will tell you, with 13 different states, it's hard to pinpoint one particular unmet need when it comes to an ecosystem. We work with so many different partners across the ecosystem who bring something to the table, but you may have a community where there is no entrepreneurial culture at all. And that's when Appalachian Entrepreneurship Academy comes in and helps get students involved and engaged, and the K through 12 educational piece comes in. And so we try to focus on what the communities need, given their analysis overall of what's missing.
Yeah, that's great. Allison, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I think from what I've observed and from the entrepreneurs that I've worked with recently through our system, the most kind of obvious need of theirs is people. So people and time. I think that there's a lot of work that can be done as entrepreneurs get started in investigating and discovering the needs of their intended audience. That doesn't necessarily require money up front. And so there are things that people can start doing ahead of time that don't require a large amount of funding, which I think is usually a barrier people think of right away. And so finding those opportunities and taking advantage of them when you can early, and getting started as early as possible with discovering your intended user is going to be your best bet. That's what I see the most of.
And I want to flip this question, because I want to tell all the entrepreneurs out there that what the agencies are looking for, at least from my perspective, this is my opinion, because I hear it from all of the agencies, they want a diversity of applications from people all across the United States for their grant programs. So if you think you have something to offer, they want to hear about it. Regardless of your location or demographics, Well, that's the biggest thing that we keep on hearing is we're not getting enough, diversified. And I'm talking about the range of diversity, geographic diversification, demographic diversification. We want more people to apply. We know there are really good ideas out there. And so for all you entrepreneurs out there, go ahead and research the agencies, because they're going to be happy to hear from you. If you have cutting edge ideas, or you want to be able to go ahead and change the world in some small way with a new innovation or way to go ahead and really improve things, they want to hear from you. And I hear that again and again and again and again. So just flipping that question over on itself. Jonathan, why don't you bring us home with our last remark here, and then we'll go ahead.
I just really quickly, to your point, Joe, I think one of the things that's really important, and one of the things that I would really encourage everybody who's on this and anybody who hears about this later, reach out to us, communicate with us what those challenges are, what the needs are. We're not here to just, ultimately our goal is to serve the American public and to serve, and you're part of that public who, and in the case of Small Business Administration, it says it, it's right on the tin, right? Small businesses are sort of focus, and, there are countless examples. And right now, we have a lot of areas where we know we could be doing better, where we know we want to address gaps in the services and the programs that we provide, in terms of, that so-called valley of death between sort of, you've got that commercialized, but you really need to take it to the next level to sort of really enter the marketplace. Or, another challenge, I've got this great contract, but I'm not able to actually get access because I don't have the credit history, et cetera, to ultimately be able to, fulfill that contract that's going to allow me to grow my business and expand, because I have all these other things. So when we hear those, when we get that feedback, when we have those conversations, and we do a lot of listening sessions with folks, because it's really important for us to be responsive to you, the entrepreneur, the innovator, the small business owner. It allows us to then make sure that we are mindful and aware of those challenges, and then coming up with the solutions that hopefully will address those gaps and address those challenges. And we're working on that right now. And again, I just really encourage, to Joe's point and everybody else, just, let us know what those challenges are. Let us know so, and if you have solutions, share those too. We're here to serve you. Bottom line.
I just want to piggyback on one thing here, because I want to say one other thing to the entrepreneurs out there. Do your homework. If you can Google it, if you can find it, do that initial work first. All of these folks are busy. So if there's an answer that you can find that's easy to find, bring them the good stuff so that they can help you bring your business along. And I want to make sure, because they're busy, they get a lot of calls, they get a lot of emails, and they want to help you. But if you can find that answer on your own, you're an entrepreneur. Do it. Go figure it out on your own first. And then when you hit a breaking point, come to these folks. They're going to want to help you. But if you can Google it, start with that and do your own work first. Allison, do you want to go ahead and one last comment? I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that, or Dimitri?
No, I didn't. Thank you. I just forgot to go back on mute.
Oh, it's all right. Dimitri, anything else, or Susan or Jen?
No, I would just echo what you and Jonathan said. I mean, oftentimes, and I would include myself in that, when I was much younger, you encounter challenges and you feel like that's just your challenge. But what I've learned is that many people have already identified that challenge and are ready to help you overcome that challenge, right? And as you said, you can do a little bit of homework and digging, and many times you will find, a ton of programs that's designed to help solve that particular challenge. And so you just want to turn those challenges and look for opportunities. And so that's what I often tell my colleagues, that there are numbers of programs. NSF is one of which that we're trying to target specific categories of folks and regions. And we're looking to take advantage of the entrepreneurial spirit over the entire U.S. and over the entire population of the U.S. And that's kind of what the goal is. And I look forward to talking with many of the panelists on how we can partner with them as well.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for that. We're going to go ahead and close out here. I want to be mindful of our time. For all of our entrepreneurs out there, do your homework first. And then once you're ready, chat with these guys, because all of these folks will help you fly. Just do your work, come prepared, and they'll help you really soar and bring your businesses to the next level. I want to go ahead and just thank each of you for taking the time to join us today. This has been a fascinating conversation. Jen over at the Appalachian Regional Commission, Jonathan over at the SBA, Allison over at the Innovators Network at the Veterans Administration, Dimitri at the National Science Foundation, and Susan over in the Delta Region Regional Authority. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. I apologize to those of you who were not able to, we weren't able to get to those questions, but keep on, keep on asking those questions. There's a lot of information in the chat. And so we are going to be coming back here at 1:30. Amber has allowed me this time to have lunch, which is rare in the opportunity. So I'm excited because I now have 29 minutes for a potential lunch. Amber, anything else you want to add?
No, I just want to say great panel. I want to encourage folks, please stay connected if you'd like to just stay on for the next panel. And remember that for the next 30 minutes, we're flooding social media with support of entrepreneurship. So if y'all wouldn't mind sending a little tweet out and hashtagging National eShip Week, we're trying to just get that out there, get that message that entrepreneurs are the lifeblood of this economy. So with that, I'll see you back at 1:30. We're going to stop the live, but yep, Joe, you have time
Back
to
at
email.
1:30. Yep. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to our panelists.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
I think we might be waiting for just one other person. We do have a live mic, and so we're going to get started here in just a second. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We appreciate it. We've had a great series of conversations from a number of agencies across the government today. Really, really good conversations about an array of topics, partnerships and funding and collaboration and education, really, really good stuff. So we'll go ahead and kick off in just one other minute. There we go. Welcome, Derek. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, everybody. All right, Amber, are we ready?
Yep, I can go ahead and share my screen and we'll get that rolling and then we'll dive right in.
All right. Well, first, before you do that, let me just say welcome to everybody who is listening on all the various channels that we're on today. Welcome back to those people who participated in the morning. Wealth of information, just phenomenal information from so many different agencies about what entrepreneurs can do and what the agencies are looking for. And so we are happy to get started up once again on how research and development money for your business from the federal government, what are the ways to access that? And we've heard a lot of different things from a number of different folks over the course of the morning. My name is Joe Kapp. I am the co-chair of National Entrepreneurship Week, and also on today is Amber. Amber, why don't we go ahead and roll the video, the intro video.
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Kapp.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft.
5 years ago, we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week, a congressionally chartered annual event to support and uplift America's new business startups. Originally founded in 2006, National Entrepreneurship Week takes place every year during the third week of February.
All across the United States, from Maui to Miami to Maine and everywhere in between, America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant and thriving. National Entrepreneurship Week celebrates the unmatched, innovative American spirit that has brought to life amazing products and services and includes a beautiful tapestry of diverse entrepreneurs.
During the week, you'll hear from a host of United States federal agencies as they share information on their entrepreneurship and small business programs. You'll also hear from a nationwide network of partners, including entrepreneurial educators, ecosystem builders, and most importantly, entrepreneurs from all walks of life as they participate in the excitement of National Entrepreneurship Week.
Join in celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week by organizing an event in your local community, listening in on one of our national webinars, or participating in our annual social media campaign.
There has never been a better time to start a new business, and we challenge you to unleash your ideas into action during National Entrepreneurship Week.
National Entrepreneurship Week is made possible by contributions from an array of generous partners. Views and opinions expressed in National Entrepreneurship Week programs are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of National Entrepreneurship Week, its agents, or any U.S. government agency. Any agency's participation or support is not an endorsement of any product, service, or entity. All liability with respect to any recommendations are hereby expressly disclaimed.
Well, thank you, Amber, and thank you to our esteemed panel today. So we're going to be talking about the fact that the federal government provides millions of dollars annually to support and stimulate innovation and entrepreneurship, commercialization of all types of businesses. Again, my name is Joe Kapp, and I am the co-chair of National Entrepreneurship Week. I'm going to ask each of you to just take a moment and introduce yourself, your agency, and also what is it about entrepreneurship that excites you, or why you have the opportunity to do a whole host of things from a career perspective, yet you're focusing in part on helping grow entrepreneurs and small businesses. So why don't we start with you, Tom? Then we'll go to you, Emmanuel, then to you, Megan, and then Derek, and then we'll go ahead and open up for a round of questions. So Tom, welcome.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tom Campbell. I work in the Office of Community Services, which is part of the Administration for Children and Families in the Department of Health and Human Services. The Office of Community Services administers 7 separate programs that are all focused on reducing poverty, including the Community Services Block Grant. Many of these names you may know: the Social Services Block Grant, the Assets for Independence, the Low Income Home Energy Assistant Program, commonly known as LIHEAP, the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program, the Rural Community Development Program, and the focus of today for me is the Community Economic Development Program, which is the only federal program with a primary focus on creating jobs for individuals with low income and communities with high rates of unemployment and poverty. You asked about entrepreneurship. I think entrepreneurship is one of the strongest engines we have. I've been an entrepreneur. I've seen the kind of impact and power that entrepreneurship has for a local community, and the change it can make, and the ripple effects it can have. And so it's a significant, it's a very important thing, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and connect with everybody today and celebrate National Entrepreneurship Week.
Great, Tom. Well, thank you so much. And you follow in a long, fine list of speakers today who have been entrepreneurs and are now working within the federal government to help promote entrepreneurship. So thank you for your service in that. Emmanuel, welcome. Tell us a little bit more about where you work and also your inspiration to work in small businesses and entrepreneurship.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, and thanks everyone for having me. It's a great pleasure. My name is Emmanuel Picora. I am a technology manager in the Solar Energy Technologies Office. We are at the Department of Energy, and we are part of a big organization called Energy Efficiency and Renewable Power. We are in charge of all the applied research, development, demonstration, and commercialization of clean energy technologies. In my case, I work on solar, but we have other programs on wind, geothermal, building efficiency, manufacturing, geocoal, geothermal, I'm trying to forget somebody. And so our mission is to really support new technologies from like an applied state to market commercialization. I've not been an entrepreneur myself, but in my previous job, I worked with a lot of startups. And what it really is important to me is the enthusiasm, the passion that entrepreneurs put in their idea. These are people that really believe in their technology, their idea, in their company, and that's really the engine of innovation. That's how we change things in the country. And thank you to all these entrepreneurs across the country that we can bring all those new technologies to the market. So I think it's important for people like me in the government to support, provide financial assistance and any other support to make sure you can thrive and be successful.
Great, and thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. Megan, welcome. Please share with us a little bit more about which agency you're with and also why this is of interest to you.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Megan Mail. I'm the Director of Industry Partnerships at DHS's Science and Technology Directorate. So the Science and Technology Directorate is the R&D research and development arm of the department. So we focus on finding the technology solutions for DHS component end users. So everyone from CBP to ICE to Secret Service, we run the gamut. So we focus a lot on, enduring research, long-term research, as well as, quick solutions for the people who are out at the, in the operations, doing the difficult work every day. And so my division, Industry Partnerships, focuses on innovative funding programs for small businesses, for startups. We also focus on making sure that those solutions actually do something. They're actually transitioned, they are commercialized. We focus a lot on making sure that we're developing a homeland security market and really providing the support that businesses need to help us grow that commercially. So for me, I've been career government for quite some time. This current position, I find it so exciting to work for such a large organization that can be overwhelming coming in because DHS is massive. I really like diversifying our partnerships. So meeting new people, meeting small businesses, meeting people who are very excited about the work that they're doing and making those connections for them, because I know it's overwhelming. And so being able to, break it down a little bit, make it a little bit easier to partner up and get things going is really what I find most exciting and enjoy working with small businesses and startups in that capacity.
Great, well, thank you. And you actually prompted a reminder that I've been providing on every one of these calls. Let's try to avoid acronyms. So DHS stands for?
Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, great, perfect. Yeah, we just want to make sure I'm not, what did I call it? The alphabet soup. I'm not always up to speed. So if you use an acronym, I may go ahead and just ask you to go ahead and define it. So thank you very much. We appreciate that and welcome. Derek, please introduce yourself and tell us about the agency and also a little bit why entrepreneurship and small business is interesting for you.
Thank you. Well, Joe, I think you made that announcement of acronyms specifically for me because I work with the USDA, which is the United States Department of Agriculture, under the mission area of rural development, or RD, and under the agency of Rural Business and Cooperative Services. So that would have been a lot of acronyms to rattle off. But I'm the branch chief of our public-private partnership branch, which is a very interesting branch because what we do is really try to marry different federal agencies together to see how we can leverage our resources to help communities. How can we work with communities that we have not worked with before? I'm sure you heard earlier today, Ms. Jackie Ponte, she did a wonderful job about talking about all the wonderful things rural development does. And if you listen to that presentation, I won't bore you with some of the same information, but from our side, we take on the business side, we're looking at a little bit more of I would say a targeted approach as opposed to a widespread approach. So we're looking at those businesses, seeing how we can assist them. And, I was thinking about your question of why entrepreneurship is important to me personally, and listening to some of the responses throughout the day have been enlightening. And one of the things I think of with entrepreneurship is freedom. It gives you freedom from the norm, freedom from the status quo. It's a freedom to be innovative. And we know that that really is the mother of entrepreneurship. Those who are willing to step out on that freedom and be innovative, not be scared to go against the crowd. And that gives you a sense of dependency, a sense of self-worth. And I think that that's important when we do that, especially when we're looking at these individuals who who may be apprehensive about their ideas, thinking that no one would ever like it. But it's those people who we're encouraging to step out and be entrepreneurs. We need that voice. You know, America is built on the foundation of entrepreneurs. And so, you know, I think that that's why it's really important to me personally to really get involved with entrepreneurs, to cultivate that attitude and that spirit amongst them.
Well, thank you very much. You know, as I was listening to you, Derek, I felt like you were describing me, because I went into entrepreneurship. I was in corporate America for a little while, and I realized that I didn't really fit in there, and you know, I needed flexibility, and also I wear glasses like this, and you know, a little funky, and didn't always fit in. And so entrepreneurship for me was a pathway to independence and financial independence. And it's actually one of the reasons that we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week. When I was with the Department of Commerce, the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, I saw all of the amazing programs that the federal government agencies have to offer, and just how important it is. But also sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge if you're you know, running a small business or you're an entrepreneur, to really figure out what those programs are and how we may be able to benefit from those. Tom, I want to start our first question with you, because the services that you guys provide are I think, especially today, it's a little bit unique from some of the conversations that we've had earlier, but it dovetails, I think, with some important aspects of becoming an entrepreneur, you know, that of childcare, that of having a stable housing, being able to make sure that you have food. All of those are components for anybody who's going to become an entrepreneur. And I know the topic of our conversation is about, you know, identifying funding through small business innovation research programs and stuff like that. But, you know, let's go ahead and start with a very fundamental aspect of entrepreneurship, that at the end of the day, you got to feed yourself, you got to have a place to live, you got to go ahead in order to be able to kind of move yourself from that place to be able to really consider entrepreneurship. To talk to us a little bit about some of the work that you're doing.
Sure. Well, thank you, Joe. And I just want to say I'm glad I didn't wear my funky glasses today. I don't know if people can tell us apart. So that's helpful. You're right. And I think, you know, the idea of job supports, we call them generally job supports, the idea of having effective and efficient transportation and childcare and available food, and all of those things are essential to being an entrepreneur. They're not just essential to entrepreneurs, but they're essential to anybody who's trying to live in a family and a community with a job. And so, you know, when you think about entrepreneurs add value to their local communities through investments of creativity, innovation, hard work, blood, sweat, tears. Properly invested, these efforts create businesses, they create jobs that weren't there before, that grow the local revenue, and they make a real difference for the individuals and the families who live there, whether they're involved in the business or not. And this is exactly the purpose of the Community Economic Development Program. The Community Economic Development Program fosters equitable and inclusive development efforts in communities, seeks to provide employment opportunities for individuals and communities that have historically and disproportionately been left out of the job market. The program is competitive, it's discretionary. Essentially, it provides funds for the expansion of businesses and the creation of jobs in communities that need it the most. For example, let me give you, over the 5 years from 2015 to 2020, we created more than almost 2,200, created or expanded almost 2,200 businesses. We created over 9,000 jobs for individuals with low incomes. These weren't all the jobs that we created. These were just the jobs we created that low income individuals filled. And we leveraged over $1 billion, over $1.19 billion from other sources, both public and private, to invest in these communities. This is the power of entrepreneurship. And just to say that starting 2 years ago, the Community Economic Development Program started targeting energy communities that have experienced significant employment loss and economic dislocation because of the declines in the fossil fuel industry. These communities are hard hit. They are on the front lines of the changing economy. And let me give you an example. One of our grantees, the Kentucky Highlands Community Development Corporation, is using $800,000 in grant funds to make a loan to a company called Bear Precision Coatings, LLC, to launch a new manufacturing business in the automotive industry and create 55 jobs in Jackson County, Kentucky. This is a community that's been super hard hit by the disappearance of the coal and the fossil fuel industry. Just as one example.
Yeah, that's a great example. And one of the things that I often talk about when I speak in communities, National Entrepreneurship Week was actually reborn in Appalachia, Ohio, Appalachia, on a cold night. Amber and I were having dinner, and we learned that National Entrepreneurship Week existed by an act of Congress. And the reason why it's so important for us is from an education perspective, but also exactly what you talked about. There's a multiplier effect, right? When there's one business that's created it, especially in rural and smaller communities, that impact of that one business can have an outsized proportion on the impact of the community and the wealth and the well-being of the community. And to the extent that that business grows and continues to hire folks within the community, or even bring in additional resources, there's a significant multiplier effect. You talked a little bit about energy. I want to switch over to Emmanuel to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that he's working on and the SBIR program. We talked a little bit earlier today about the SBIR program, that it is America's seed fund, that if you have an idea for a business, you can go ahead and determine if they're an agency to work with. There's 11 agencies across the United States that have this program. Emmanuel, talk us through a little bit more about the program that you're working on and how folks can really think about energy and funding for some of the projects that they're working on.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So I think that the first thing I want to say is that we have a big challenge. Talking about energy, talking about climate change, we have a big challenge in front of us. And the federal government is really interested in supporting entrepreneurship for the many reasons that Tom already described, and also because that's really the engine of new technology. So something like a few kind of advices I want to give to the entrepreneurs out there. First, there's a lot of money available through the normal appropriation now with the infrastructure bill. There's a lot of funding available. You need to be patient because unfortunately the government is not necessarily the most organized organization. So each office has its own program. You need to really go and understand which program is the best fit for you. But it's definitely worth the time to kind of spend to go to the websites and understand the programs. The second piece of advice, you need to be strategic. Of course, the government doesn't, we have specific programs. Most of today's programs are competitive and with a specific deadline. So if you need money today, for example, at DOE, the SBIR, the deadline for SBIR was in January. So now you need to wait another year for another round of SBIR. So you need to be strategic and plan ahead and try to look for the program and understand what the deadline is. But I want to be clear, there's a lot of programs, not just SBIR. We're going to be talking a little bit more later, I guess, but I'm going to give you a few examples. For example, the PRIZE program. At ERE, we have at this point more than 15 prizes where people can compete, and it's very easy to apply. You just take your phone, record a video describing your idea, answer 3 questions in an online form, and that's your application. And then you get money after 3 or 4 months after a demo day, which is very similar to a pitch competition. And of course, if you win, you get the money in form of a check. Just cash the check and you have the money in your bank account. That's good if you're starting from a very early stage idea, which is maybe not well defined, and you want to just put it out there and see through this pitch competition if there's an interest. So that's one program.
Emmanuel, I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt for just a second. We're having a little trouble hearing you. It's a little bit muffled. I don't know if there's something covering your speaker. I just want to make sure.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder.
That's much better. Yeah, that's
okay,
much better.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to go ahead and just very briefly, just recap what you just said. One of the unique things that the Department of Energy, and we heard this earlier from Kyle, that you guys do is this prize competition, which is pretty unique, right? Do me a favor, just dive into that a little bit more to help people understand, because that's different from the SBIR program, and in some ways it's easier to win. It's competitive, but the application and the process, you were in the process of describing that. So just bring us back to that piece again.
Yes, absolutely. It's very different. It's kind of unique. So the idea is that you're not competing for a contract. You're not competing for a project. You compete like literally recording a video with your phone and filling out a simple online form. You don't even need to be incorporated at the beginning. And this prize is usually structured in 3 stages. So if you win the first stage, which is based on your idea, you get a little bit of money. I think it's $50,000 to start working on your idea. And then there's a second phase, which is again a pitch competition in front of judges, very similar to some TV shows where you we call it demo day, where you basically pitch your idea and what you've done. And then if you win the second stage, you get $200,000. And then at that point, you're eligible for the third phase, which is the grand prize of $500,000. And the interesting thing is that along the way, we put a network of national labs, incubators, accelerators, consultants, a network of entities with some expertise in clean energy that can help you during this journey. We understand it's not easy to be an entrepreneur, and you need resources, you need technical expertise, you need business expertise, you need validation expertise. And that's why we are building this network called American Made Network, that it's really like plenty of resources everywhere in the country. So you can find based on, it's a very easy kind of search function. You can look for the right entity in your area, maybe, or the right entity based on the type of expertise you're looking for. And again, if you win, you just get a check. And we do this every year, and it's not just one. Right now, there are more than 15 different prizes. There's one for solar, there's one for batteries, for storage technology, there's one for hydropower, and there's like more than 15. And we keep kind of launching new competitions with kind of regular cadence.
Yeah. Well, I just want to underscore what you just said for those entrepreneurs that are listening out there. I've been pointing at them all day. For you entrepreneurs out there, if you haven't heard what he said, this prize competition, it's a 3-phased approach here. And the first phase is you fill out a form. You fill out a form and you throw your hat in the ring. And then from there, it escalates into larger opportunities to win more money and more assistance with your business. So, if you're thinking about any sort of energy related projects, think about being a part of some of these prize competitions, because what it really does is helps you accelerate your business, but also get you in front of a lot of technical experts that can help drive your business. I want to switch gears for a second over to Megan and just chat a little bit. We know about the SBIR program, and I understand that there's some other opportunities that maybe are a little bit different than SBIR for entrepreneurs to conduct research and development and commercialize some of their technologies and security technologies. Share with us, please. Tell us what's going on with you guys.
Sure. So we certainly utilize the SBIR program quite a bit. DHS does, and I think if people attended this morning's panel, Dusty Lang was providing some detail about our work there. And that's just one of the programs that we focus on, that we are really targeting small businesses, startups. The other big one that we have is our Silicon Valley Innovation Program. That's specifically targeting the startup community. And I know the Valley's in the name, but it is a global program, I promise. We have startups as far away as New Zealand who are working with us right now. So we are interested in taking topics, requirements that come from our end users, and we put out calls for topics. It's a very easy application, and we utilize other transaction authority, which is not your typical government, federal acquisition based contract. This is a quicker award. It's similar to a commercial contract that you would see outside of the government. And we make awards in 45 to 60 days. So a quicker timeline, hoping to ease some of the burden for the startup community who maybe has never considered working with DHS before. But we're really focused on, it's non-dilutive funding. We're not taking any intellectual property. And we are providing the opportunity for companies to see how their technology might be used in a government setting. We want them to continue to pursue their commercial interests, but also, how can they pivot a little bit and work with us? So an example right now, we have a topic out, human performance and resiliency. So this is looking at wellness promotion and personnel tools that could assist people who are working on the border. So our Customs and Border Protection agents who are out in very, adverse conditions, right? So how can we develop solutions that can help them? And what are we not thinking of? What can we source from the startup community? So we have a call for topics out right now. We're very interested in hearing about ideas. Another thing we run, similar to what Emmanuel was just saying, we do prizes. We have one open right now. It's actually open for the next, I think, 48 hours. So if you're very interested in this, you can jump on it. It's cooling solutions. So we are interested in climate change. We are supporting our Federal Emergency Management Agency. That was for you, Joe. It's a mouthful to get them all out, but I will get them all out.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're interested in how we can provide cooling solutions for public and first responders, climate friendly, people who are in adverse extreme heat situations, disasters. We're looking for ideas, energy efficient, cost efficient solutions. I will drop in the chat our page that includes business opportunities, but prizes are open to citizen innovators. You don't have to be a big established business. We're looking for any and all ideas.
Yeah, Megan, when you say topic, just walk me through what that is. Is that you come up, so the agency comes up with this idea and we say, okay, we want you to go ahead and come up with new and novel cooling technologies, innovations, inventions. And is that like sort of it? Or do you guys, is that the topic and then you sort of run with it? It's sort of like a grade school English teacher. All right, we're going to give you a topic and you need to go ahead and put together a 5-paragraph essay. Is that kind of like what we're talking about here?
It depends on our solicitation. Some are definitely more scoped than others. Some we leave intentionally open-ended because we want to see what's out there and we don't have anything, prescriptive to tell people about it. Others, we want to make sure we send people down the right path. We don't want to waste anybody's time putting together applications because we know that can be a burden. So we try to make sure that we explain the situation, provide a use case so that people can really look at what they've got or what they've been thinking about and really understand if that's going to match what we're seeking. So it depends. We do a bit of both.
Yeah, that's great. Well, it's interesting as I hear this and what you're saying. And for you entrepreneurs out there, listen, there's easier ways to go ahead. You don't necessarily always have to think that collaborating with the government is going to be a huge challenge. We got prizes over here. We got other entry points in order to be able to take your ideas and really formulate them and have expertise that can help you formulate those ideas. Speaking of entrepreneurial agencies, I got to tell you, I've had the opportunity to meet with a host of folks from rural development over at the United States Department of Agriculture, and they're probably at the risk of you all getting angry at me, but I got to tell you, RD, rural development, is probably one of the most entrepreneurial parts of certainly the USDA. One of the things that I know is that you guys have an understanding about how rural works, and that one small town, you can't go ahead and say rural America, because rural America is vastly different depending on where you are. And I know that you guys in the work that you guys are doing are entrepreneurial. So Derek, walk us through some of the stuff that you guys are working on. Share with us from rural development.
Sure, Joe. And we're about to hire you as a spokesperson for rural development. Rural development is very unique in that we're one of the very few programs in the government that can build a town from the ground up. And we're talking infrastructure, schools, daycares, businesses, homes. So whatever you think of, if you close your eyes and think of what makes your community, that's what we can do. And under rural development, we have our 3 mission areas of rural housing service, rural utility service, and rural business services. And the interesting thing about that is usually where one leaves off, the other picks right up. So whereas we may not be able to help you or fund you under rural utility service. That might pick up under our rural business, under our rural electrification, or one of our other grants that we have available. So it's really interesting, just the gambit of projects that you can see within rural development. Jackie Ponte earlier, she showed one of a video during her session for one of our value-added producer grants, which is under our rural business. And it was for, a goat farm. And it's so interesting that most people tend to think of USDA, they think of farming. That's just strictly what it is. It's farming. When I was in school and I told people that I had a USDA scholarship, they said, "Oh, are you farming?" I said, "No, I'm in business." And they just could not put the two and two together. But there's so much more to agriculture than just, farming. So people need places to live, people need places to work, and all these other things that go with it, just the gambit of things. But as we can see, under this administration, we've had 3 key priorities that have been repeated time and time again, and that's dealing with response to COVID, social equity, and addressing climate change. And that's one of the ones that even under our Secretary Vilsack, he has been a real leader in addressing that issue. And we've been giving our attention to climate change because what we do understand is that historically, the United States is an agrarian society. So we're based on, being able to farm. And that has a direct impact on our ability to feed not only ourselves, but to be a leader in agricultural production worldwide. So when we look at those resources that are available in regards to entrepreneurs and their ability to access funds that may impact climate change and assist in the food supply chain, we're eager to see the new ideas. We're eager to see the advancements that have been made in the field and how rural development can assist with these ideas and having them kind of come to fruition. One of the things that I think we talk about a lot of times is somebody may have the best idea, but it's making that idea come to life. And that's where it's really hard. Under our community facilities, we do daycare centers. So you may have a mom and pop who are the best daycare, providers in the area. They do the home daycares forever. Everybody takes them there. So they think that the only logical step is to, hey, let's open an official daycare center. But even though they have a love for kids, they may not have the ability, the business acumen to really see how that daycare center will be profitable. And 4 years down the line, they may have to go under. But that's where we step in. A lot of the programs that we offer technical assistance. It allows you to actually look at feasibility studies, have funds for feasibility studies, for strategic planning, those type of things that you typically don't think of when you're just sitting around the table trying to start a business or looking at what's the next step. One of the programs we have is our socially disadvantaged group grants, which is targeted specifically for underrepresented, smaller communities, and also our rural business development grants, which is targeted for our small businesses. You'll see the links for both of those to pop up in the chat box, so those should be coming soon. We also have programs targeted directly to the food supply chain, as we mentioned earlier. As part of the Build Back Better initiative, we have the food supply chain guaranteed loan program. And as we know, we can see anytime you go to the grocery store, that price on your receipt has gone up significantly, has not during COVID. And what we realize is that we need to protect that middle of the supply chain. That's an integral part of that food coming to your table and getting to your homes. And by doing that, we're able to help. We have a guaranteed loan program that helps things such as processing, manufacturing, storage, transportation, all the things that we need for that food to get from the farm to your table. So this serves as a great opportunity for innovative ideas to kind of take center stage with the confidence that using these programs will allow you to tap into those resources that will benefit not only you, but your community as well. So there's many programs that we have within rural development, specifically rural business. We have over 15 different programs that, for funding, and that help from a range of technical assistance, planning, and even our bio-preferred program. I will take the rest of the time to talk about our bio-preferred program, but it is a wonderful program that still we look at innovative ideas. Once again, how can I move the needle in this community and make our life a better life for somebody else?
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting. I grew up in Miami Beach, and then when I sold my business, I retired out to West Virginia. So I learned a lot about agriculture in a very short period of time. I didn't know there was a difference between straw and hay, and I ended up learning about that there's actually a difference. And I learned a lot. There's just so many things. And I also learned about, you know, RD and the RDBG, the rural development, you know, grants and stuff like that. And the great work that you guys are doing. You know, you brought up something that I want to kind of touch upon, and I want to bring it back to Tom here, because you talked about a little bit about, you know, global climate change. And when you look at sort of all the things that are going, it's probably going to disproportionately affect those people, low income folks, who may not necessarily have the ability to be able to relocate. And so, you know, Tom, talk a little bit more about the programs that you guys offer as it relates to helping people kind of move to a place of greater security so they can become entrepreneurs. What do some of those things look like?
Well, that's a really interesting question, because when you look at the low-income areas in this country, you look at the areas that have really suffered the most environmentally. They are often low-income communities, and they are disproportionately impacted by climate change. And one of the things, and that can happen in a couple of different ways. It can actually happen physically with the environment. It could also happen because of the jobs, which you look at energy communities, which are, you know, they are suffering because of a change in the economy related to global warming and climate change. So there is a real focus in the community economic development program to helping the community get stronger, helping the individuals in the community get stronger. This is an attempt. You know, we give a grant to a community. They then, the grantee will then leverage that money for, on average, more than $3 additional for every dollar of federal money they get. They bring in a lot of other leveraged money, both private and public, to invest in the community and make the community a stronger, better place. It's not really about moving people out of those communities. It's about making the communities better. Because as we talked about earlier, the ripple effects of these businesses, those are, it's like opening a window in a local community. It's a breath of fresh air. It's every job has a cumulative effect on the whole community, on families and the children that live there. And so really focusing on those communities, really focusing on the communities that really need them the most. That's what the Community Economic Development Program does. We really do focus on low-income communities, creating jobs that wouldn't exist otherwise for people that have traditionally been left behind. You know, our grant recipients, which by the way are community development corporations. You must be a community development corporation to get a community economic development program. So community development corporations, and I won't use the acronym CDC because then it gets very confusing with that other CDC you hear much more about these days. They have a primary purpose of planning, developing, or managing housing and community development projects in neighborhoods with high unemployment and traditionally low income. For example, the Inglewood Community Development Corporation in Indianapolis, they're using $450,000 in funding to build out and expand an office space in a previously built building. They're expanding that building, and they're creating 2 community schools and several other businesses that will create 15 jobs in a hard-hit neighborhood in Indianapolis. You know, they're using not just our money, but they're bringing in other investments.
Yeah.
And they're creating sustainable businesses. They're creating jobs with benefits. They're creating jobs with high quality jobs, living wages and paid leave and fringe benefits and opportunities for growth, career growth. Many of the business incubators spin off other companies. And so these entrepreneurs create other entrepreneurs, which is awesome. And if anybody is interested in these programs, really reach out to your local community development corporation, because they are in the business of really kind of loaning money to entrepreneurs.
Yeah,
they are a nonprofit, a CDC, a community development corporation is a nonprofit, but they get the money and then they invest it in local entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting is that if you look at some of the historical economic development concepts, a lot of it was around relocation credits, or building industrial parks. And to some extent, those are still very important. But, this focus on entrepreneurship and the ability to create value from something, oftentimes some of those other economic development aspects have communities pitted against one another. And some of the stuff that you're doing is really about helping to uplift the entire community by providing an array of resources. I want to go back over to the solar, to the energy piece, because Emmanuel, the stuff that you're working on has a direct impact. Tell us about the types of stuff, the types of projects, the types of things that you're looking for that people who are entrepreneurs might be thinking about, that are types of projects that you guys are interested in potentially funding.
Yeah, so we are a mission-focused agency, so we have specific goals. For example, we want to electrify, we want to move to a decarbonized electric system by 2030, and move to a decarbonized energy system by 2050. That's a huge challenge. That requires really everyone's working together to deploy more and more clean energy. And so, to answer your question, we are really looking for any hardware or software solution that can improve manufacturing of solar technologies or deployment. So we go from, metrology systems for manufacturing to a new web-based app to facilitate interconnection of solar systems to the electric grid, or to lower the cost of customer discovery. So it really kind of pretty broad, as long as we can, with this technology, this innovation can help us meet our goals. Something I want to mention about the diversity and inclusion aspects that we are talking about. In our funding opportunities, we always require a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, because we want to make sure that even though it's research, even though it's development of new products, we want to think about who's going to be take advantage of this technology, who's going to be impacted by this technology. And so part of the application, we ask people to think about diversity, equity, and inclusion elements as part of the application. Something else also I want to mention is the importance of, again, going back to the importance of entrepreneurs. Over the years, we have a program which is called Incubator. Despite the name, it looks like it's focused on incubator. It's actually focused on companies. So the program is the incubator for new companies. And we have supported more than 300 companies. And we have seen that these companies, after our project, were able to raise private money, more than $11 billion of private money to continue their technology development and bring the product to the market. So we really need everyone, and we need something that can have a significant impact. That's what we're looking for. Impact in the industry, impact in the community.
Yeah, well, that impact of having that incubator and those 300 businesses and the value that they create, the new innovations, super, super, super important. And thinking through, some of the conversations that we're having, Derek, having lived in a rural community, I know that Main Street communities, Main Streets are really super important, and pandemic has had a really big impact on the nature of communities all across the United States and all across the world, as we know. I'm curious, as you look at businesses, there's some Main Street businesses, and they can be a little bit different in rural communities. How important are investments in internet and opportunities for rural development to partake in that? Because I saw when Bill Woodrum has been working with us, and he oversees the ecosystem across West Virginia, and we've been talking about broadband and a number of the things that have happened. And once the pandemic hit, because he had already done the work of assembling the ecosystem across West Virginia, he was able to get information out. But some of the challenges was these farmers and growers weren't necessarily prepared to be able to kind of transition. They were used to selling a lot of their agricultural products, a bit more regionally, and then all of a sudden things changed. So maybe you could just touch upon, how what's been the impact of that, and what opportunities there are for rural communities to think a little bit about this.
That's a great question, and there are several opportunities. That's kind of goes back to one of the things I said, where one hand stops, the other one picks up. Under our rural utilities program, we have our telecom division, which does broadband and telecommunications, and that's their whole goal is to help have reliable internet in rural America. One of the things that we realize is that if you do not have those same opportunities and amenities that are available in an urbanized area, those young ones and those teenagers, those young adults that are in rural America, once they get of age, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to go to an urban area where they can get 5G, they can get reliable Wi-Fi, they can get all these things. So we have that, as well as our Reconnect loan and grant program. That should be popping up soon in the chat box for more information. But all that goes to the fact that there's a concerted effort to make sure that these things are available in rural America, because we understand the importance of that. We've become a digital age, and by becoming a digital age, our world has gotten a lot smaller. So, now there is that need that you have to adjust to technology. You have to make sure that technology is available. And we want, Main Street to be there. We want those small shops to be there. We want those unique things that make that town, that city, that unique city. There's reasons why people go to, certain parts of the country at certain times of the year, because they want to go to that specific shop. They love that specific type of atmosphere, and we want people to continue to enjoy that. And the way to do that is to have all those amenities available, have reliable internet, have reliable healthcare, have reliable businesses that you can go and participate and look at how you can contribute to the bottom line there.
Yeah, and the thing that I would also add is that for the entrepreneurs that are listening, the world needs solutions, not just to global climate change, but also access to the internet for people all across the United States, to make sure that rural communities are connected, all across the United States. And so the opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship in that regard is still significant. Megan, I want to come back to you for a second and just talk a little bit more. We talked a little bit about climate change and the impacts of that, and talk to us a little bit more. Obviously, food security and those sorts of things are certainly something that's important for the homeland security aspects of things. What types of projects, you mentioned before a little bit about, the projects that give us a flavor of the range of the types of projects that maybe you guys sometimes look for people to go ahead and kind of develop.
I don't have enough time to even remotely scratch the surface there. As we discussed, DHS is a behemoth, but just to give you an idea, we just have so many different missions. So, I talked about climate change. We have a SBIR, other agency technology solutions, RFI, request for information out right now, focused on urban search and rescue. So people who are buried in under buildings, in rubble. So how can we, help develop solutions there? We have a lot of interest in countering unmanned aerial systems. We have, border security, maritime security. It really is all over the place, which is why, we try to be the ones to help break down some of the mission areas. We have an industry liaison completely focused on receiving your emails, that come into us and trying to match the technologies that we're hearing about with the right mission areas, the right program offices. We at Science and Technology are focused on research and development, but we are also happy to make the connections back to our component agencies who are interested in commercial solutions for acquisition right now that don't require any research and development. So there's a person behind that email, and we can help break down those missions.
And I said this before, so it might be a little bit of an old saw for those people who have been listening the entire day. But you guys as entrepreneurs, it's your job to do a little bit of a heavy lifting here. The folks who you're hearing from today, they're busy. They get inquiries all the time. They're speaking all the time, and they're also trying to field questions. And so come to them with some well-researched, if you can Google it and find it in, a quick Google, go ahead and spend time really looking for constructive conversations to be able to have with all of these folks. The SBIR program is considered America's seed fund, and there's 11 different agencies across the federal government. But what we've also heard today is the range of other types of unique and novel funding that folks can avail themselves of, whether it's in rural communities or some of the things that Emmanuel, the prize stuff is really, really incredible. You can start small and grow into your business. In fact, if you have something new and novel, Department of Energy can really help you. If it's something that they really see as a future, can help you grow your business. And when I was doing the work that I was at the Department of Commerce as part of the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, I was just blown away by the array of programs that are out there for entrepreneurs. Some of them require a little bit more work. The SBIR program can be a little bit more intensive, but some of them are a lot easier to be able to take advantage of, kind of like what you and Megan were talking about. Well, we have just a couple more minutes here, and then we're going to have to transition. I want to see if there's any questions here in our, I think some of them were already answered. Megan, you answered one. Any last comments or remarks that you all want to share? Tom, anything else you want to share?
Well, sure. Thanks, Joe. I just want to emphasize the community economic development program that I've been talking about this morning and this afternoon is a very, very versatile program. The projects that are out there include commercial kitchens, manufacturing businesses, shopping centers, grocery stores, distribution centers, which is a big thing now, right? Restaurants, farmers markets, agricultural initiatives, business incubators, and social enterprises. These are the kind of companies and the kind of initiatives that have those ripple effects in the community. And the projects support women and minority-run businesses, and specifically support the inclusion of diverse entrepreneurs by providing them capital, which they may traditionally have trouble getting. They may have barriers to that capital in the past, and our job is to help them get to where they need to be. For example, the East Los Angeles Community Union is using $800,000 in community economic development funding to revitalize and renovate a commercial building in Los Angeles County. It's going to do business expansion in that building and create 27 jobs in that community. So, there the limit to what people can do, just like in entrepreneurship generally, the limit to what people can do is only to what they can imagine.
And one of the things that you haven't said, but I think is important, because I've seen this, is that if you're an individual entrepreneur, some of the things that we're talking about, some of the grants and the funding, they may only be available to nonprofit institutions or certain types of institutions. But the successful entrepreneur goes and partners with those institutions to say, hey, listen, let's revitalize this old building, let's go ahead and put in a commercial kitchen here. Rural development is great. USDA rural development is really good for these types of projects where, an entrepreneur wants to go ahead. I know there was a project, for example, where they were redoing an old theater in a small town and they were using rural development funds. So if you're an entrepreneur listening, think outside the box here. It doesn't necessarily mean that money is going to flow to you, but collaborate with a local nonprofit or organization or institution. Emmanuel, what else? Closing remarks here. What else do you want to share with us?
Yeah, I think the main message I want people to remember is that this is an exciting time. We have a lot of challenges in front of us, but it's an exciting time with a lot of opportunities, and the federal government is here to help your business to grow. And it is true, as you said, you need to take the time to maybe read, Google. There are a lot of programs. Each program is different because we try to meet entrepreneurs at different stages. So try to match the program based on the business and technology maturity of your company. Don't just apply to everything just to apply. But there are a lot of opportunities, and we are here to help both with financial assistance, with prizes, but also with a network. Building the ecosystem we need to succeed. So there are a lot of opportunities, and take advantage of them.
Yeah, that networking piece, particularly with some of the networks that you've created, those 300 businesses, and the ability, if you're an entrepreneur, networking with other entrepreneurs is probably the single best way to go ahead and get free advice that's actually really, really valuable. Megan and then Derek, last parting words.
I want to thank everyone for listening today. Looking forward to engaging. I think a lot of what my thoughts have already been said. It's making the connections, it's understanding the programs, and it's also, we're very interested in hearing about the new ideas. We only have so many hours in the day, just like everybody else, to understand what's out there. But we know that there's plenty that we haven't seen yet. So we're certainly excited to see what people bring to us and how we can partner on various programs.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Go ahead. Last parting word, Derek.
I was just going to say, one of the biggest things I think is don't be afraid to leverage resources. If you're going to the Department of Energy for funding, don't be afraid to come to rural development. Don't be afraid to go to SBA as well. We encourage leveraging resources, so you may not be able to get the whole pot from one place, but you may be able to get a piece from here and a piece from here. And that definitely makes a huge bite out of the project.
Well, thank you very much. We really, really appreciate all of you participating today. This has been a great conversation. And thank you for sharing your information during National Entrepreneurship Week. Amber, back over to you.
Awesome, thank you. So we are right on for the next panel. So we actually need to get everyone ready. So if you're on the next panel, go ahead and turn on your video and we'll get started. Thanks, Tom. All right, Joe, I think we're good. I'll do the video when you're ready.
Okay, well, welcome. Welcome, everybody. My name is Joe Kapp, and this is our final panel of the day. I want to go ahead and thank everybody who's been listening to us. For those of you that are just joining us, this is National Entrepreneurship Week and Federal and Government Entrepreneurship Day. This next session is the power of partnership and engaging in entrepreneurial ecosystems. We have some great speakers here, but before we do that, we're just going to go ahead and share a quick video to provide you a little bit of background about National Entrepreneurship Week. Amber?
Welcome to National Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Joe Kapp.
And I'm Amber Ravenscroft.
5 years ago, we relaunched National Entrepreneurship Week, a congressionally chartered annual event to support and uplift America's new business startups. Originally founded in 2006, National Entrepreneurship Week takes place every year during the third week of February.
All across the United States, from Maui to Miami to Maine and everywhere in between, America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant and thriving. National Entrepreneurship Week celebrates the unmatched, innovative American spirit that has brought to life amazing products and services, and includes a beautiful tapestry of diverse entrepreneurs.
During the week, you'll hear from a host of United States federal agencies as they share information on their entrepreneurship and small business programs. You'll also hear from a nationwide network of partners, including entrepreneurial educators, ecosystem builders, and most importantly, entrepreneurs from all walks of life as they participate in the excitement of National Entrepreneurship Week.
Join in celebrating National Entrepreneurship Week by organizing an event in your local community, listening in on one of our national webinars, or participating in our annual social media campaign.
There has never been a better time to start a new business, and we challenge you to unleash your ideas into action during National Entrepreneurship Week.
National Entrepreneurship Week is made possible by contributions from an array of generous partners. Views and opinions expressed in National Entrepreneurship Week programs are those of the speaker and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of National Entrepreneurship Week, its agents, or any U.S. government agency. Any agency's participation or support is not an endorsement of any product, service, or entity. All liability with respect to any recommendations are hereby expressly disclaimed.
Great. Well, thank you, Amber, for that. So I want to go ahead and welcome all of our panelists here today, talking and discussing the power of partnerships and the importance of partnerships for the programs that you all have. So before we get started into the details of that, what I'd like you to do is just go ahead and let's introduce ourselves. Carol, we'll start with you, just a little bit about the agency, and then also for each of you, just why is this a passion for you? You know, you all are working for various federal government agencies and have the opportunity to work on an array of things. Entrepreneurship and small business is certainly near and dear to your heart. So Carol, why don't you go ahead and share with us, you know, a little bit about what the stuff you're working on.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'd just like to start by saying I'm very excited to be here today in support of National Entrepreneurship Week, and even more excited, given my passion for early stage technology development, to participate in this panel on National Innovation Day. So Joe, as Joe mentioned, my name is Carol Rabke, and I joined the Department of Energy Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Tech Transfer Research Programs Office. There, I got all the acronyms out. In July of this past year as a tech to market advisor. So in this role, I'm focused on improving partnering of our SBIR and STTR applicants and awardees, providing the resources to help them build the necessary relationships at each step of the development path. And the goal here really is to improve both the research and commercialization outcomes. So what am I passionate about and why am I doing this? Prior to joining DOE, I spent over 20 years working in the small business community as a commercialization service provider across all the agencies. So I've worked with small businesses developing technologies for DOE, NIH, NSF, Department of Navy, Department of Transportation. We did a small program with USDA as well. So during this time, I worked with hundreds of SBIR and STTR funded small businesses. So I have a lot of familiarity with the strengths and unique challenges facing small businesses as they work to bring their technology to market. And that's why I wanted to be here today to talk about what excites me about entrepreneurs working in this space.
Great. Well, thank you. Welcome, Carol. Chalet, welcome from the SBA. We've had some really great conversations today. Please share with us a little bit more about the work that you do at the Small Business Administration and why you're so passionate about this.
Thank you, Joe. And good afternoon from Washington, D.C. My name is Shaylee Hallway, and I have the honor of serving as a senior advisor in the Small Business Administration's Office of Entrepreneurial Development, which I know is a mouthful, but we call ourselves OED, under the leadership of Associate Administrator Mark Madrid, who you heard from earlier today. So as you can imagine, National Entrepreneurship Week is a big week for us in OED, and I am so excited to be here to speak with all of you, and thank you so much for this opportunity. The topic of this forum, how the federal government can work with state and local governments to catalyze entrepreneurship, it really hits close to home for us in OED, as this really is core to our mandate. Our mission in OED is to help small businesses start, grow, and expand by providing quality training and counseling and access to resources. And entrepreneurship is really important to me. I'm the daughter of a small business owner, my mom, and she has owned her own financial management small business in a small town just outside of Boston for my whole life. And as I was growing up, I really saw firsthand the struggles and oftentimes tearful moments that she had carrying the weight of owning a small business. But I also got to see the pride that it brought her. And I came to the Small Business Administration to be a part of a team that's the voice for America's 32.5 million small businesses and innovative startups. And Administrator Guzman frequently tells us that she wants each and every small business owner to feel like small business owners like my mom to feel like the giants that they are in our economy. And the SBA has a great deal of programs that are aimed at doing just that. Earlier today, my phenomenal colleague, Jonathan Alter, promised that I would talk about a few of them, particularly our network of resource partners and the Biden-Harris administration's flagship Community Navigator pilot program. So I'm very excited to talk about these programs in our session today and to hear from all of the phenomenal leaders that are on this panel.
Great. Well, thank you so much and welcome, Shaylee. We appreciate your participating. Eric, it's welcome. You are with the U.S. Economic Development Administration, a portion of the Department of Commerce, but specifically the Office of Innovation, and Entrepreneurship. So please tell us a little bit more about yourself and also your passion for this area.
Thanks, Joe, and hi, everybody. I appreciate you got all my acronyms out of the way, so now I can just use them. But I'm the director of the Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, or OIE. We're in the Economic Development Administration, and my office is really focused on technology-based entrepreneurship and economic development. How do we fuel entrepreneurs who are bringing technologies into the market? But that being said, EDA as a whole offers support to communities and regions that are building the infrastructure and the systems that support entrepreneurs of every type and across every region. So I'm looking forward to speaking to you all today about how that particularly, how that applies across the country, whether urban or rural, whether high tech or mainstream. Good to talk to you.
And I know you from my experience in the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And one of the other benefits is that you were previously over at the U.S. Patent Office and are an attorney. So you know the trials and the tribulations of entrepreneurs who are trying to figure out how to take their products, services, and really commercialize them. And that's in large part some of the stuff that we've been talking today, particularly with regards to the SBIR, the seed fund. And so thank you for that knowledge and also for the work that you do. Peter, we've heard from a number of different folks from the Department of Energy. Please share with us a little bit more about the stuff that you're focusing on and also your passion for entrepreneurs.
Okay, trying to come off mute there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, all right. Go technology. So hi, everyone. My name is Peter Lobicaro. I come to you today, like many of my colleagues here, from many layers within an organization. So I'm here representing the Manufacturing Competitiveness team, which is within the Solar Energy Technologies Office, which is a part of the Department of Energy. You know, today we're here to talk about some of the programs that we're bringing from a very technology-focused point of view within the solar ecosystem. But again, I think it's indicative of the kind of programming many other offices within the DOE are running to support entrepreneurship and innovation. And again, we understand that A lot of folks are not necessarily just looking at solar, they're more maybe looking at clean tech. And so we're trying to figure out how can we curate the things that we're working on to make it most valuable to those who are looking at a broader set of problems. You've probably heard a lot already from my colleagues today about what the solar office can do. So I'm not going to dive into that too much at this moment in time, but I will, share a little bit about why I'm here today, what motivates me about entrepreneurship, why I work at DOE and the solar office. For me, coming from a technical background, watching a lot of great work happening in the academic ecosystem, the question I always had was, okay, but where is this going to impact people's lives? How is this going to translate into something more than just a written paper? And I'm not trying to bang the academic ecosystem at all. There's a lot of excellent and amazing work that's happening. I was a part of that for a long time. But I always wanted to see how do we push it forward? Where is this going? And I think particular in the last several decades, we've seen a major switch from industrial innovation ecosystems where large companies were innovating and they were pulling that early stage technology through to the market, to an open innovation ecosystem, which I think is what we see today, where we're really relying on small businesses to bring technology out of the labs and into the market to impact the real world. And so in that situation, this new exciting open innovation ecosystem where entrepreneurs are empowered to change the world every day, that's what brings me to the table every day, is how can we help those people be as successful as possible, move as quickly as possible, and how can the government serve as a partner in that journey to help accelerate and do great things with the taxpayer funds that we have been, entrusted to bring impact. So that's what gets me out of bed every day. I'm really excited to be here today and share what we're working on and to hear what my colleagues here are working on as well. And maybe I'll leave it at that, Joe.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that wonderful introduction from each of you. Eric, I'm going to start with you. Your agency works with a host of entrepreneurial organizations and ecosystems. I actually came to learn more thanks to you and a number of the other folks that I met at EDA, just about the amazing array of programs and services that each of the government agencies offer. Talk to us a little bit more about, first of all, entrepreneurial ecosystem. What does that kind of mean? And your agency is probably, and the work that you do is probably a little bit more focused on, ecosystems and organizations than perhaps SBA, which focuses specifically on the businesses. Walk us through what that looks like. Give us a landscape. When we're talking about entrepreneurial ecosystems, what does that mean?
Yeah, we, one of the things about EDA is that the funding that we have available is very flexible, but just like you said, it's actually not, for the most part, for entrepreneurs themselves. We're trying to help communities and regions and nonprofits build I'll use infrastructure very broadly, but build the infrastructure on which entrepreneurs and innovators can thrive. And this, when I say flexible, I really mean it. It can take a lot of forms. One of my colleagues likes to say roads and commodes, like that's one of the things that EDA definitely funds. So, you've got an industrial park and the water sewage connection to that is sort of maxed out with the couple manufacturers that are there. We can fund projects to expand that capacity to enable more commercial activity, more manufacturing, more technology manufacturing in that place. We can fund projects where perhaps there's a technology cluster, but to demonstrate those technologies, there's a piece of equipment that effectively any company, any entrepreneur would need in order to test and demonstrate whether or not their technology is ready for the market. It's possible that we can fund that equipment and give that region the capacity to, again, enable those entrepreneurs to thrive there. And then a lot of what my office does. Yeah.
I'm sorry, just give an example of that, because what I'm hearing from you is you're not saying, hey, entrepreneur, if you need, let's say, some sort of a proton electron accelerator, I don't even know if that's a thing. Peter, you and Carol, you guys can correct me on that. But what exactly does that mean? Because you're not really looking at, oh, I need something for my own particular business. Just dive into that, lean into that just a little bit more.
Yeah, no, that's a great flag. Thank you. And I'll say, like other folks with I'm a computer scientist by training, so like I also don't necessarily know about some of the technologies that I'm going to talk about. But let's say, for example, that you know, you've got a technology cluster that's focused around, like, I don't know, microgrids, right? Energy generation and distribution on a much smaller scale that's not as reliant upon the existing grid that we have today. Some of that energy generation equipment, you can't just like develop it in your garage and then go plug it in and like, you know, you need to demonstrate that. And so building, you know, the facility or the equipment that will allow the testing of those types of like large scale, you know, products, that's one of the things that we could fund. Another example that I personally find really interesting is around mass timber. And so like you know, building large scale buildings out of engineered wood products effectively. Something that has been happening in Europe for a long time and hasn't happened as much here. And part of that is because it's actually like been kind of difficult to change building codes over time. And one of the ways you change building codes is by proving that the stuff is safe. So, you know, something we could fund is, say, like a platform where you build a building out of engineered wood and then you shake it and make sure it doesn't fall down. And that's the type of equipment that I'm talking about that enables entrepreneurs in these technology domains and technology clusters to actually deploy their products.
Yeah, great. Well, and I interrupted you before, so but it sounds to me like the technology is really an enabling type of technology for multiple entrepreneurs, maybe in a region and a cluster where you need, you know, as I said before, the proton electron accelerator thingy that can really help that community, and that community can look to you guys and say, hey, we want this because a number of folks within our community are going to be able to avail themselves of it. Is that right? Is that, yeah?
Yeah, again, it's not, we're not looking to support individual companies. We really want to enable the whole sort of innovation ecosystem. And kind of to follow on to what I was saying before, sometimes that's, you know, equipment or facilities, but sometimes it really is the like soft infrastructure, the systems. You know, are there sources of capital that are ready for the entrepreneurs in the community? Do those exist? If they don't, we have programs that can fund that. We have a revolving loan fund program where we actually capitalize the fund. My office runs a program where we help educate and connect investors who are interested in technology startups, and we can even support the creation of early stage seed funds in that. Also through, you know, incubators, accelerators, support like that for entrepreneurs directly. We can fund the organizations that provide that support. But I'd say the thing that ties all our investments together is that we're looking for how they leverage the resources in a region. You know, they are regionally focused, they are cluster focused, and we want to make sure that, you know, the community or the region that we're investing in understands its strengths and is bringing those to the table to support its entrepreneurs and innovators.
Yeah, so that's really interesting what you're talking about. A bit of a Swiss Army knife, you know, in terms of your ability to be able. Sometimes it's going to be this, sometimes it's going to be that, but you're really looking at an enabler and a little bit of a multiplier effect. Shaylee, I want to go ahead and kind of, you know, transition to you for a moment, because I know that there's the Navigator program and the importance of you know, ecosystems for entrepreneurs. It's a little bit of a different view in terms of how you guys operate. Tell us a little bit more about what the SBA is doing in this regard.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question, Joe. And when we at the SBA are thinking about supporting entrepreneurial ecosystems, we're really thinking about three things. We're talking about creating infrastructure to support ecosystems. We're talking about investing in those ecosystems, and we're talking about accelerating those ecosystems. So when we're thinking about creating infrastructure, I'll start there. We create infrastructure for small businesses via networks in local communities through our resource partners. And I know that my colleague Jonathan Alter mentioned our resource partners earlier. Joe, there's a lot of research out there about how anchor institutions are truly a critical component of developing a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem. And I know that we all know that. So in the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, we're supporting those critical institutions through our national network of resource partners. Those are our small business development centers, women's business centers, SCORE chapters, and they're located across these anchor institutions. And this network provides technical assistance to our small business owners. And I'm going to get ahead of you, Joe, because I watched the panel earlier where Jen Simon, you asked her, what does technical assistance mean? And she did such a great job of defining it. It's really, for us at the SBA, it's one-on-one counseling and support to support small business owners with things like creating a business plan. It's things like helping them protect themselves from cyber threats, and it's connecting them with local services like tax preparers. And that's exactly what our network does. When I get into the second part of the equation that oh, go ahead. It looks like you got
I just had one question because for some of those folks who are not that sophisticated like me, I don't know what an anchor institution is. Like, is that like Macy's at a mall, you know, where it's like a big box store? What's an anchor institution?
That is such a great question. So when we're thinking about an entrepreneurial ecosystem, we're really talking about a community of trust and collaboration where entrepreneurs can quickly share information and resources to help each other start, grow, and scale their businesses. And usually this type of activity happens around an anchor institution. And that's something that can take the form of a university. It can be a community center. It could be a local faith-based institution. And I think it's really important, Joe, to call out here that these ecosystems and these anchor institutions, they're not just found in Silicon Valley or in Austin. We all know here that they're in Chesterfield, Missouri, and they're in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And so what we're doing in the Office of Entrepreneurial Development and at the SBA is supporting those ecosystems through our network of resource partners that are really on the ground and supporting that infrastructure.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that because I was being a little bit tongue in cheek. You know, one of the things having been an entrepreneur but raised in Florida and then having semi-retired out to West Virginia, looking at those anchor institutions, the faith-based organizations, community colleges, libraries, K through 12 schools, there's a persistence to these types of institutions that can really help to provide some grounding. And I think that that's kind of what you're referring to, of being able to have that persistence so that entrepreneurs can kind of circle around and be able to leverage off of not only identify potential resources to be able to get from that, but also potentially sell, you know, looking at the school districts, if you're a farmer or a grower, you know, all of these institutions also need resources and they need products and services. So I just wanted to add to what you were saying, because you're absolutely right. Those anchor institutions are critically important, particularly in communities that maybe have less resources. That those begin to industrial parks, another really good example of that.
I absolutely love that point, Joe. And I think you touched on one of the other things I wanted to talk about here, which is it's not just enough to have that infrastructure. You really need to invest in those ecosystems and give them material resources. That's also something, of course, that we're focused on at the SBA. And I know I've heard already from Carol and some of my other panelists about the importance of programs that we have across the government, federal government, like SBIR and STTR that are doing just that. And it's also really important that in the federal government, we put our money where our mouth is when it comes to investing in minority-owned businesses, which historically have only received about 5% of federal contracts. And so under the Biden-Harris administration, we are literally investing in these ecosystems by working with other across the SBA and other federal agencies to increase purchases from minority-owned businesses from that 5% up to 15%. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The last thing I wanted to call out here is then accelerating these ecosystems, that sort of third part of that triangle that I mentioned earlier. So we're harnessing the power of ecosystems and accelerating them at the SBA through programs like our regional innovation clusters, emerging leaders, our child care initiative, and most significantly, as you mentioned, under the Community Navigator pilot program that was catalyzed by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, and I just also want to add, the SBDCs are really also great institutions to be able to help. I don't want to steal your thunder, but when we were working out in West Virginia, and I had the opportunity to co-create with a community college there, we ended up hiring in combination with the state SBDC coach who really helped increase the value of the ecosystem by helping provide guidance and assistance and counseling and coaching, which was so incredibly important. And that's another aspect that I think is absolutely important to some of the ecosystem stuff that we're talking about, right?
I am so glad to hear that, Joe. The coach that you worked with is literally one of thousands. I think that our footprint of small business development centers are really like it. We used to call the SBA the best kept secret of the federal government. That's not so true after pandemic relief. But in my opinion, our network of SBDCs and also our women's business centers and SCORE chapters are in some ways a best kept secret of the SBA. We have 62 lead centers across every state, and we have over 900 service centers nationwide. And I'm really glad to hear a firsthand testimonial about how powerful they can be.
Listen, one of the favorite projects of the SBDC, and then we'll go over to you, Peter, but I think we can all appreciate it, is the work that he did helping secure a loan for a brewery. And so we were all able to enjoy the benefits of that brewery growing and being able to enjoy the local brew. So I am a huge and ardent supporter of the SBDC as a result of that, and the ability to be able to get some really fantastic beer in the community that I was working with. I want to switch gears for just a second and chat a little bit with Peter and Carol about the Department of Energy. One of the things that just absolutely has blown my mind, and I think a lot of the folks who are listening to this and will listen to this, is just the amazing array and diversity of ecosystems and programs that the Department of Energy has. So Peter, let's start with you and just talk a little bit about some of the types of things that you're working on and some of the types of things that you're thinking about from an ecosystem perspective. And then Carol, maybe you can add on to that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And I think even hearing this in this room reinforces what I think our job is here. Our job here is more around curation than creation. EDA, SBA, there are many other organizations within the government whose core missions are about developing ecosystems. And so our vision here within the solar office is, how do we take this existing innovation ecosystem? Can we point out specific areas where we think there are gaps that maybe we step in to support directly? But otherwise, how do we leverage this engine that's already being created to help the people who are trying to innovate in our specific space and accelerate them, in an exponential way? And so we are, one of the programs that I dropped in one of the Q&As already, and I'm not sure if my colleagues talked about it earlier, but one of the big programs that we've been focusing on is something we're calling the American Made Network. So this network is a collection of over 200 clean tech entrepreneurship support organizations, many organizations that have received funding from Catalyst grants, possibly some funding from EDA, right? These are folks that are in those ecosystems that our colleagues already talked about. But now we're saying, okay, make sure that the people who are innovating in solar know that you are supporting innovators in solar or supporting innovators in clean tech, because there's just this huge informational asymmetry where it's like, how do you know what you need to know when you're getting into this? Who do you need to talk to help accelerate? We know that bringing the funding to help the businesses go is only one part of the problem. They need the connections to the lawyers, to the accountants. They need the connections to the early stage pilot manufacturers and the maker spaces to help them build the things they need. They need access to physical infrastructure, whether that be at the national labs or at some other, laboratory space that's available for rent. So that's really where we see our role, is through programs like the American Made Network and through incentives that we layer on top of our other programming. How do we engage that ecosystem to support the people who are trying to innovate in our space? And so I think that's really our core concept, is curate, not
for the entrepreneurs that are listening here. I think one of the important points here to be able to make is that you're hearing now from a number of different, and for those of us who've been here through the course of the day, you're hearing a bit of a theme here that there are ecosystems here within the federal government agencies that you can plug into that are already existing. If you have a product or an idea, Peter and Carol, they can help you plug into people that might be able to be supportive, or even other companies that might actually be interested in your intellectual property. You know, Carol, you work on some of this tech to market, lab to market. We haven't heard too much about that today. Share with us what that means and what that looks like, this tech to market and commercialization stuff, because that's a whole other ecosystem that is absolutely important. And it's an opportunity for people who are entrepreneurs who may be thinking about stuff to go ahead and start a business around stuff that's already been researched and at least being developed. Carol, please share some insights on that.
Right. So I think that the reason that that is coming about, and I know that Peter's office also has quite a few tech to market folks as well. I'm a new addition to the SBIR and STTR programs office, but the idea behind that is to really figure out, okay, we have 13 different program offices within DOE that participate in the program. How do we make sure that that technology that is, you know, some of it, again, because we're mission focused on what DOE's technologies are, how do we make sure that gets out of the lab in some cases? Because, you know, probably not going to get this number correct off the top of my head, but it is like 7 of them are out of the Office of Science. And so those are going to be very basic science. They're going to be developing a lot of things with the national labs. And how do we make sure that if they're using SBIR and STTR funds, where the goal is to see return on investment, to see something get commercialized, how can we help them? And we do use the incubators and the accelerators to do that. We also use them to make sure that they know about SBIR and STTR funds being available, because it's non-dilutive funding. I know that's been mentioned earlier, but that's a really big deal. It's money that doesn't have to be paid back. It means you don't lose any piece of your company. You don't lose your intellectual property. So it's a really big deal to an entrepreneur, and often they don't know about it. And so I have a colleague in my office that's specific to working on outreach. That's Eileen Chant. She participated this morning in the panel, and I'll put her contact information in the chat, because if you are an incubator, if you are an accelerator, yes, I want to engage with you because I want to make sure that I connect you once our partnering site is up and going, to how we can engage and have you on that. But she also would like to be able to make presentations and participate in your workshops. And so I'll leave that in there. But in terms of the direct lab to market focus that you asked about, that is something that I am not specifically involved with, but there is a lot of momentum around that in the government community. And I know that there is a work group that is working on specific documentation and how to get all of the different agencies more focused on having one site where there is a website that presents all the information and is kept evergreen. So there are definitely people working on that. I myself right now am focused on DOE, but other than that, I do know that folks are working on it. And I would just like to say that commercialization is hard, and Congress has recognized that, you know, when they have put out the SBIR and STTR funds, they have also made a portion of it specific to commercialization activities. And that's where some of these incubators and other folks in the stakeholder ecosystem can come into play, because these designated technical and business assistance funds are available for use, and it is for use on services that would help with commercialization. So it could be accounting, market research, strategy, grant writing, marketing materials, website design, all kinds of different activities that could be used for that. So just to make sure they're aware of that as well.
Well, and what's really fascinating, Erica, I'm going to come back to you here in just a second, is, you know, when I was on NACI, I was just blown away by just the array and diversity of programs that exist all across the federal government agencies. I know from the National Oceanic, I'm going to get the name wrong, National Oceanic, NOAA, which is a part of the Department of Commerce, all the way across. I mean, it really runs the gamut. One of those things, ecosystems, for example, is the manufacturing extension partnership. You know, in each state, there's an extension partnership, and there are these ecosystems within the federal government that really allow people to take advantage of a variety of different resources that exist out there. Eric, talk a little bit more about some of those pieces, and even to the extent that you're familiar with the manufacturing extension partnership, because one of the challenges, I know that this isn't necessarily 100% of your domain, but one of the challenges that folks have oftentimes is, hey, I have a good idea. I want to go ahead and get a prototype done. This is where the ecosystem piece really comes into play. And maybe you can go ahead and shed a little bit of light on that. And then Shaylee, maybe you can go ahead and add to that as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think, you know, one of the reasons we do these engagements at all is because it can be kind of tricky to navigate all the various programs and resources and services that we, the federal government, offer. And it's good to talk about it to try to demystify that a little bit. The Commerce Department is no exception there. As Joe said, you know, NOAA, we generate and make available a ton of weather data, for example. NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, they're part of the Commerce Department. That's where the manufacturing extension partnerships are. Those are valuable resources in your states. Also, the Manufacturing USA Institutes, which are something that NIST helps with, but also in collaboration with other agencies. One of the things, another part of the Department of Commerce is the International Trade Administration. There are going to be all kinds of acronym explainers right here. The U.S. Export Assistance Centers, or UZX, as they're known inside the building at least. If you're a small business or an entrepreneur and you're looking to export your product or service, these organizations also exist all throughout the country, and they're there to help you do that, help you follow the rules, but also to help you actually achieve that with connections throughout a number of countries where the International Trade Administration actually has folks on the ground in country in many places throughout the world. The Patent Office is also part of the Commerce Department, and this Joe mentioned earlier, like that was one of the places I've been before in federal government. And not only is that like a place where you can go and get your intellectual property protected, it's also a place where you can go and look up intellectual property. You can see what other folks have invented, but they also offer the Patents Pro Bono program. So you can actually get assistance depending on your situation, your company's situation. You can get assistance from law schools or other folks in your states to get help with the total maze that is intellectual property law, especially patent law in the US. And so there are just even in the Commerce Department, there's a ton of different resources that help entrepreneurs at various stages, that help ecosystem, cities, municipalities, universities that are trying to help entrepreneurs. And that's just the Commerce Department. That's not to say the many varieties of SBIR and STTR programs or what our friends over at SBA offer. So I think, I guess one thing I would say is that we're here to help. If you've got a question about it, reach out to our teams. I think somebody said this maybe in the last panel, but there is a human behind the email address somewhere, and part of our role is to help you all navigate the services and support that we offer.
Sure, but Eric, I want to also go ahead and say part of the role of the entrepreneurs to do a little bit of work themselves, right? Like if you can Google an answer, then go ahead and do it, because all y'all are very busy and you have a lot going on. And so for all you entrepreneurs out there, you got to go ahead and do a little bit of work because they want to go ahead and provide really value added. I'm just going to touch upon one other resource that is oftentimes overlooked, but it actually for entrepreneurs is a huge opportunity. That's also a part of the Department of Commerce. And I want to thank you, Eric, because I didn't learn this until I actually started it as a part of NACI, but the Census Bureau. People were like, oh, census, what do I need to know about census? Census has so much information, data, and if you're going to be an entrepreneur and you want to figure out your target market, you want to figure out who's doing what, census, right? Do you want to go ahead and just add anything to that? Because that's a pretty big piece, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Commerce Department has a lot of data available, census data, and I think one of the things that Commerce is doing is not just making these data available, not just collecting and generating them, but also trying to make them more accessible. So Census has tools available on its website to get at and try to slice those data, which admittedly can also be a little bit of a maze, but they try to make it as easy as possible. The Bureau of Economic Analysis is part of Commerce, so that looking more at sort of macro trends, but also can be really valuable. And like I said, NOAA makes all kinds of weather data available. I've even heard of instances where companies use NOAA's free weather data to think about and inform how they manage inventory at their stores based on weather patterns. So like there are a lot of creative ways for folks to use the data that we make available.
Absolutely. And each of these agencies also has their own little micro ecosystem as well. People and entrepreneurs that are working in and around, and they need the resources. Shaylee, please weigh in on this conversation, because the SBA does a number of different things, and certainly on the data side of things, but also from an ecosystem perspective. What else would you like to add?
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, Eric and Joe, I really think that you hit the nail on the head when you say it's overwhelming. There are so many wonderful resources out there, that the federal government offers, which is phenomenal, but it can make your head spin trying to, as Eric, you said, navigate them. And then you think about if you're a small business owner who's maybe a first-time entrepreneur, or maybe you're an immigrant, or maybe English is not your first language, it can be incredibly challenging. And I think that that's part of the reason why we see this sort of disproportionate accessing of federal resources. And I think that that was very apparent when we think about some of the pandemic relief, that it just simply was not equitably accessed by our entrepreneurial community. And that's exactly why the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 ignited the Community Navigator pilot program. So clearly, Eric, when you said navigator, I was like, yes, I have something I want to share here. And through this program, the SBA awarded $100 million in grant funding to 51 hub organizations that close resource gaps with all types of U.S. small businesses. And these grantees, they work with hundreds of trusted and hyper-local community organizations to meet small businesses where they are. So even though this is a pilot program, this diverse national ecosystem of hubs and spokes ensure the delivery of free community navigator small business services to increase awareness of and participation in programs, the SBA's programs, and to connect these businesses to other federal, state, and local resources to make it easier for them to navigate this mind-bogglingly challenging and incredibly powerful host of resources that the federal government has. And these navigators are located in all 50 states and Puerto Rico. We just got the program up and running back in December 2021. It's only a few months old, but it really couldn't come at a more critical time as America is experiencing this tremendous surge of entrepreneurship. And I know that my boss, Mark Madrid, mentioned this earlier, and I want to underscore it. Last year in 2021, Americans submitted 5.4 million applications for new businesses. And this is the highest level ever recorded. It surpassed the previous record by more than 1 million applications. So the program really couldn't come at a more critical time. And I think it's a really great example of how the Biden-Harris administration is supporting American entrepreneurship and investing in these ecosystems to bolster the work of the ecosystems. And in doing so, advancing equity, so that every small business owner can more equitably access federal resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of the folks today from the Minority Business Development Agency. They were supposed to be on there, but on today. But I think somebody fell ill, but actually I want to turn to that for a second on that particular point, because inclusion and making sure that nobody's left behind in the entrepreneurial experience. I mean, the word entrepreneur itself, and one of the things that I found in rural communities, some of that can create barriers to folks being able to come to the table. And I think when we think about this ecosystem piece, we have to be expansive in our thoughts, because there are no restrictions on really, really good ideas and innovations. There's no geographic boundaries, but there are some barriers sometimes when people don't necessarily speak the same language, or they, it can be daunting to step on into a university setting. Maybe just touch upon that piece on just a little bit about the diversity of the ecosystems, and how you guys as organizations are really beginning to think about being as open as possible, because one of the best things about the United States is the wellspring of ideas that come from so many different pockets and places all across the United States. So just weigh in on that piece for just a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. The administrator has charged us with being customer centric and to meet small businesses where they are. And I think that that really comes to mind when you're talking, Joe, about the diversity of America's small business owners, because to your point, when you have a small business owner, if they are lucky enough to know, for example, about a small business development center like the one that you mentioned earlier, and even if they happen to walk into one, we don't know where they're coming from, right? They have plenty of different and other intersections with the federal government. They have a lot of different experiences, and they bring their own personal histories to the table when they sit down with one of our counselors or coaches, if we're even lucky enough to be able to connect with that small business owner in the first place. And so to that effect, I think it's incredibly important that when we're thinking about bolstering up our networks and thinking about where we're investing, that we are investing in in ensuring that we're hiring a diversity of coaches and counselors, and working with a diversity of programs like we're doing with the Community Navigator pilot program, so that we can ensure that there is some sort of personal touch point, and that we can understand that small business owner in some capacity when we're thinking about supporting them.
Yeah,
and I just think that I think it's tremendously important to keep in mind that small business owners and entrepreneurs, to your point, Joe, they're not a monolith.
That's right. And representation matters. That's the other thing. Eric, do you want to go ahead and weigh in on this, or Peter? This piece is super important. I think what we've seen in the past is the landscape of entrepreneurial ecosystems haven't always been the most friendly. People like me haven't always, it's not necessarily always been the most comfortable place for people to approach. So I'd love your thoughts on that, because as we're talking about ecosystems, that piece is really important.
Yeah, maybe
Peter, why don't you weigh in, and then Eric?
Just from a funding the entrepreneur's perspective, right? I think there's two sides to this. One is making a more inclusive ecosystem, so that when diverse entrepreneurs come to the table, they see people like themselves in positions that they can help, who understand their backgrounds. And I think we'll be frank and say, we are not, like, even in our office, I won't speak for all of government, but we are not as diverse as we would like to be. And so we know we don't understand the problems. And so we are very actively in listening mode about how to hear things that were probably being said for a long time, but we're not being listened to. And so we've been doing this, I would say, there is a new emphasis on this, but it's something we've been actively doing for years. So this is not like we're starting from scratch. But I think from the supporting entrepreneur side, part of the thing to understand with the government is that there are lots of rules and regulations about how we can get money out the door, and the hoops that we make people who get that money jump through. And so what we're trying to do from programming side is cut the red tape out. And one programmatic way that we're allowed to do that is with prizes. So I think you've started to see more and more prizes coming out of the government. And we see these as a way to really lower the barrier to entry, let people get in, get some funding, get moving in a direction that has some positive outcomes. And then once you have that to lean back on, then you can move into the more complicated funding programs. And so we see, a need to not just, try to make sure people are aware of these opportunities, but make sure that the barriers for them to engage in those opportunities are commensurate with what they're able to handle. And I think that is really something, there's a whole government approach to how do we bring down the barrier to let people engage more easily, and in that way ensure more diverse people have access to our opportunities. So I just want to touch on that point, Eric. Happy to let you.
And Peter, I think that's a good point. I'm going to throw it over to you, Eric, in just a second to just sort of add some additional, background on that. But one of the things I would highlight, and Emmanuel brought it up in the previous section, was just this whole notion of prize and prize funding. It can be daunting to go ahead and fill out an SBIR application, and that in and of itself, if you're trying to run a business or you have kids or all those sorts of things. And so I applaud the government for taking the step of going down this idea that prizes. And I know the Department of Energy, you guys have created a step tier, first start small, fill out this thing, and if it gets approved, you win, and then you win the next level and you go to the next level. And it's those types of innovative ways that we can bring more folks to the door. And I think that, Peter, Emmanuel has really highlighted that on the previous call, and I think it's a special program that we really got to highlight, create greater awareness of it, and see that duplicated in other agencies. Eric, I want to go over to you to see if you want to be able to share additional insights.
Yeah, I mean, I think two broad points. One, like part of the flexibility of our funding is also in the size and the stage of the community, and so we really do have like small planning grants to like get folks started. It's a different type of entry point than a prize. We're offering kind of a different service to a different layer in the stack here, but I think it's a similar principle in that like there are sort of easier ways for communities that are earlier in this process to get engaged and to have some federal support. The other thing I guess I would say is that EDA for a long time has always, for the vast majority of its funding, had some sort of distress requirement. Your community's got to show some sort of economic distress to be eligible for the funding. And in some ways, that's been a proxy for a number of different things over a long period of time. But very recently, we got much more explicit and added equity as one of our investment priorities. So EDA always has like some principles that it uses to evaluate, like, we get a lot of requests for funding. We got to figure out which ones are the ones that make the most sense given our goals and our vision. And equity is now just explicitly part of that. And so, we're asking folks that when they're looking for funding for an economic development support program or for an infrastructure piece, whatever it happens to be, also explain to us like how that's gonna improve the equity in your community and of the accessibility of the particular investment, and how this is going to include folks in that entrepreneurial ecosystem or whatever that economy is.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And when we're talking about creating ecosystems, that onboard ramp, my friend Bill over at in the state of West Virginia, one of the things that he runs the ecosystem there for the state. One of the things that he talks about is that there's no wrong point of entry. And I think, to the extent that we can begin to really look at that as an example and a model of how do we go ahead and foster that. So regardless of who you are, where you are, what you look like, where you live, all these sorts of things, if you want to start a business in the United States, it should be as easy as possible and as frictionless as possible. I am an advocate for that. You know that. I live by that. I've spent a lot of time restarting National Entrepreneurship Week in order to be able to make sure that everybody can get as much, because you guys offer amazing opportunities, and it's just sometimes hard to get the word out. All right, so we got about 5 minutes left, and what I would like to do is a little bit of a last word. I'm going to go around to everybody. Carol, we'll start with you and end with you, Shalay. So Carol, one last piece of advice or information that you would like to share?
Okay, I just wanted to I'll use it to add on to what was just being talked about, and that is just to remind everyone that we do recognize it's really a daunting task to get into the SBIR program. But we do have a phase 0 program. Peter, thank you. You put the link in the chat box. So if you are new to DOE and you are new to SBIR, please take a look at that, because they will help you with putting your proposal together. And then also, if there's anyone here in the participant group that already has a phase 2 award from DOE, we do have a new diversity supplement. And so that is to help you bring either over the summer through undergraduate or graduate students to bring folks in to help with your research. And I'll put that link in the chat box as well.
Great. Peter, any last words?
Yeah, I guess I want to take sort of an inspirational note here and say that I firmly believe that small businesses will change the world in clean tech over the coming decades. And there's going to be thousands and thousands of new businesses started and thousands of people that need to be hired. And don't, step up to that opportunity. Don't shy away, and don't hesitate for a second to reach out. Places at the national labs, these big energy incubators, everything seems so intimidating. The people who work at these places could not be more interested in helping you. And all you need to do is start, send that first email, make that first cold call, get yourself into this ecosystem, because it is super complicated and there's lots of different paths you could take, and you can spend years turning around thinking, this isn't for me, when really it was just, you didn't get pointed at the right program to start. And so talk to those people, start that communication, do it often, don't be discouraged. We're here to help. Thanks.
Peter, you're saying do it early and often, soon, early and often. And you know what, just to dovetail on your point, I teach a lot of entrepreneurship across the United States, and the next generation coming behind us, they are absolutely vested and interested in the green technologies. They are super. My nephew, he's over at Dartmouth, and he's getting his engineering degree in energy engineering. I don't even know exactly. He's talking to me about all this stuff. I have to pretend like I know what he's talking about, because I'm a more sophisticated uncle. And but I know that the next generation, so to the extent that we can conspire to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs to help solve some of these global problems. Eric, please, parting words.
I guess I'll fill a gap. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the importance of the workforce and supporting that workforce in entrepreneurial ecosystems. You can have all the entrepreneurs you want, but they're also, they need to fuel those ideas with people. And that's one of the things that EDA and Commerce is investing more and more in now, is enabling those workforce systems and enabling folks to build the skills that they need to be a part of that innovation ecosystem. And so would also encourage you to think about that kind of third leg of the stool when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Really good point. The importance of workforce and workforce development, and employers that are out there. Sometimes we saw that particularly in rural communities, the challenge of identifying, skilled workforce, and the opportunity to be able to retool and reschool folks so that they can participate in the next generation of businesses, and to some extent work for folks for a little while and start their own businesses. That's a really good point, Eric. Thank you. Shaylee, I think I pronounced your name 5 different ways, but nonetheless, take us home here. Take us home.
You got it right this time, and that's
all that matters. We can dub it and everything else.
I love it. I want to take this opportunity to speak directly to entrepreneurs, and my message is get to know the SBA. We've gone from an agency with a $40 billion annual portfolio to delivering more than $1.1 trillion in COVID relief since the start of the pandemic. And this growth is a testament to the great need out there, and also the strength of our resources. So if you're a small business owner that could use some support, even if you're not quite sure what you need, and most of us don't, please visit the SBA.gov, and there you can find local assistance and someone who will listen to you. And we got a great testimonial from Joe of just how helpful our resources can be and just how personalized they can be. I think I speak for everyone on this panel when I say we're here to support you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're so grateful for each of you to participate, and all of the folks today. It's been a wonderful learning journey. When Amber and I looked about 5 or 6 years ago and realized that there's an opportunity to help. Amber's background is entrepreneurship education, and mine is a serial entrepreneur who like Don Quixote is waging war with windmills in order to advocate for entrepreneurs all across the world. One of the things that we realized is just the beautiful array and opportunities that exist with all the federal government agencies. And so we're so appreciative of all of the presenters today, really sharing information on the nooks and the crannies and the opportunities, and also shining a light on, some of these amazing programs, whether it's prizes or other programs that people can avail themselves of to be able to start a business. So I wanted to go ahead and thank you. But before I do, I just wanted to remind everybody today at 6 o'clock, if you have the opportunity to be able to join us, we are going to be holding our second annual virtual reality, the future of entrepreneurship in the metaverse. So you can't probably see that because it was on my head, but please join us. We're going to be talking. We have some representatives, Jack Bianco from the SBA. We have Cordell Carter from the Aspen Institute, and we have Liz Hyman from the XR Association. And we are going to be talking about the future of entrepreneurship in the metaverse, what that looks like, what the barriers are. And so please do join us. It's going to be an interesting conversation. You don't necessarily need a headset. There is the ability, if you go on to our website, you can find the information about that. And with that, I am out of here. Amber, it is back over to you.
I just want to say thank you, and was going to yell at you because you're 2 minutes over time.
I know, I tried.
But no, thank you so much. And thank you to all our attendees that stayed through 6 panels. But the recordings will be available, and we will be taking all of the wealth of links that have been in the chat and putting them in a spreadsheet. So give us a little grace, maybe a couple weeks, because I need to sleep for 2 weeks after this week. But we will get that to you. And thank you all very much for your time today.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.